Brilliant. Good morning, race fans. Peter Mackay here, welcoming you to the final portion of the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. Thanks so much to our colleagues Hasse Romer and Edward May for taking us through the night. The sun is baking down on Zolder now, and we are ready to run to the end of this race. Joining me in the commentary box is Jack Werrell. Jack, how are you this morning?
Rather tired, I have to admit, having done 6 hours already. But I've got to say, yeah, massive thank you to Ed and Hasse and Chaz, of course, for filling in the bits in the middle. Ed having done 12 hours worth of commentary through the night, so massive props to you, mate. I'm sure you've done an absolutely brilliant job. And the drivers as well, I've got to say a massive well done to them, because there's still loads of cars running. If I just have a quick glance over at my timing screen, I think everybody's running bar 2. So with 35 cars starting, 33 cars still running, it just shows how competitive this field is and how it should continue on, I believe, because with 6 hours of the race to go, lap 758, still Simtag Racing are in the lead, but that wasn't really much of a surprise, having dominated the race from start to finish. Well, start to here, anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. The Simtag Racing Radical leading the way with Colin Klopman on board with an I rating of 7,200, so one of the highest ranked drivers in the field, and yeah, leading very confidently at the moment. It's their race to lose, but as we know, in an endurance race, absolutely anything can happen. They have, by my reckoning, a 17-lap lead at the moment. So, like you say, it's theirs to lose at this stage.
It really, really is. And I think we have had one retirement for a Radical. Rudolf Nagel and Sim RC Club Sport are now at the bottom end of the timing screen, having battled at the start of the race with the number 66 GHK e-racing machine, Erend Barbar and Lucas Dolce sparring away. Sadly, that battle has come to nothing because Patrick Young, Lucas Dolce, Rudolf Nagel, Simon Grossman and René Osterkamp are no longer out in their Radical. And the other retirement we've had is one of the GT4s, Peter Lemons for Tess Racing GT4 by Sickers.be. As far as I'm aware, they are both retirements. I don't think there has been any action taken by race control to stop them from racing, but nonetheless, 33 cars still racing on the Zolder circuit, which just surprises me because Zolder is a very tight, very twisty, very demanding circuit for the drivers. There's nowhere to rest at all, and it's not lit, of course. Having gone through the night, you've had to rely on your headlights, and for 33 cars to still be running, Peter, it just shows that attrition might have a small part to play, but not quite as much as I was expecting.
No, absolutely. I think that's highly commendable for all the drivers involved, and also the fact that you've got 4 quite distinct classes here. I mean, the differences in performance and where those cars make up their lap time is massive. Obviously, the Radical is, well, it is absolutely rapid, isn't it? It's a really fast little... You can't believe that you could buy one of those with a lot of the Radicals nowadays. You can buy them with number plates to drive on the road, which is a really scary thought. But, you know, you've got the Radical, you've got the Porsche Cup car, TCR, the touring car, and of course the GT4. And they make their lap time up in completely different ways. So, especially as you mentioned, Zolder is... I mean, compared to its Belgian brother Spa, it's a completely different challenge altogether.
It really, really is. A very unique circuit. Me and Hasse were saying earlier, there's not really a circuit you can compare it to. It's just so different, really. There's nothing that is similar in Europe, at least, and maybe one of the smaller tracks in the US can probably give it a run for its money, but it's still very, very unique. You've got, what, 3 chicanes, best part of 4 if you count the one sort of halfway down the back straight. But it's such a difficult circuit to get right. You can see the undulation here, and you can see the Radical of Colin Klopman almost bottoming out, and then you've got to be so careful over the curbs, and you can see the damage on that car. Pretty much every single panel has got damage aboard that, but I can almost guarantee that very little of that will have been caused by other cars. A lot of it could have been from curbs, just slight overusage. You've got to think these guys have now been running for 18 hours, so at some point there will be little mistakes here, maybe a dink of the wall here and there, but curbs are going to be a massive issue for this Radical going into the final stages of the race, because the car will already be damaged, and the last thing you want to do is put any more damage on that car. You can see there I think that was Matthias de Tige coming through. Matthias de Tige now 3rd in class for Pro Assist Sim Racing, and still in the lead of the Porsche Cup class is Bingol by SimTag EMG and Budwin Custer.
Yeah, and I tell you what, 24 hours in the Porsche Cup car, that's that is certainly a challenge, isn't it? 4 litres, nearly 500 horsepower, no traction control, no ABS. It's a proper bit of kit, this 911 Cup car, isn't it? But the 63 team, Bingo by Simtag, doing a brilliant job right now. As you see, there's a very bent Radical, the Yannick Lemons. The look at the rear wing of that car. It's had a few little scrapes throughout the 24 hours, but lapping around very well indeed, which is great to see. Now, interesting, at one circuit I would perhaps liken Zolder to, and of course it's the neighbouring nation, would be Zandvoort in Holland. It's got a few little quirks, they're quite similar to that, and that is because it's actually designed by, or was designed by, the same person, John Hugenholt Sr., who also was commissioned by Honda to build Suzuka.
I've got to say, he's done a sterling job here. I am slightly more of a fan of Zolder than I am Suzuka. I think that's just down to my driving ability, or lack thereof, to both of the circuits. But Zolder, for me, it wins that battle. Quite an unpopular opinion, I'm guessing, but I've got to say, yeah, Zolder is the one for me. We are currently looking at the battle for 2nd in class between Edge Esports and Flemish SimSports GT4. Maciej Milajnik at the lead of this battle. Hans Polmans in tow. I think this might have changed around at some point, going off what I've already seen, but looking at it, yeah, I do believe Maciej Milajnik has actually just come out of the pit lane. A very slow lap from him at 1 minute 55, which sort of points the arrow towards an outlap. Let's have a look up to Maciej and look at the gap he's already built, letting Matthias de Tige through. And that's something we were talking about earlier, Peter, that traffic can work with you and work against you in massive ways. You can be in a battle like this, and there could be a car between you that just slows the car down behind you, or you've then got to massively compromise your line to let him through. It can really just sort of put your race on its head, can't it?
Really, yeah, especially there's a couple of other factors as well, but that are kind of unique to here at Zolder. There's a lot of kind of one-line areas. You see, they're going through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane there, really tight in through there, and very much one line. But also, you've got 4 classes. So normally in a multi-class race, you might have 2, possibly 3. But in this this competition, we've got 4 different classes. So often you're having, I guess it's easier if you're in the Radical class, you know that if all being well, you're not going to have anyone coming up behind you to overtake you. And then in TCR, you know that you're likely to be the slowest. So it's but if you're with one of those middle classes like the Porsche Cup or particularly the GT4, you've got to have eyes in the back of your head, really, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. It's such a tricky little job to be in, not necessarily the slowest class, but these Porsches aren't the slowest class by default. The TCR tends to be the slower of the two. We've seen little interclass battles as the race wears on, but the GT4s and the Porsche Cup cars, for me, have got one of the hardest jobs around, because they will have to think about letting the Radicals and possibly, if you're in the GT4, the Porsche Cup cars by, but also having to get past slower traffic. If you're in a Porsche Cup car, you've got to try and get past the GT4s and the TCRs. If you're in the GT4s, you've just got to focus on getting past the TCRs, which can be quite a challenge, because like I mentioned, they are very similar on performance when driven on the ragged edge. And it's looking like now, yeah, Edge Esports have got up into 2nd place and very much cemented it, because Sebastian Keimel has taken the reins of the Flemish SimSport GT4. So he is now in the pit lane in the 103 Porsche, 3rd place overall, or 3rd place in class, 17th place overall. And I'm just looking for the closest cars we've got out on circuit. I can't really see any that are massively jumping out at me. So it just shows that the field spread so far has been head over heels. We've got David Plassman still running for ASK Volanti Racing, number 26 machine, and they've had their fair share of, not necessarily incidents, but just little mistakes here and there. And I think at one point, yeah, they were caught up in an incident. But it shows with the 24 hours, if you play your cards right, you can get straight back up there and get ready for a race.
Yeah, exactly. There's the race is never over. You've always got. There's always things that can happen up ahead, and these guys are in second position right now, and with 6 hours to go, they've no matter how far behind they are, they have the opportunity to win this race, and they'll be very much aware of that. So that it'll be key to just keep the car clean. It looks very clean. It's obviously been through some good repairs at that point. And tell you what, if you're in one of the Porsche Cup cars, of course. This car's got fantastic straight line speed, so you're really using that attribute to, using that attribute correctly to pass the TCR and the GT4 cars rather than trying to dive up the inside in corners. With the 911 Cup car, you've got a little bit of an advantage where you can basically, wait until you get to the straight bit and then just open up the gas and blast by, kind of like the LMP2 way of getting past cars. Of course, if you're in a Radical, you just hoof it and round you go. So look, as we see here, this is a good example. There's a couple of TCR cars there. Radical goes through, splits them. Cup car just waits to go through, and just not taking massive risks through traffic is very, very important.
Yeah, it's so tricky to sort of pick your moments. You want to make sure you can get through the traffic as quickly and as cleanly as possible, but being quick and clean tend to be very difficult to get both at the same time. So I think at this point in the race, keeping it clean is going to be the way to go. You can see all the Radicals have a bit of damage, two of them with bent wings, the other with a crumpled front wing. You can see Cohen Klopman working his way past the Cup car we were just looking at, the Airscape Atlantic machine. So there goes Cohen Klopman through the final corner and going on to lap 765. So another rotation of the 4 kilometres. Zolder circuit completes 3 wide up the road with 2 Porsche GT4s, 2 Radicals. Number 19 there, I think, was the lead Porsche in that. It just shows how busy of a job you've got. Was it Senna Hulsmans? It was. Now trying to let past the number 7 machine as well. And somebody I wanted to bring up, Alan Day for Sky Limit Race Team. He has been in the car for a substantial amount of time. He started the car, a bit of a sideways moment there, so you can see maybe a bit of fatigue, or maybe the tyres are slowly starting to wear away. That car on the first lap was at the very bottom of the pile, and I think they had a rough night as well, but somehow, I'm not quite sure how well, with Alan Day behind the wheel, it doesn't really surprise me. The number 69 machine is back up into 12th overall, 7th in class, and closing on the car ahead. There's only a 2-lap difference between Alan Day and Kobe Klaas in front. So it's looking like they are going to be pushing for a top 5 in class, which would mean, as things stand, they would have to get up another 2 positions. But it's not exactly unthinkable because, like I said, we've still got 5 3/4 hours worth of racing to go. And if they play the cards right, you never know, they could even be on the podium.
Indeed, yes, absolutely. They've certainly got plenty of time. We see this a lot in big 24-hour races like Spa or Daytona or Le Mans. There's so much that goes on in the final hours, let alone the final quarter of the race. So yeah, there's still very much of plenty of time to go. And Alan Day, of course, the Israeli driver, multiple European NASCAR champion, Whelen NASCAR champion. So a little bit of real world racing experience here for Alon, and also, funny enough, my first ever race that I commentated on iRacing was the iRacing Israel League, which Alon was part of, and he won quite comprehensively, and it came in 4.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me there. He is very, very, very talented behind the wheel. Like you said, 3-time NASCAR Whelen Euro Series champion, so he definitely knows what he's doing, specifically around Zolder as well. We know that NASCAR Euro Series does come to Zolder. I saw a car spinning in the background, I think. Was that Philip Fliegen? Not exactly the best camera angle to view this. There he is. Can we get maybe a little further up to see what happens? This is coming out the final corner, so no, I don't think we'll be able to see how that came around. quite a unique incident from Philip. You tend to either outbrake yourself going in or maybe touch the gravel on the exit. But it looked like it was pretty much going, and then gone into the grass very, very far around that little chicane. But I guess that's what the drivers have got to deal with. They've got the time to find every little part of the circuit where a mistake can be made. And if they've been in the car for, what, 2 hours, maybe even more now if they've triple stinted during the night, they definitely know where the mistake is going to come, don't they?
Yeah, and that the Klein chicane is very much well, it's a bit of a talking point, isn't it, amongst the drivers? It's very, very tricky, and it's not everybody's favourite, but when you get it right, it's very, very satisfying indeed to thread it through there. That chicane was put in all the way back in 1972 in preparation for the Formula One coming here for the first time in 1973, when a certain fellow sideburn enthusiast, Sir Jackie Stewart, won the race in his Tyrrell in his final year in the sport.
I've got to say, I do miss seeing Zolder on the calendar. It is an absolutely amazing circuit. Whether it would work for the Formula One cars of late, we know that they are incredibly low to the ground, even lower than the radicals we've got out on the road. So whether they'd bottom out or the curbs would more or less shred the under trait of the current Formula One cars, I don't know. And whether I'm not sure whether it's still got, does it have the FIA A grade to still host F1? I'm not 100% sure. Peter, any ideas on that one?
Yes, I believe so. I believe you need an FIA Grade A license. However, I think in these times, I think perhaps you could maybe say that, well, for example, Imola, I don't know if it had a Grade A license before, but it now does, of course, with the Formula One there this weekend. And, I think it's, well, as you can see, this is mainly the major part where there's an issue. It's obviously very, very narrow through there, and you've got trees pretty close to the side of the track as well. And it would be cool to see F1 back again. In fact, actually, can you believe the Champ Car series came here in 2007? They came over for a kind of a little tour and went to Assen in Holland, one of my absolute favourite tracks, and also here to Zolder. And Sebastian Bourdais won both of the races. And I can imagine this in a mid-2000s Champ Car. That must have been hard work.
Yeah, very, very scary stuff. Just seeing Philip Vliegen going through turn 1 and almost into the side of the number 905, the Composer Audi. That was very, very close, but that's just traffic management once again. And yeah, Champ Car around here, I can imagine I'd have my eyes closed for pretty much a full lap. Very, very scary stuff. And the closest cars we've got out on circuit at the moment, I'm having a quick look, and the gap hasn't loaded 100%. However, the interval has, the important bit between one car and the other. And now David Plasman, 45 seconds behind, is that man there, Matthias de Tige for Pro Assist Sim Racing. And that team has just done absolute wonders throughout the race. They've kept it clean and consistent, exactly what they need to do. And I think they're still going to get Glenn Van Palis, Ruben Van Buel, and possibly Gregory Ranks behind the wheel as the race goes or closes down. So very quick drivers in the wings waiting to get behind the wheel. And I really don't want to rule those guys out for an even higher finish. We know that Boudewijn Kuster and Bin Gol by Simtag EMG are 5 laps ahead of them now. I think you can hear them screaming away in the background. And there we go, Matthias de Tige coming into the pit lane this time by. So we'll keep an eye on him to see where he comes out of the pit lane. There is David Plasman, there is Boudewijn Kuster. I thought we could hear the 911 Cup car screaming away. And look at that shot. Every single class in one little picture there. Oh, I don't think somebody was quite hot on their mirrors. That was the 902. Almost collecting the Carrera Cup class leader, or the 911 Cup car, pardon me. Now the number 5 Radical goes screaming through. That's Matthias Maas in the Traxxas by JV Services. There goes the overall race leader. Boudewijn Kuster, very lucky, very quick on his reactions to make sure he can minimise any sort of damage from that.
That was very close. We nearly just saw the class leader get, well, that would have been a big one. Right at the very quick point of the circuit there, on the brakes. And like you say, you called it spot on there, Jack. I think the GT4 car didn't quite check the mirrors before jinking out of the path of the TCR. And that's going to happen. You know, these little things are going to happen over a 24-hour race. You're really, you know, you're really putting the human mind and your, you know, human concentration to its limit. It's no different than in the real world from a concentration point of view. Where actually, in fact, it's almost harder because you've not got. We were talking about it just before we came on air. Just that seat of the pants kind of feeling. You don't have that sensation through your body of being in the race car. So keeping that mind stimulated and keeping it switched on is a real challenge.
It really is, and it's just brings it back to fatigue again. You've got to be so cautious after being in the car for a long amount of time. You've got to be aware that maybe you're not the best thing for the team. I know I've had to sadly hand in the reins. I've just gone, no, I don't feel safe behind the wheel, and that is the best thing to do for your team. It's easy to get hooked up on. No, this is my stint. I'm going to get it to the end. But even more so on a circuit like this, Peter, that it's almost about sort of solidarity. You've got to almost hold your hands up and say, yeah, you know what, it'll be better if somebody else takes it to the line.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's important. That's where the best teams come to the fore, where they have that trust between the drivers, and also likewise, if you're in the groove, if you're in the slot, you just you go, give me another one. It's I can keep going, and sometimes that can be really helpful as well. We see that one driver that springs to mind particularly in the closing stages of the races is Jordan Taylor, who races for Corvette now and used to race for the family team, Wayne Taylor Racing, and won all the big races. And yeah, often Jordan would put in these massive stints at the end of races where he would just get this huge burst of energy and would often, you know, could either make sure the team won the race or pulled them up to win the race. And having drivers like that in your lineup is really helpful indeed.
Yeah, a very valuable asset to have. You can see Van Genekten here showing off his assets. He's just carving through traffic like no one's business. The number 12, currently 9th overall, 4th in class. And looking at it, he's about 3/4 of a lap behind Gregory Franks, who now pilots that Pro Assist sim racing machine. So a new driver for the number 23. Gregory Franks just taking his time. You can see him just playing around with the braking, seeing where the limits of the car is. Obviously he hasn't been in the car for a while, so something could have changed, maybe a bit more damage, and he's got to get used to the full fuel load and the fresh tyres as well. So if he's a couple of seconds slower on the outlaps, I really wouldn't blame him. I struggle to drive it in a straight line, so to drive it for 24 hours really is something else. And you can see he's trying to not necessarily get out of the way of the traffic because he's not 100% obliged to, but he's just driving his own line and then just editing his normal racing line here and there, like through that dip and then up towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, just hugging the inside, letting his intentions be known. And there's nothing that can really help the faster cars a bit more than that. If you just let your intentions be known, make it easy for you to read, and the driver behind, they can just stream by without any worries.
You're taking me back to when I learned to drive, Jack. My driving instructor saying, give the other drivers as much information as you can. Let them know what you're about to do.
Yeah, very much so. That's exactly what Gregory Franks has been doing. You can see weaving his way through the final chicane for another round of the Zolder circuit. I think that's the leader sneaking up on him behind. That's Budwin Kuster in the goal by Simtag EMG machine. Number 63. I think this is going to be putting lap number, I think this will be lap 6 being put over on Gregory Franks to be 6 laps ahead in what iRacing have made an absolute empire out of. These 911 Cup cars, they've got their Porsche Esports Super Cup championship as well. I think they were at Montreal yesterday, and you can see how close that championship is, and it just shows if you run them on a track for a long while, there really is a massive difference. Something might be to do with setup, something might be to do with drivers, but even still the cars can produce great racing. But to see the gap that has already been built over 18 hours, it shows that there is quite a lot to choose between them.
Indeed, yeah, there is. It's a car that requires very good setup work, and that's why you know, in the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, you don't see any privateers coming through. They all race for proper sim racing outfits. You know, like Team Redline, Coanda, Apex Racing Team, and so on. And that's because they put in so much collective effort. I mean, they've got not only one driver, they might have 2 or 3 doing, I don't know, 20, 30 hours a week of practice to get the car dialed in. And when you do, the difference between a dialed in 911 Cup car and one that's not, it's probably one of the most sensitive cars to set up, perhaps. And for somewhere like Montreal, where they are this week, trying to qualify for the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, well, controlling the bumps over the curbs and things like that there is really important.
Yeah, very challenging circuit is Montreal, and an even more challenging car. Budwin Custer throwing it up the inside, the 63, putting another lap on the 23. And there you go, as easy as that. And now this could play into the hands of Gregory Franks, because he won't have any battles coming from behind. Dries Roher in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car in the pit lane now, so he knows he won't have a car behind chasing him down. And if Gregory Franks can sit on the tail end of Budwin Custer, he will know he might be in with a shout of catching David Plasman. I say that though, the last lap David Plasman was only 100th slower. He's crossed the timing beam now, and he's about a quarter of a second slow. So if Gregory Franks can just sit on, which it looks like he's struggling to do with a bit of traffic, he might have been able to reap the rewards from that, but it just shows Budwin Custer can carve through the traffic a little more cleanly. There is Gregory Franks emerging from the trees. I think that's the number 208 machine he's having to work through. No, it's the 209, pardon me, in the Desopit Racing Team colours, Kelvin van der Weilen. And this is a car we haven't seen massive amounts of. I think just because they've played it really safe. There's not been really any incidents for them. They've gained 5 positions starting at the very end of the field and just working their way up through it. It just shows that they are very, very comfortable behind the wheel. And somebody we haven't seen for a while, Attila Sipos. He has been on the giving and receiving end of a couple of penalties, I believe, but to still see the car running and still pushing forward as well. It shows that the endurance race, even though you might get off to a rough start, just carry on and you can probably make something of it.
Indeed, yeah. I never ever give up in an endurance race. We've seen so many examples of disaster in the later stages of endurance races. The one that comes to mind the most is 2 examples of how it can go right and wrong. We'll start with wrong. In 2016, of course, Toyota looked to win their first Le Mans in the TSO 50, and the car broke down with 2 minutes to go in front of the pit straight, in front of all the hospitality. I mean, the corporate embarrassment must have been horrible. But in 2018, they did eventually get their win, and then had 3 on the bounce. So it can come back. But 3 minutes to go in a 24-hour race, and then where it can go well, of course, at Spa last weekend, the Rowe Porsche team of Nick Tandy, Lawrence Vantor and El Bamber, they fought their way back, got up to the lead, and then with just a couple of minutes to go, there was a huge clunk noise, basically the gearbox letting go, and they managed to get the car over the line and still win the race. But could have been disaster, but luckily they got the win. And it just shows that absolutely anything can happen in endurance motorsport. And these guys in the number 40 Audi right now, just plodding away, doing their thing. Yeah, and actually, do you know that one of my favourite Audi touring cars, Jack, did actually win the overall race here in the Belcar 24-hour back in 1999, the Castrol Belcar, the Audi Quattro, the A4 Quattro. If you remember those in the BTCC?
They're out of my era, but I do think I have seen a fair few of them in my time. I think I might have seen one in the Chaz Draycott Media British Touring Car Championship. I think there's a livery
anyway.
Yeah,
yes.
I think yes. Okay, I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, I can imagine they are very, very, very quick around here. Very quick in period, of course, as well. And
yeah, they were dominant. Yeah, 4-wheel drive. They actually got 4-wheel drive banned. They were so good. And actually, Frank Bila, he came up to Knockhill for some testing, and he drove, apart from tyres, just coming in for tyres and fuel, he drove for 8 hours solid in testing at Knockhill. Can you imagine driving 8 hours solid at Knockhill? That would make me dizzy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he managed that. It just shows the commitment that the teams have. not just in real life, but also in the sim as well, because you can imagine a lot of the drivers, like you mentioned, they can just sit there, do lap after lap after lap after lap, and it's evidently showing today which teams have got the bit between the teeth with this circuit. Could be a bit to do with setup as well, but you can tell that the SimTag racing boys at the front end of affairs have really put in the time here. Like you say, now 17 laps ahead. I think they've just put another lap on Matthias Mass. There is Matthias Mass down the back straight. There is Cohen Klopman. So yeah, now 17 laps ahead of the car behind. And let's hope, fingers crossed, touch wood, any other analogy you want to use, that they don't befall a similar fate to Daytona, where I'm not sure whether you're aware, Peter, only a few minutes away from the checkered flag, the engine decided to let go, but they had such a big gap over the car behind, they could go into the pits, get it repaired, and carry on.
That is the dream, isn't it? If you're able to replace an engine and still win the race. Well, let's hope well, for their sake, they don't have such an issue. And like you see, that's a good example there of how the Audi can just hop over the curbs, typical touring car style, and the Radical, yeah, it's just those curbs are really quite punishing to that little car. It's a very fragile little machine, and yeah, I have to say, you see a lot of guys using them on track days. I was commentating up at Knockhill in Scotland a couple of weeks ago for the Superlap Scotland, which is basically a bring anything you like time attack competition, and some of the creations you see turning up are extraordinary, and there was a couple of Radicals there and it was wet, and I tell you what, I would love to drive a Radical, but not on that particular day. It looked sketchy to be driving something with that much power, that little weight, and with such a low track temperature with a wet track. It was yeah, they looked a bit of a handful.
Yeah, I've got to say, I do like the thought of Radical. The SR1 for me, I think, just because it's slightly more junior and maybe doesn't spend as much time going backwards, especially with me behind the wheel. And SR3 is probably about as far as I'd go. The SR8 is just a little bit too much for me. I've seen a lot of Radical racing over the years. A couple of races that stand out for me must have been Silverstone a couple of years ago. Seeing that, it was really weird conditions. It was almost a hazy morning, bordering on basically just being foggy. So it was a very, very greasy track at on the Silverstone National Circuit. So a very, very quick circuit as well. And with the aerodynamic dependency of these Radicals, you've got to go quickly to make the most of it. But to go quickly on a greasy track, you need to have an extra couple of bravery points to pilot one of those things around Silverstone. I've got to say as well, Alton Park, seen them around there in the wet, very brave stuff. I'm not quite sure how they do it, and I'm still not quite sure how Cohen Klopman and his SimTag team have managed to pull out such a big gap over the race. I know they've been lapping quicker here and there, but I think it's just been lapping consistently quick. I say that, the lap prior, Cohen Klopman did a 1 minute 24.39. Matthias Mass did a 1 minute 24.12, so a quarter of a second quicker. Cohen Klopman now breaks the timing beam. Wait for his time to come through. What does he do? There you go, back on the pace. 1 minute 22.82, and Matthias Mass, where is he? He's just gone through the timing being 1 minute 23.90. He responds with a quicker lap than usual, but that is still 1 second slower than our leader. And if you can lap a second quicker every lap over time, you can just imagine how far they are going to be in front come the end of the race.
Yeah, that's quite a gap. I would say there at the moment the fastest lap in the Radical class is of course SimTag Racing. They're the a 121.7. So at this stage of the race, with the car in the condition it will be, to be only 1 point still lapping just over a second off your outright best over the whole 18 hours and 36 minutes of racing, it shows that they're still really pushing hard.
It really does, and somebody who's still pushing extremely hard behind the wheel of that 911 Cup car is Budwin Custer, but I'm sure he knows the car behind is going quicker. David Plasman in the ASK Volanti racing machine is lapping about a second quicker, but I don't think he's got anything major to worry about, because David Plasman over the next 5 hours and 25 minutes, he has to try and find 6 minutes and 54 seconds. So definitely a job for David Plasman to think about. Whether it is anywhere near viable, I don't know. We would have to rely on some sort of mechanical failure or something of the like for the leader. Let's hope that that isn't the case. but I'm still looking around for the closest cars on circuit. I think they are 12 seconds apart. I tell a lie, 6 seconds apart. There is Bram van Uytven in the Dynamic Simulators red Audi RS3, and 6.7 seconds up the road is Hendrik de Graeve in his Flemish Sim Sports TCR. And looking at the previous lap times, Bram van Uytven has just got out of the pit lane, so he will be on fresher rubber. 10 laps younger are Hendrik de Graeve, or are Bram van Uytven's tyres. But the gap is slowly starting to come out. Maybe that's just Bram getting used to the heavier fuel load. But we'll have to have a look back in about 10-15 minutes time, so I'm guessing they'll be on top of each other.
Yeah, it looked like it. And Bram van Uytven, of course, we see Bram in the SRW GT Evo series, which, of course, you and I will be commentating on Thursday, Jack.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I think we're at Spa this week, correct me if I'm wrong. We've got GT Pro and Evo Wednesday and Thursday night, so do keep an eye out for that. And obviously, while we're on the note of championships, we've also now got the new to Simracersworld NASCAR series on its way, as well as the Simracersworld GT4 series. So lots to look forward to in the near future. I will get the dates and the times in a few moments' time. But to see that a lot of these familiar faces to SRW have managed to get into the Virtual Belcar eSeries and get into the 24 Hours of Zolder and still be running really just shows the quality of drivers that we managed to collect for our Simracersworld leagues. And Bram van Uytven is just showing off what he can do behind the wheel. The number 11 machine, currently in 24th overall, 3rd in class, and like I said, chasing down Hendrik de Graeve. I said the gap went out. He's now got the bit between his teeth, and it's coming down almost by a 10th every corner by the looks of it. There is Hendrik de Graeve up the road, and that gap is coming down, Peter. It's just a matter of when, not if, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of SRW regulars here. Hendrik de Graeve, also a GT Evo driver, and I saw Ben Thanes. Yes, he's still in the. He's in the leading G Drive Racing Eximia Audi right now in TCR. Currently leading by over 10 minutes in class, so it's going well for them. Now, interestingly, yes, it is. I'm going colorblind. I'm looking at that. They are the leader in TC class. I got worried because there's a green logo there on the left of the team names. I thought that was TCR's as well, but no. Ben Thanes in the leading G Drive Audi. Normally see him tearing off at the front in a BMW M8 GTE. But quite a different car to drive, this RS3. But unsurprising for G Drive to be doing such a good job.
Yeah, it almost comes with the job at G Drive. They are incredibly quick behind the wheel. There is Martin Curves. We've seen a lot of him as the stream has started, as the stream has wore on. Sene Lansons behind in the GTE ABK racing car, 1 minute 23 behind. And you frightened me for a second there, Peter, thinking I'd got the colours wrong. But something that you might have noticed, Philip Vliegen in the CCTS Esports Endurance is having to carve his way through TCR traffic. So any overtake he makes from here on out on a TCR, I do believe it would be for position. There is Jarno Loret up the road in the Radian Motorsports by QSR machine. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yes, 32 seconds up the road is Jarno. So when we see this number 902 approach the 334, that will be a battle for position. There is the leader of the 911 Cup car working his way through, Boudwin Custer. And he's been behind the wheel of that 911 Cup car for a long, long while. And we've seen him from start to finish of the stream, just really just pulling the lap times out of the bag. And it's not necessarily about being as quick as possible, it's just being consistent in a 24-hour, isn't it?
Indeed, yes, that is the trick, is being able to lap without mistakes, and that is very much the. Plenty of people who are fast over one lap, but it's to being able to just click out those laps consistently. That is the way with endurance racing, and we've seen very much over the years, endurance racing specialists that develop over time. I mean, one, for example, the great Bob Wallach, who raced at Le Mans 30 times and never won, but won absolutely everything else. And Bob Wallach was, yeah, he was an absolute legend of endurance racing, and quite funny. They actually got a midway through. I think it was 1984 or 85 at the Daytona 24 Hours. He was racing for Kevin Jeanette in a Porsche 962, and the AJ Foyt came to join the car, and Bob Wallach's, shall we say, his nose was very much out of joint. And he said live on TV, he says, "Who the F is AJ Foyt?"
I'm sure he won't be asking that nowadays. He's pretty much a household name.
He was kidding. He was kidding,
God.
but he was a bit out. He was a bit out. His nose was a bit out of joint. That he was no longer the star in the car, shall we say?
Yeah, that's can be something we all fall foul of. Somebody walks in and says, "Yeah, by the way, you're not our #1 driver anymore." But somebody who is
Jack Werrell. Who's Jack Werrell coming in here in my Corvette?
I got to say, somebody who I'm guessing is probably the #1 driver. It's been goal by Simtag. No offence if you are one of his teammates, but he has done a brilliant job, as well as the rest of the team. Of course, getting the car through the night. All they have to do, I'll make it sound easy, sat up here in the commentary box. All they have to do is drive it home. There is Ben Kuipers now in the lead of the GT4 class. I'm trying to think of who we spoke to. I think we spoke to David Barraclough in the first 6 hours, one of Ben Kuipers' teammates, and they were saying that they're looking to get a podium. That would be a nice finish, and a win would be what they need. Obviously, coming into this round, round 5, the final round, in the lead of the championship after missing out at Daytona. And I think if they haven't already, with the points intervals throughout the race, they are on par for a championship win here. But there's still lots of racing to go. Well, that Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car, we've seen it in the wars. It's had incidents here and there. I think it spent quite a long while in the pit lane after being collected by another car and fired into a concrete wall. They've got the car back out, and they've done exactly what they need to do. And I think if you can be quick during the night, you're going to come out of that in a very good position. Because I know sometimes, even though the track temperature cools down, which should make the lap times fall a little bit, if you can make it through the night when everybody else tends to maybe ease off a little bit because they don't have the confidence, it will almost double your gains as you come out into the daytime. That's very, very close stuff. Who is that sending it up the inside? That was very, very close. The number 13 G Drive 911 Cup car of Steve Clay's nearly being caught out there. Who was that? I'm trying to figure out who it was.
It was the 14 car. Was it? Yeah, I think it was the 014 car. Yes, it was Kevin Lemons. Well, yeah, that was a bit bitter, that one. Yeah, that was. I don't know what the idea is there for a GT4 car to try and send it up the inside of a Cup car, to be honest.
Yeah, it did look rather brave from Kevin Lemons. And I know the car, I don't even think it's lighter. It looks like it's got a bit more going on inside than the 911 Cup car. And it does have ABS as well, so maybe almost tripping him into a false sense of security. There is Steve Clays continuing on with that damage on the front right. I think he's had that for an extensive amount of time now. We're trying to outbrake an 911 Cup car. Probably isn't the best idea. Well, also, I think I noticed he managed to get past his overall class leader. There is Kevin Lemons, yes, and there is Ben Kuipers. He's managed to get past the class leader as well. So all well and good trying to take a lap off yourself. It's well and truly in the rules. If you want to get back past and make your way back up through the order, you can do that, but there is, I think, ways and means of going about it. Martin Kerfs, pardon me, was in the track velocity racing machine, now has handed the car over to Thomas Axe, and the number 15 has swapped over as well. Rob Tyson behind the wheel. Now I'm trying to think who was behind the wheel of that. It could have been Rob Tyson this entire time, possibly Pim Bow. I've only got 2 entrants on my notes. Whether there are 3 or 4, I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to get some confirmation on that. Up on the air jacks it goes. ASK Volante coming into the pit lane now as well from 7th overall, 2nd in class. David Glassman deciding that it's now time to get another fuel load on that car, but I can't quite wrap my head around how the Simtag guys have done this. 17 laps, almost 18 laps ahead of everybody else, and still with hours of the race to go, it's like they're just aiming to end up in a different country from the end of the race.
Yeah, they just, I guess, maximum attack is the one way of keeping awake on a Sunday morning. That's for sure, and that's certainly what Colin Klopman is doing right now. I mean, you can imagine it, you know, in the real world Belcar 24-hour, you'd in an open top prototype like this, coming into the cool late October morning or early November morning. What an experience! A lot of drivers say that if you're in the car when the sun is coming up on a 24-hour race, it's a very actually it's almost a spiritual experience. It's one of these things where you sort of pinch yourself and say how lucky are we. So you see right on board there of this very, very special machine, Radical. And I tell you what, how smooth does he look, Jack?
Yeah, I was literally just thinking that. Coming out of the corner, I spent most of my time piling on the opposite lock. And look at that, nice smooth inputs. There you go, the curb is barely shaking his wheel around at all. That's really, really smooth stuff. And you've got to think over the stint, that has got to massively help his tyres. And obviously smooth driving is fast driving, even more so in one of these Radical SRAs. You heard there, lifted off early so as to not compromise himself on the apex. Left the room on the exit. Clever driving from Colin Klopman, and I think that just pretty much outlines why they are so dominant here. Smooth driving, clever driving, and incredibly fast driving as well. And I think that just, that shows why they are at the front.
Wow, yeah, that is, that's what I really love about iRacing is that the effectively the in sim, as we're looking at it, you see those inputs are directly linked to the inputs of the driver in the sim, and they're going just unbelievably smooth. And like as you rightly said, Jack, you're normally in one of these Radicals, you're constantly wrestling away at it. It's like, oh god, it's trying to spear you off into the barrier at every point, but you can tell that Colin Klopman is very much the master of that machine, and that's why that team are in such a dominant lead right now. But just looking back to GT4, Ben Kuiper's leading in the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot, but you could say that he is dangling for the car in second place of Bart de Vos. He'll be chasing down that dangling carrot of the Torque Freak Racing car.
I think Hassa
Hey.
made a similar joke at some point during the first stint.
I love it.
Something to do with a carrot in front of a donkey to Bart de Vos. But yeah, you can see, thanks for making me look actually, because Bart de Vos is in second place. This one here, Sebastian Kamel for Flemish Sim Sports, is still there in third, and we saw the overtake come towards the start of our stint, Peter, and the gap is now coming out once again. I think they went into the pit lane about 8 seconds apart, and they're now north of 10 seconds, almost 12 seconds apart. So that gap is really, really coming out, and I think it's purely because Bart de Vos is lapping quicker and quicker and quicker, lapping even quicker than the class leader at this point. So Bart de Vos really on a mission. There was somebody I was trying to look for a second ago. There was the car I was looking for, the Sky Limit race team, and it's now Peppian Kruijveld behind the wheel of the 69 machine. So Alan Day giving him the reins and letting him pilot the car around the track for a short while. And I think at this point in the race, if you can hand over the car to a driver having completed a good stint, there's not really a more rewarding feeling having absolutely nailed your stint, lapped quick and cleanly, and maybe even a position or two. When you get out the car, you're going to think, yes, job done, but you might still have to get in the car later. You've got to obviously support your teammates. Just because you're out of the car doesn't mean your job's done. You've got to sit there, maybe spot for your teammate, work on strategy. So even though we can't directly see them, they could still be working away in the background as hard as they can.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than in a big endurance race like Le Mans or something like that in the real world, where you've got a huge support network, and if you're the driver, you just get out the car, do your debrief, and then off to the motorhome for a snooze, ideally. But yes, in the sim racing world, you've got to do the drivers of themselves have got to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting. But like you say, Jack, it's such a cool thing to do if you get 4 or 5 friends together and go for, I know you've done quite a few of the endurance races. I've done one. I did the Le Mans 24 hours with the guys from Porsche Sport, and it didn't go particularly well. Poor old Ian Hannon, he took the start, and some nut job decided that it was a great idea on lap 1 of a 24-hour race to drive the wrong way up the circuit and send our car up and over the trees, and then in straight to pit lane. And we had over an hour of damage. But interestingly, I wasn't due to be in the car for about, I think it was about hour 4, hour 5, something like that. And I was at a party with friends, and or barbecue. It was an afternoon barbecue. And I thought, well, I'll just take it easy. I'll be. I need to make sure I'm in good nick for getting in the behind the sim later on. And then I get a text that we'd been taken out. We had an hour of damage. So what would you do, Jack? I got absolutely stuck in. Yeah, I got absolutely stuck in. Yeah, thinking, oh well, no, that's our day done. That's fine. And then I emerged from said barbecue. With the text saying, "Oh yeah, we're keeping going. Yeah, we're not giving up. Yeah, well, you're in the car in 30 minutes." And yeah, I've never drank so much coffee in 30 minutes in my entire life, but managed okay. I actually kept it out the wall, so it was all right.
Well, I've got to say, I've only ever attempted that once, and it wasn't in an endurance race. It was just in an offline practice, and yeah, not exactly ideal. Very difficult to to see where you're going. But Le Mans, yeah, a similar story. We were taken out on lap 1. Thankfully, only 11 minutes of repairs, so we managed to carry on. And I think I've done every iRacing official endurance event apart from the Bathurst 1000 and the Bathurst 12 hours. It's like I've got some sort of vendetta against Bathurst. It is an amazing circuit. I've just never really been around to race in it, so I look forward to hopefully doing those next year. And it would be nice, I've got to say, to see one at Zolder if Belcar can figure something out. But if we could get maybe even a Virtual Belcar iRacing official championship, that would be absolutely brilliant. But at the moment, we do have a race going on, Peter, apparently. There is a race going on. Now only 5 hours of the race to go, 18 hours and 54 minutes completed. And we now have our leader in the pit lane. Cohen Klopman has handed the car over to Fabrice Cornelis. Let's hope that we can get a decent camera angle, please, iRacing. That's the one, that'll do. So we can see Fabrice Cornelis there sat in the car, getting out of the car, getting back in the car very quickly. And you can see the car jumps down off the jacks, waiting for the fuel to complete, and back out for another go. And I think they've only lost one lap to Matthias Maas at this point, but Matthias, I think he's still yet to pit again. So lots of pit stops on the way. You can hear him revving, raring to go. We'll ride on board just to see what he is doing, getting ready to go. You can hear him playing with the throttle, wait for him to grab a gear. And there you go, lighting up the rear end, desperate trying to get out. Fabrice Cornelis showing off his car control skills, and I can't decide whether he's just going for style points at this point, being so far in front, or is that maybe not such a great idea with so long of the race still to go, and to shred your tyres coming out of the pit lane. I'm not sure whether that will do wonders warming them up, or it'll just absolutely ruin the tread. Any idea, Peter?
Well, you do see that a lot of guys in IMSA do that. They do massive, big, smoky burnouts coming out of the pit lane to try and generate some tire temperature. So yeah, there is a theory that it works. And of course, these guys, the SimTag racing car, the number 2 machine, they do have effectively the luxury where they could take tires at every single pit stop, just to keep the car as raceable as possible, because they've got such a lead that there's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't keep sticking new tires in at each fuel stop. So it's well, interesting to keep an eye on their pit stop to see if they do that, but I wouldn't see any reason why they wouldn't.
No, I've just noticed something. I've never ever seen my SDK software get quite as confused, because there has been 7 incidents within the space of 10 seconds for the same person. So I'm not 100% sure what's happened. There's Jarno Lorey. Keep an eye on the number 334. Oh, that's a massive hit. I think that was who was that was caught in that? There was the Flemish Simsport GT4 of Sebastian Keimel. We'll have a look back in slow motion, Peter. Any ideas?
Well, let's try and work our way through it. So the 334 of Jarno Lorey on the right hand side in the white and green car. The Flemish Simsport GT4 tries to fit through the middle, but there's a 911 Cup car behind, and the GT4 just actually starts off the chain reaction with the 209 car, and that just plows them into the wall. And I tell you what, the G-Drive Porsche 911 does a great job to avoid all of that. Just keeps it going straight there. And that's really frustrating for those TCR cars, because you have to say that was on the GT4 Flemish Swim Sport machine, which on board that car at the moment is Sebastian Keimel. I suspect there might be a bit of a bit of a penalty coming over the radio.
Yeah, it does look like that might be the way. Looking back from Hendrik de Graeve here, there is Bram van Uytven. We said we'd look back in about 5, 10, 15 minutes, and we have. And look how close they are, Peter, within a quarter of a second of each other now. Hendrik de Graeve in the lead car, trying to fend off the Dynamic Simulators red machine up towards the chicane. You can see both cars getting absolutely hammered around this Zolder circuit. But if you are Bram van Uytven, you are in the driving seat in more ways than one, really, because you can sit behind Hendrik de Graeve, maybe force him into a mistake, and there you go, you don't have to battle him. Or you can sit on, maybe save a bit of fuel and just sort of monitor where he could be weak for a future move. So it's really sort of, it's in Bram van Uytven's course, really. He can just decide what to do. Seb Keimel is now in the pit lane as well.
Yep, there's just a little bit of GT4 traffic there, just splitting them up ever so slightly. But the thing is that there's there is a big difference, of battling your rivals on the timesheet or on the lap delta, and if they are right beside you, if you can physically see them. And for Bram van Uytven, he's just got to be present there for that Flemish sport. My word, Flemish sport. Well, Flemish is certainly a tricky language, but there you go. That's no excuse there. The Flemish Simsport Audi RS3 TCR LMS. There you go, to give it its full name. For Bram van Uytven, he's just got to be there, fill the mirrors up, and put Hendrik de Graeve under pressure. That's the main thing. Plenty time to go. Be there, be present. Don't do anything silly. But if you're just filling the mirrors, that is just going to make Hendrik de Graeve's life a lot more uncomfortable.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to keep an eye out on what's happening in front. Make sure he doesn't lose touch with him as well with the traffic, as we've seen ticking over the 19-hour mark now. 5 hours of the race still to go. A lot can change. I'm just going to have a quick glance over at our little race control chart just to see what's happened. The number 109 S&J, I'm trying to figure out who that is, just looking up at my notes. It's not jumping out at me, sadly. 109, yeah, really struggling to find that. We will get back to you on who that is. They are receiving I think it's going to be a penalty, a drive-through penalty, possibly a stop-go. Yes, there you go, that'll be what S&G stands for, Jack, well done. Stop and go for avoidable contact with the 209 and started the chain reaction with the 334. So where is the number 103? We'll have a look around. Where is he? There he is. So Sebastian Keimel, that will be why he's in the pit lane for a stop and go penalty. We don't have any idea on how long that was for, but we know he does have that stop and go penalty. So that has dropped him back a little bit. That has lost him a position as well, because now Jeroen Vatlet in the Scuderia Sim Racing machine is now back in front. There goes the number 63 of Boudewijn Kuster, the Porsche Cup class leader, and I think the ASK Volante car squeezed through as well. And there goes the BMS Motorsport car. So Jeroen Vatlet is a flood with Porsche Cup traffic at the moment. We've got another car in the pit lane. That's Cohen Crescent for Team MRS coming into what is quite a unique pit entry here at Zolder, isn't it?
It's got its own little chicane, doesn't it? You've got to be quite careful coming in there, as we see Cohen Crescent straight in for some tyres. And of course the GT4 and the TCR cars, they have such long fuel mileage, don't they? Both of them can run for about an hour and a half, so it's a long stint behind the wheel, and especially if you're doing a double stint, you're in there for 3 hours. So by the time you come in, probably a new set of Michelin tyres, probably welcome by that stage.
Yeah, I can imagine that it is about time to get a new set of boots on those cars. We saw Ben Thanes peel his way into the pit lane, TCR class leader. We'll keep an eye on him to see whether he's going to get out of the car. Stephen Maddis has now taken over the Team MRS car. So the number 35 in 5th in class has taken the reins. Ben Thane's still behind the wheel of that G-Drive Racing Exemia. Number 17, we'll see how long that lasts. Whether they're just going through the fuel and tyres and doing the driver swap either side. And the driver swap now actually takes time in iRacing. You used to be able to do it immediately. But from experience, I'm trying to think at Road Atlanta and during Road Atlanta testing as well, I think you have to wait about 20 seconds for the driver swap to take place. I'm not sure whether it varies from car to car, but that is something to bear in mind for your strategy play as well. Ben Thanes is remaining in the G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR, so he is continuing on. But this battle, Peter, Bram van Ootven and Hendrik de Grave, it's almost following the pattern that me and Hasse saw in the first 6 hours. It fluctuates massively, whether it's something to do with traffic, for example, as the Radical screams past the camera. Whether that's going to slow down Hendrik de Grave, I very much doubt it, but traffic can play a massive part in the battle, so it can fluctuate from north of 5 seconds and then back up to, what, 5/10?
Yeah, it's certainly it's pretty close, and went through the traffic. It's just going to yo-yo back and forward between these guys. But Bram van Ootven doing what he needs to do, being there, present, as you see one of the Radicals going flying by. Just having a look at those who are watching on YouTube on Simracersworld TV, and it's I feel it's quite fitting timing, Jack, because we went over 1,000 subscribers on Simracersworld this week. Quite an achievement for the channel.
Yeah, it really was. I'd like to say a massive thank you while we're live for all the support. And yeah, 1,000 subscribers. I think when I did my first commentary here on Simracersworld TV, we were floating probably around the 400, 500 at the start of the year, and the support has just been unmatched throughout. So a massive thank you from myself, and of course the rest of the SRW TV team. And yeah, it's well and truly a brilliant milestone to reach. And Fabrice Cornelis, I think he is aiming for a similar 1,000, but he's trying to complete 1,000 laps because he's currently on his 799th lap, going on to his 800th lap next time by. And 1,000 laps, it's definitely within reach. Having completed 800 in the space of 19 hours, he's got to squeeze 200 into the next 5. So I've got to say, I think it might be tight, but it is possible. Just the composure of that Radical coming out the corner, put his foot to the floor, and it just gripped and flung him down the straight. There is Gregory Franks in the Process Sim Racing machine coming out of the chicane to go on to lap 800 of the Virtual Belcar, 24 hours of Zolder. This race, it's just something new for us all. Well, personally, I haven't commentated on it 24 hours before. Fabrice Cornelis getting very up close and personal with one of the GT4s, but even if I had, I've got to say this is really something I haven't seen. A massive difference in classes. We don't tend to see the Radical, the Porsche Cup, the GT4 and the TCR match together, but it just shows it is a beautiful recipe for racing.
It is. It's a brilliant recipe. I mean, I think quite honestly, the LMP2 car around here would be just bonkers. It'd be too bonkers, actually. It would also that car, the LMP2, is not very happy through the kind of slow speed stuff. You really need a big open circuit to really enjoy that car, like a Spa or Suzuka or something like that. So I think the set of cars that we have here is really, really important. Of course, the 911 Cup car in recent times has been a very important staple of the Zolder 24 hours in the real world. In fact, went on a bit of a tear, winning the race 4 times in a row from 2007 to 2010. So it's certainly a car that's had a lot here. But can you imagine, Jack, for can you imagine driving a Dodge Viper GTSR around here?
No. If I'm honest, very brave stuff.
Guiding a space shuttle down an alleyway.
Yeah, literally. It's very, very brave stuff. And I mean, I struggle to drive the TCRs. I think it's just because it's such a unique driving style you need to have for these TCRs, and you've got to mould it as the race wears on, of course, because they are quite the fan of understeer. If you put your foot to the floor a little too quickly. TSR Martin joining us in the YouTube chat. Good morning, mate. I hope you're well. But I've got to say, yeah, go on.
Speaking of YouTube chat, Anton Dupin, Mr. Steady Eddie himself, has put himself in contention for gag of the day. He said we were talking about Alon Day earlier, and he's like 24 a long day.
Oh, God's sake, Anton.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be right up there with our Friday night Rallycross roll-up Joker lap jokes. That one.
Yeah, so for those watching, we have on a Friday night, we have at 6 o'clock on a Friday night, and if you'd like to join us, please do get in touch. We'd love your company. We have the Friday night Rallycross and beer roll-up, where every Friday night at 6 o'clock we meet up for an hour for basically a load of nonsense. It's more or less. It's not serious at all. We have a beer, we do some Rallycross, and of course, for those familiar with Rallycross, you have to take what's called the Joker lap, which is in some cases it shortens your lap, and in other cases it lengthens your lap, and you basically got to play it strategically throughout the race. And our very own Ryan Parkins, the reigning Porsche Club of Great Britain sim racing champion, came up with an excellent idea that you have to tell a bad joke as you go through the Joker lap. And Ed, I still have. It's still sorry. It's the joke that Ed told is still getting me. A very simple joke, but a brilliant one. I feel like we should go and wake him up and get him back on to tell it.
I think before I handed over from the first 6 hours, where we went from myself and Hassa to Ed and Chaz, I think I got him to tell Chaz, and Chaz wasn't quite as amused, but. It was. I've got to say, I've got to say that Ed has made a lot of us cry during that race. And just remind me who won that one, Peter. Who won the first race?
Some clown in a VW Beetle.
Yeah. Do you remember his name?
No. He did have a condom sponsor though. I remember that.
Yeah, you can tell we don't take it seriously. It was a damn good night, and lots more to look forward to, of course. But this battle still raging away, and you can see that Bram van Uytven battling away. I'm not sure why it changed there. I know why I didn't click it. Bram van Uytven still chasing away at the coattails of Hendrik de Graaf, but the gap has gone up, pardon me, to 1.9 seconds, and that could be something to do with the traffic that's been around. While we were talking about Rallycross, you could see that there were lots of cars trying to work their way through. Only one GT4 in between them now, and I think they are closing up. Is that the Simtag car? No, there is one of their TCR rivals is just in front by the looks of it, and it's just traffic again. I actually think it's the Composer Racing. It is. And there you go, the Composer deciding not to let by. Oh, was there contact there? Was that a radical going backwards, Peter?
Oh, I missed it on my screen. It's just looking down at the timing screen for a moment, but there's a... Oh, yes, good spot. Roy Mass. Oh, wow. That rear wing has been bent. Well, it's telling you, got more downforce now. It's certainly been bent up, hasn't it? Oh, so coming down towards the Villeneuve chicane.
No, this isn't the one. For some reason, it's not letting me go back far enough. It didn't show up as a mistake. Sorry, Peter, but
not a problem.
Yeah,
not a problem.
Sadly,
we can see the result of it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of incidents, though, I think Quinn van Hooijdonk has had an incident. Oh, there we go. It says Quinn van Hooijdonk, but it is actually Roy Maas. So for some reason, it's decided to get slightly confused. So what has happened here? Whether it's just got confused once again. Where is Quinn van Hooijdonk? We will try and find him. There we go. We are seeing it this time. The replay not quite showing us what we like to see. Very deep on the brakes. The number 19 maybe didn't see him and he gets spun around even more. I think that was the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car turning in, leaving very little room. Peter, what do you make of that one?
Yeah, just stuffed it up the inside there. Yeah, it's one of these sort of 50-50 things where no malice in it really. He's probably thinking, oh dear, well, I'm committed now. Through he goes, a little bit of a rub, hops over the curb, and then it's very helpful having it in slow motion, isn't it? And then, yes, right enough, there you go. Well, great spot, Jack. He turns in, doesn't allow any kind of room for the GT4 to kind of complete the corner, and yeah, paid the price.
Yeah, we've had another incident for Phil Verheyen. This is the Composer Racing, possibly trying to keep up with the leader. Oh, we see the Flemish Sim Sport car of Hendrik de Grave almost going for a very similar ride over the road. And clearly heard us talking about rallycross. They thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that. And Phil Verheyen showing us how turn 1 can be used as part of a rallycross course. There is Quinn van Hooydonk coming into the pit lane now. I'll have a look to see what happens in the chat, to see whether we have any update on that, if that's some sort of penalty. There is Ben Thanes, the number 906, screaming by. That is Kobe Klaas in his Dynamics Racing Optica machine. But Ben Thanes, he's dominated this class from start to finish, but we knew that he'd know what he's doing. He's a very, very quick guy, been racing in Simracersworld TCR a few months ago, and he was very quick in there. He's very quick in the Simracersworld GT series, of course, as well, and it just shows he's very quick in a TCR.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a great job. He's been doing a pretty mega stint here as well at the wheel of that Audi TCR. Of course, a formula that we see raced all over the world. If you were, if you wanted to go racing, I tell you what, if you wanted to go racing all over the world, you couldn't really look past a TCR car because there's so many different competitions you can take it to. You could race it in Michelin Pilot Challenge, you could race it in Global TCR, you could race it in all kinds of endurance races as well. So it's a really good formula and lots of different cars to choose from. One of the most popular is this Audi RS3 LMS. But interesting because now I want to hear your thoughts, Jack, on this one. Of course, we're both big fans of the British Touring Car Championship, and but the thing is a British touring car is only used in the British Touring Car Championship, and actually pretty expensive car to build and drive. But the TCR car is something that's a lot more kind of globally accepted, and from what I understand, a little bit cheaper to run. But for whatever reason, the racing wheel to wheel doesn't seem to be quite as good as we get in the BTCC.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they've decided to do that. Honestly, I prefer that because I think every car has gone down to the very last screw. They know exactly what's gone into the car, and obviously we'll see Team Hard enter their Seat Leon Cupra in the near future. And the TOCA and the British Touring Car Championship have got so much involvement into the building of the cars. Ben Thanes for a bit of a sideways moment. And I think because the TCR is so globally available, they've got to make it sort of a good all-rounder. But the touring cars, the British touring cars, they've got to say, yeah, we want it close, door-to-door racing, quick on a straight and amazing through a corner. And if we need it front or rear-wheel drive, we can level them out, as you might have heard with the BMW boost, the boost differences. And I think that is just why, because they have tailor-made it for one specific championship, whereas Audi and Volkswagen and Hyundai, and I could go on forever with TCR manufacturers, they've made it a good all-rounder to make it work in all championships. And I think that is just why sometimes the racing lacks a bit of excitement.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. It's, I mean, BTCC, there's lots of other factors other than the car, isn't there? With the ballast and just, I mean, the quality of driver at the front is pretty impressive as well. You know, Colin Turkington, Ash Sutton, Rory Butcher, Tom Ingram. I mean, the Dan Camish. I mean, the list is endless of good drivers. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be well. I suppose that you see a lot of teams where if they build a new car, they might sell it on to another team. You do see that quite a lot, don't you? A lot of drivers or a lot of teams basically selling their car to a smaller team. But yeah, when you hear about the sums of money that drivers have got to come up with for a season in British touring cars, it makes your eyes water how much money they need to come up with.
Yeah, so I'm guessing a Simracersworld British touring car team is not necessarily in the
not this year.
Not this year. Yeah, we'll wait until everybody else is good enough to keep up with us. We'll have a look at Steve Clay's incident. What has happened here? The number 13, has it come to strife once again, touching the grass? Oh, there's the number 51 BMS, and I think he was just unsighted there, coming out of the pit lane. And we'll have another quick look just to see what happened there. We'll get it slowed down quickly just so I can find the other car. Please do bear with me. There he is. We'll get on the nose cam, possibly even a bit of gyro to see what happens. And then running up towards turn 1, he probably hasn't seen the G-drive, and the G-drive hasn't seen him yet. Just going for the same piece of tarmac. Looks like a fairly innocent incident for me, Peter. It doesn't look like there was any sort of malice there. It's just the number 13 couldn't really see that the BMS car was leaving the pit lane.
Yeah, it's one of those things that can happen at the at this stage of a 24-hour race. Indeed, I'm just looking at the YouTube chat and a brilliant comment from Moving NL, who says he says, I don't really know where I am. I did a 3-hour sleep and then a 2-hour sleep and now again a 2-hour. So I guess he's been in and out of the car. And then Thomas Smets says, if I hear you, I only think about cool runnings. It's like, Sanka, you dead, man? Yeah, man.
Still got, we do have a race apparently going on. Heavy class coming into the pit lane for Dynamics Racing Optica. Beautiful livery on that 911 Cup car. Beautiful sounding 911 Cup car, of course, as well. And the number 906, have a quick glance up at my nose. We could see possibly Kamil Yagizoglu get in the car, maybe Dieter Ertz, another familiar name to the Simracersworld crowd. There goes Martin Deckens into the car. So the number 906 with a new pilot for the foreseeable future. I think we've had another incident for Dries Roher. What has happened here looks fairly innocent. Look at the Vapor Shop RDR car, the 911 Cup car, almost turns in on the 66. I think that was maybe a little far back. He was pretty much side by side. It just looked like Dries Roher wasn't quite expecting the Radical to maybe take his time going through there. But I think that's just both cars trying to give each other ample room, and one of them had to give way.
Yeah, we look like it there. And Vapor Shop, of course, we talk so much about the the Rothmans, Porsche, and the Camel and Marlboro and all these kinds of brands with all these cool liveries. But Vapor, you wonder if that is going to be the next wave of sponsors coming into motor racing. I know you're a fan of a nice casual cigarette from time to time, Jack. Would you switch over to the vaping option?
I don't know, really. I've tried to stop. I've tried to stop a hell of a lot, so it's going well. Commentary is definitely helping because I just sit here watching cars drive in circles all day, every day. And it means that I don't really think about it. So I've got to say, sim racing of all things.
Sorry, I've reminded you.
Yeah, you've reminded me now. But yeah, I would say sim racing is definitely the best antidote for quitting smoking. So if you want to quit smoking, of course, get on racing, get driving around in circles, and it will obviously help. And speaking of Vapor Shop RDR, we had a really nice message from, I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was Tim Jacobs earlier on. I will try and find that in one of our chats, just to sort of reiterate our comments that we made very earlier on in the stream. But they are running a slightly special livery for that car, as I think they've lost one of their employees. I will have a look for the message. There we go, I have found it. So Tim Jacobs' message, I think it was Ian Roots, or Roger Roots as you like to refer to him, Peter. He's just saying, tomorrow I'll be participating in the 24 Hours of Zolder, which is where we are today, in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport Porsche GT3, and it's the final race of the Virtual Belcar season, and it will be an emotional event for him personally, as a month ago he had to say goodbye to a loyal employee and friend, Kevin, who was probably one of the biggest supporters of the team during the racing season, and as a way of showing his final respects and his fierce spirit, they have immortalised him by giving him an honorary spot on the racing car, including his little vaping Groot tattoo, which was his absolute favourite. Rip Teddy, this one is for you. And I've got to say, they are doing a brilliant job. They're in 4th position, 9th overall, and they are really showing off what they can do behind the wheel.
Well, from everyone here at Sim Racers World, we send you all the very best wishes at a difficult time, and yeah, it's hard, but what a lovely thing to do. That's a great idea to have him riding on the car for the future. Isn't that's a lovely touch indeed, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Like he said, it's just immortalised him now, and it will be brilliant to see that car back out in future championships, hopefully. And they are doing a mega job. We have had an incident for Michael Pedersen, multiple incidents. Apparently he's been off the road. Let's have a look at that one first. Sorry about that, before the blinking around. And it looks like he's going to follow up from this one. So going in towards the final chicane. No lockup, just doesn't get it slowed down. Oh, spears across the road, avoids the Radical coming by, clever driving, puts his foot to the floor, gets it over the road, gets it out of the way, grabs a gear, and lights up the race, trying to get back going again. There is the Sky Limit Events 911 Cup car getting past. But what that has done is all the time they had in hand to Gregory Vranks has now come away. It's now 40 seconds, which sounds like an insane amount. If you were thinking normal commentary, 40 seconds, that's basically a lap of wherever you are. But 40 seconds in a 24-hour race is very, very little. And we know Gregory Vranks is a very quick driver as well, just about brinking on the 1 minute 31. The last lap was a 1 minute 30.1 by the looks of it. Oh, sorry, a 1 minute 32.01. So he's only going quicker is Greg Vranks. And I think that that just shows how confident he is behind the wheel. And I'm going to keep on coming back to it, Peter. The Porsche Cup cars, they are very tricky cars to drive. But somehow all of the teams, I think, yeah, every single one of the Porsche Cup teams is still out there and running.
That's a big that's a big accolade, actually, because yes, you're absolutely right. They are. The thing is, you've just got to be so on top of them. You know, you've got to be ready for them to maybe just throw you a little bit of a surprise. And you, of course, over the course of 24 hours, your reactions are kind of dulled slightly, and you can lose concentration. And of course, here at Zolder, as you can see, there's certain parts of the circuit where there is a wall waiting for you, just a handful of meters off the side of the circuit. So yeah, huge props to all the GT3 Cup teams that are getting this car to the end. Really impressive. But the other thing is that, of course, they're probably having the most fun, I would suspect, because the one thing about it being such a challenge is that it's a very rewarding car to drive, and it of course sounds fantastic as well for one thing. But you know, they will probably be the drivers where the stints pass the most. I mean, for the GT4 guys, that's a long it's a long 24 hours in a GT4 car, I would say.
Yeah, I've got to say that the cars I would rather be driving in is the 911 Cup car or the TCR, because you can have a bit of fun in both of them. The Cup car, you can send it sideways going into the corner and indeed coming out of the corner. Pretty much the same with the TCR. You can be pretty sideways on the brakes and just nice and careful on the throttle. But the GT4s there, for me, I think quite dulled down with obviously the traction control and the ABS. It almost takes the feel away from the car and makes it feel very, very restricted. But a lot of the drivers still out there and running and driving incredibly quickly. So I make it sound really easy that oh, it's got all these driving assists, and yeah, it's just really easy to drive, really minimal. But I can guarantee behind the wheel of this car for what, 2 hours, some of the drivers are doing, it really will feel like it's on ice. We've had an incident for Martin Deckens. Peter, tell us what you see.
Okay, let's have a look then. Martin Deckens, just at the time my feed decides to... Oh, just loses it on the exit there. Very, very just coming out of the Jochen Rindt chicane. Of course, Jochen, the only ever posthumously crowned Formula 1 world champion. He won Formula 2 races here as well. And yeah, just about hung on to it there. And I think that's the main thing, isn't it, Jack, is that there are going to be, it's unrealistic to think that you won't have mistakes over 24 hours, but the trick is to make them as small as possible and to be able to react to them. And you know, if he'd not caught that car, he'd have been in the wall, but he did manage to at least avoid any issues. So that's the, I think that's the real critical part, is to do that. As we see, Ben Kuiper still leading the GT4 class very confidently indeed. And yeah, the GT4 cars are interesting, Jack, because you're right. They've got all those driver assist systems. It's a very similar car to the road-going Cayman GT4, but the braking system, it's a full GT3 spec braking system. It's the same for the BMW M4 GT4, which has the brakes from the M6 GT3. So they've almost got, in a way, they've almost got too much braking power for their performance, and so therefore the braking distances are quite short and makes overtaking quite tricky in these cars. So that is one thing that the drivers have to contend with when making overtaking maneuvers.
Yeah, definitely something to bear in mind. We are joined by Porsche Sport in chat as well, so good morning, guys. I'm guessing it'll probably be Luke, but you never know. And he's just asking, just Porsche in GT4, and yes, in the GT4 category there is only the Porsches. I think that's because the season started way back. I think we were almost in May May time when the season started. So the BMW GT4 sadly wasn't out then, and I think it would be maybe unfair on a team that wants to enter the BMW for this 24-hour. But I'm hoping Belcar comes back again, and we might even get another 24 hours. Hopefully, some more endurance races either side of that as well, and we might be able to introduce the BMW GT4s. Just look at the speed difference of the Radical. That looks like Jerry Crispinson. It is in, or Crispin, pardon me, in the fast racing team. Radical, so quick, so committed as well. Even with that damage on the car, he's just putting his foot to the floor and pretty much driving it like he stole it.
Yeah, and I love the little pops and the little spits of flame coming out the back of the Radical as well, when it just goes on the upshifts as well and on downshifts as well. It's really cool little car, and yeah, there you go. There's a big spit, of course, and at night you see them do that as well, and you'll see the brakes heating up there. They're going really bright orange coming into the final chicane, the Jackie X chicane. Of course, Jackie X, not only one of Belgium's greatest ever drivers, probably one of the greatest drivers in history, a 6-time winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours, 5 times winner of the Spa 1000 kilometers, an 8-time Formula 1 Grand Prix winner, 2 wins at the Sebring 12 Hour, you know, amongst many other achievements. He was a bit of a legend, was Jackie.
He really was. I've always sort of thought if you get a corner named after you, you've always tend to left a decent legacy behind you, and that tends to be the way to go. And I was just thinking, if you are a driver and you are watching along in the YouTube chat, or you're related to one of the teams or anything like that, feel free to join the Simracersworld Discord and hop in to the interview waiting room, and we will drag you in for a quick mid-race interview. So please don't be afraid to hop in and just let us know what the score is with your team, what's happening out on the road, what you've been struggling with, what you've been working with, stuff like that. It will be great to talk to you. This is Senna Lansons chasing down Thomas Axe in the Track Velocity racing machine. Half a minute separates the pair of them. The closest cars are still the Dynamic Simulators Red and the Flemish SimSports TCR team. Hendrik de Greve and Bram van Uytven separated by 3.5 seconds, and Bram has just fallen off the pace a little bit now and is not managing to keep up with Hendrik de Greve. I think we saw there Bram van Uytven letting by one of his rivals. Yes, that's the number 71. That's Casper de Koort, way down in 29th overall, 7th in class. So maybe Bram van Uytven has got some sort of underlying issue, or he's just not quite as comfortable, or this could be strategy. He's just let Casper by so he can sit in the draft, speed each other up, and maybe work through traffic as one clump.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, absolutely. A very good idea there from Bram van Uytven. That's very smart. And Bram van Uytven, he's right in the battle. There, Hendrik de Greve not too far up the road. So we'll see who's going to come off better in that. And the fact that these guys are in the G-Drive Racing Eximia car is far down the road, but the fact that they're in second and third position, anything happens to that G-Drive car and they're right there. So, you know, although they're having their own little battle between second and third right now, they are, make no mistake, they're in contention for the win, and I'm sure they will be aware of that.
Yeah, they will be indeed desperate, trying to get back up towards that Flemish SimSports car. Oh, both cars going the same way there. I think that's one thing that we have seen a hell of a lot of as the stream wears on, just traffic trying to read the car in front, and it sometimes your wires get crossed, and you could see there the Radical went to the left, and sort of Bram van Uytven went, no, I'm going this way, and then managed to get out of the way finally. But it just shows that the different challenges that the drivers will face. I've just noticed a massive Simracersworld logo on the roof of that Dynamic Simulators car, showing it off nicely. Thank you, yeah. Dynamics. Yeah, I didn't notice it. I just thought it was part of the livery, and then I thought, hang on a minute, it's orange, and it is the SRW livery or logo, pardon me. And I'm looking for the closest cars on circuit, bar these two, and honestly, I can't find it. I think it could be Senna Lansons and Thomas Axe. Those two are separated by 31 seconds, and then from there I think it goes to 54 seconds between Jarno Loret and Ivo van der Linden, the man we're looking at the moment for CCTS Esports Endurance. And it just shows that there is a massive gap, and you've got to think as well, this is an inter-class rivalry, because there is Ivo van der Linden, and he is a Porsche GT4 in 26th overall, making amends for a previous incident. And there is Jarno Loret in 25th overall in the Radion Motorsport by QSR. And Ian, if you are watching in chat, I think you might be, or if anybody else knows, I think that is one of the real liveries that runs in the Belcar series by Stephen de Wolf. And if you look very carefully underneath the rear wing on the boot lead, you'll see those two little black squares, and I actually think they are a carbon copy of their real life livery, which means they are little Simracersworld logos.
Oh, well, that's very cool, isn't it? And well, hopefully we're going to get our annual retreat to Zolder next year, hopefully, where we can drink and eat our body weight in beautiful Belgian beer and lovely frites as well. Frites and mayonnaise, one of my favourite ever meals. I love it. I love it whenever I used to go to Belgium in my previous life. I used to love going to the Friteur. My distributor at the time would pick me up from Brussels airport, and he would say, "Right, where to?" I said, "Look, going to the Friteur for some chips." And the beer, for me, best beer in the world, made in Belgium. All the Trappist beers. I have to say, have you ever tried a West Vleteren before, Jack?
I haven't, if I'm honest.
It's the Singer of beers. It's the McLaren F1 of beers. It is made by monks who don't speak, and you go and you queue up at the monastery and put your money through a little hatch, and they pass the beer to you through the hatch. And no label on the beer at all. It's just a plain back bottle, and I have one bottle left, just sitting, waiting in my cupboard, aging away, ready to be opened on a special occasion.
Well, I've got to say, it sounds like quite the experience, and we'll have to try some of that. Sadly, not drinking today, obviously with the commentary duties. And I know you're not the only commentator that's the fan of some Belgian beer. I know that David Addison is quite the fan of Belgian beer as well.
He is, yeah.
There is Nick Poilet in the Dynamics Belcar Green, currently 27th overall, which places him 5th in class. I want to keep an eye on Ivo van der Linden though, because they are still separated by 53 seconds himself and Jarno Loret. So it'll be a little interesting dynamic to see how the interclass rivalries are raging away. We've still got Thomas Axe and Senna Lansing separated by 39, best part of 40 seconds now, so that gap has come out. Jeroen Vatlet and Sebastian Keimel separated by 22 seconds now. So the battles and all the races really starting to open up, and Anton Dupin is now behind the wheel of the Flemish Sim Sports TCR car, which has put him right the way down. Well, I say put him right the way down. It's put him 1 minute and 13 seconds behind Bram van Ootsven, but they now have a pit stop in hand over the Dynamics Simulators Red, so they can force the hand of Dynamics now if they drive really quick. And we know Steady Eddie Anton isn't quite as steady as he used to be. He really is picking up the pace. He can force the hand of Dynamics and maybe get them to pit early and sacrifice some of their strategy.
Yeah, this can be interesting to see how that one plays out over the course of the next hour or two. Of course, we see Anton doing a great job in the Simracersworld GT Evo series in his beautiful Flemish Sim Sports Ford GT. It's a glorious looking car. I think we're in agreement. It's one of the best looking cars in the series that we commentate on, Jack. And I tell you what, one mention of BMW, and we've set off utter carnage in the YouTube comments, Jack. Yeah. My favourite comment is this one from Thomas Smets. Is honestly, I'm a fan of the BMW racing cars, just not the one who drives them on the road.
I've got to say, they have built up a stereotype of BMW drivers. 99% of them, I'm sure, are okay, but the 1%, i.e. Chaz, who is a BMW driver, I can imagine he can be rather annoying on the road. But Thomas has been with us on the stream for a long, long while. So hello, Tom. I hope we're putting on a good show for you.
As a BMW driver, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, Chaz is a BMW driver. You are correct.
Ah, there you go then.
That's why they're not allowed. That's why they're not allowed.
But I tell you, loving all the chat from the guy. Stephen DeWolf is just he beat me to it. I was about to say that West Vlateren is a very rare beer, but they actually for a lot less money, and actually I think without bottle aging, a better beer is St Barnabas 12. It's the one with the blue label. Oh, absolutely superb. You get it for about €2 in the shops, both in Holland and in Belgium. And Stephen DeWill says, have a St Barnabas apt, exactly the same as West Vlateren, but not so expensive and commonly available. I couldn't agree more. So there you go, Belgian beer advice with Peter and Stephen DeWolf.
Everything.
Can you imagine a BMW with a Chaz Draycott media sticker on it?
Oh God.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Don't even just walk through me.
Don't even go there. Oh, very sideways moment for Robin van Gogh.
Robin van Gogh off. He's gone. Oh.
Yeah, he just started thinking about the Chaz Draycott media logo. Oh God. Robin van Gogh, what a time to click on him. Very sideways into the chicane. Did exactly what he had to do. Pointed the wheels where he wanted to go. Put his foot to the floor and carried on shifting forward in the BMS Motorsport car. Currently 28th, chasing down Dynamics Belcar Green. Although he may be there for a while because 6 minutes 52 is the gap between himself and Nick van Poylet. And then behind him is Frank Oosterhuis. There's lots of different names on show today. That's the Graphite Racing TCR, 3 minutes and 43 seconds behind. And there really is a major gap up and down the order. So just looking at it from Robin van Gogh up to Ben Kuipers, there is 1 hour and 14 minutes. So there is Ben Kuipers, the GT4 class leader, 1 hour and 14 minutes ahead after 19 hours and 40 minutes of racing. So it really just shows that on the face of it, the class difference might not be that drastic, but put them on the track for 24 hours, it really just sort of puts into perspective the pace difference of the pair of them.
Indeed it does, and Ben Kuiper's doing an awesome job to keep that car nice and clean and tidy, and we're not far away from the point where we're going to see a 2 in front of the hour mark, a 2-0. That's always a bit of a kind of it's a bit like when you're on a long drive on the motorway. You have these little milestones which you just click off, and a big milestone, 4 hours to go, 20 hours down, heading into the business end of the race. And I feel we're not not tempting fate, but I feel there's a couple of surprises to be sprung by Zolder between now and the end of the race.
Yeah, we know that it is still all to play for, and like you mentioned, Toyota having led Le Mans for a long while and 2 minutes away from the finish, they had a mechanical failure, and let's hope for nothing of the like today, but we cannot rule it out. It is something that we have to keep in the back of our minds during an endurance race. But I just can't get over the fact that Talk Freak Racing by Carrot, at one point they had a massive incident hard into the wall, and I think they were sort of destined for the pit lane at that point. Used one of their 2 iRacing fast repairs available to them and managed to get back out. I think they rejoined the circuit in 6th, and over the race through the night, I'm guessing they got right back up to the pointy end of affairs, and they have already started to build that gap majorly now. Why does it keep changing to to one of the TCRs? So there is Ben Kuipers, and yeah, building that gap 4 minutes ahead of Bart de Vos and Edge Esports. So it really just shows how quick that Talk Freak Racing by Carrot team is. I'm trying to have a look around to see whether we've got any close battles, and to put this one into perspective, that is the Fast Racing team number 7. 51 minutes behind Fabrice Cornelis in the lead.
Quite demoralising, isn't it? Yeah, it's that's endurance racing. When it stretches out that much, it can do that. But Fabrice Cornelis, he's been on it, hasn't he? He's took over the car about half an hour ago and doing a mega job. And his last lap around, a 1:22.6. That is, and you look at the other lap times around, the other drivers just can't even get anywhere near that pace. And a 122.6, that's only 1 point. Oh, it's actually less than a second off the car's absolute best lap of the race. So he's still pushing absolutely flat out.
Yeah, incredibly quick stuff. It just shows that Fabrice Cornelis is so quick. And yeah, like I say, 4 seconds quicker on the lap prior than Matthias Mass. And getting closer, I think that's, what, yeah, 25 laps ahead. No, pardon me, 15 laps ahead of Matthias Mass. Possibly even more. We'll wait for him to cross the line. I'll be able to figure it out for you. So going on to lap 827. Now it only seems like 10 minutes ago we said he's going on to lap 800. It really is shifting along now. And yes, not 20, I'm going to keep on saying that, 16 laps ahead of Matthias Mass. Alex Cascatau has come into the pit lane. So has Dries Rohert in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine. Anton Dupin in the pit lane, having just changed to get into that car. Not 100% sure what's happened there. Jesse Hendricks is now behind the wheel of the Dynamics Belcar green car. And Peter, that looked like Anton Dupin just went straight through for a drive-through.
Maybe speeding in pit lane, possibly, given a drive-through penalty, maybe. Thankfully, the pit lane at Zolder is incredibly short, so it's not a disaster. But, well, there's our first surprise. We said there were surprises to happen. That's, you know, as we say, Anton's not been in the car long at all. That's it, because these cars can go for an hour and a half on a stint, so that's definitely off schedule. And like you say, a drive-through penalty, so I wonder what that was for. Possibly speeding in pit lane, we'll see, but not ideal. And that gives the Dynamics Simulator Red Team, the 11 car, a little bit of a leg up. And there's Bram van Ouytven. So I guess there'll now be nearly a lap between those cars.
Yeah, it really has thrown a spanner in the works for Flemish Simsports TCR. Like I said, Jesse Hendricks, the sister Dynamics car, looking at a hill at the moment. We'll try and get a camera angle of that. There we go. So there is Jesse Hendricks, Robin van Gogh in the pit lane as well. And I think we've also had a change of driver for GHK e-racing by T2 Racing. And so Erend Barbar now behind the wheel of that. Alex Cascatau getting out. And we know Erend Barbar is very quick. He was battling with Lucas Dolzer at the start of the race. Sadly, the SimRC Club Sport team, the number 3, out of the race. But the car you're looking at the moment, currently 3rd overall. There goes the Dynamics Racing green. TCR, let's try and find him on the timing screen. There is Jesse Hendricks, Stefan Kalbrecht in the pit lane as well, parked underneath the bridge up on the air jacks. And I think that there's been a change of driver for that team as well. Yes, Robin van Gogh has got out of the car, and there is Stefan Kalbrecht in that Audi. There goes the Vapor Shop RDR machine, Dries Rohert behind the wheel. And I think either he's had a pit box a long way back, or he's peeling off to the right to get into his pit box. Not 100% sure. Let's have a quick look. No, he spent 4 seconds in his pit box there. So do you think that's getting the splash and dash done now, in case of a one at the end of the race?
Seems pretty strange. Maybe a stop and go penalty, perhaps. Yeah, strange one there for that car. We'll need to see if we can find out what's going on there. Maybe someone will let us know in the YouTube chat, because certainly 4 seconds is, with over 4 hours to go, I wouldn't think it would be a splash and dash, but we can always be proven wrong. It certainly happens a lot for myself. Now, Jack, good news. We've been given a recommendation, or an invitation, actually, I should say, for the Simracersworld On Tour Zolder 24 Hours 2021. So this is thank you to Annick Van Blair, who's got in touch to say, he says, or they say, Jack, you can buy French fries not so far from the circuit at the Pili Pili Friture, whose owner is actually a Zolder photographer. It's on Dorpstraat 29, Heusden, Zolder. So we've already got an invitation to go for chip.
Well, that sounds like a plan. We better get booking it now. And somebody who will be booking that Zolder photographer will be the Dynamics team, because the teammates are together at this point. Jesse Hendricks with the Dynamics Belcar green, and Bram van Uitven in the Dynamics Simulators Red chasing each other down. I think playing Kiss Chase around here could actually help, because they might almost force each other to drive a little bit quicker, because we know there's no rivalry like one with you and your teammate. And Bram van Uitven, the lead car in this, Jesse Hendricks, the chase car, both of them moving out of the way for the traffic to come screaming by. That radical noise will never ever get old. Quinn van Hooijdonk in the pit lane now for BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup. And we now have George Gruber, the new addition to the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot team. We haven't seen him out all season, neither have we seen David Barraclough. Both of those brought in to partner Tim Claeson's, Bram Renier's and Ben Kuiper's behind the wheel of that Talk Freak Racing car. So Ben Kuiper's out, George Gruber in for the next couple of hours, I'm assuming. And we've still got Ed and Barbar in the pit lane, possibly picking up some of the repairs. They've now been in that pit box for 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so quite a long pit stop. And we've had a couple of incidents. Peter, tell us what you see with this one.
Okay, let's look at Rob Tyson here, a very quick driver in the 911 Cup, coming through the Klein chicane. Oh, that is a classic Klein chicane incident. Just a little hop over the curbs, and round he goes. But good job to keep it out of the tyres there. No harm, no foul, as they say. Now we have an update on what happened to Anton Dupin in the Flemish Sim Sports number 102. Oh, and another crash there. Ivo van der Linden is in the wall. Let's see. He's coming around the Lucian Bianchi. Oh, God, just loses it on the exit there. That's a big crash. Oh, dear. So, just a quick thanks to our very own Roger Penske Ian Roots. He has let us know that Anton Dupin in the 102 car has a drive-through, because the teams get a drive-through for every 25 incident points. So it's actually incident points. Now, if you're new to sim racing or to iRacing, incident points are handed out automatically by the iRacing simulator. So if you go off track, if you step over track limits, you will be given 1 incident point. If you hit the wall, you will get 2. And if you lose control of the car, you spin or whatever, that's another 2. And the worst one is if you, the big no-no, making contact with another driver. That gives you 4 incident points. So every 25, you have to take a trip through pit lane.
Yeah, and something I did end up finding out on my preparations was that if you break the 25, like you say, you do get the penalty, but there isn't a limit. You can get as many 25 incident points and as many penalties as you like. You will not get disqualified purely on incident points alone. For any other reasons, obviously that is down to our live race control at the Zolder circuit. They are sat in the race control room, as far as I'm aware, looking at all the screens, keeping everybody in the good books. I will get Loic Hartog's name fixed. Yes, they will get. I will get Loic Hartog's names fixed, but apparently it's Hartog and undefined Hartog. I'll get that fixed. He is now behind the wheel of that spin goal by SimTag EMG machine. We have an update on Jesse Hendricks. He has been given a stop-go penalty for avoidable contact with the 14 and then the number 51, Matteo Sufi. He has been given a stop-go penalty, I think a stop-go penalty for avoidable contact with the 102 as well. So the race control we just mentioned, hard at work.
Absolutely, and it's great to see that Matteo Sufi has left his Charles Dracot media sticker on his Ferrari in advance of the Simracersworld Evo series on Thursday. So, Matteo, thank you so much for doing that.
I will get Loic Hartog's name fixed. I will just try to find it quickly in the chat or in the SDK. Pardon me. I think with any luck, that might have fixed that. We'll give it a go. There we go. So Loic Hartog's name has now been fixed. Hopefully, if we click on him as well, it should say Loic Hartog. There we go.
Hey!
So Loic, now I have fixed the overlay. You are back to your usual self. And just as I've done that, I will swap the timing tower to the team names. We'll try and alternate it every now and then, just so you can see who is where. And I think, Peter, it might be time for a quick immersion break. Give us 5 minutes to get a couple of refreshments, leave the chat riding on board with, well, with Lower Cartog, and come back in, what, 5
I was
minutes'
about
time?
to say, why don't we? Good plan. Why don't we, yeah, right on board with Loic Hartog, and since we've got his name correct now, and I wonder, now, while we go away, if anyone can let us know in the chat, I wonder if he's any relation to Vil Hartog, the motorcycle racer from many moons ago, who won the TT at Assen. So do let us know, and when when we come back, hopefully we'll have an answer if that's the case or not.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out by the time we come back. But ladies and gentlemen, please do sit tight. We will be away just for a quick 5 minutes just to get some refreshments, and then we'll be back with you in 5 minutes' time. We'll leave you on board with Lower Cartog. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed riding on board with Dries Roher. I hope we have Peter with us. And Peter, it looks like this race is shaping up to be quite a good one, namely because Edin Barbar for GHK E-Racing still, not that you can see him because he's behind the dirt mound, still in the pit lane. And we know that having spent now 16 minutes, best part of 17 minutes in the pit lane, his race is slowly starting to dilapidate. What do you think?
Yeah, it would appear so. At this point, he's just sitting parked there in pit lane, and oh, it's the worst feeling, isn't it? Just seeing a bent car waiting in pit lane. But what a pity. Well, do you know, we're just getting a little bit of an update here while we were off on our break. Thank you very much to those in the chat. So Luke Hartog is the son of Will Hartog, the motorcycle racer who won at Aston in front of the home crowd many moons ago, and following in the footsteps of his father, only just on 4 wheels rather than 2.
Well, I've got to say, he's doing a brilliant job. There he is,
Yeah.
6th overall and first in class.
Rather than so Loic is well, we would say Loic, but Luke is how it's pronounced.
Got ya.
Oh.
So I will endeavour to make sure I pronounce his name correctly. We have had a few incidents while we were away. So this is one of them, the Graphite Racing TCR machine. Number 71 in towards the chicane. Is he going to get it slowed down? Oh, that looks like a Flemish Sim Sport car squeezing up the inside. What we'll try and do for you is have another look back from a better camera angle. This is the one we wanted, I hope. No, this is the one we wanted. So what happened there? There's the number 102 Flemish Sim Sport car, throws it up the inside, and I think we'll have to have a look again, but from maybe the chopper cam. We'll get it slowed. Oh, it's decided it doesn't want to show us. Right, we'll try again. One final go from the chopper cam. That's not chopper cam, that's chopper cam. So do we see him turn in? Yeah, he's sort of... I mean, that's a bit of like a tit for tat for me, that one. It looked like it was quite late from the Flemish Sim Sport car, but then he had to leave him some room there, even though it was late. What do you think?
I think it's just one of those racing incidents, to be honest. It was getting very busy with the Radical. It's like a kind of cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it? It just comes flying into this big gaggle of TCR and GT4 cars there, and that. Yeah, I think just one of those unfortunate incidents. I'm sure, definitely no malice there, and actually you could almost see Anton trying to kind of climb the curb to almost try and stay out the way, but the gap is shut. So yeah, just a bit unlucky for both there, but not any great harm. Of course, in 24-hour races, as long as if you have an incident, as long as you don't hit the wall, you almost go, oh well, never mind, carry on.
Yeah.
Whereas in a sprint race, you're going, oh, that's such a big mistake. Oh no. But to be honest, as long as you're keeping it out the wall, and if you can, keeping away from contact with other drivers, that's a win in a 24-hour race.
It really is. You can see there the number 11, the Dynamics Simulators red. Last time we looked, behind the wheel was Bram van Uytsven. They have changed drivers now. Jochen Lennert's behind the wheel, and Anton Dupin has just managed to get back past. And I thought, bearing in mind that the Dynamics car, I think it was at the time, had a drive-through penalty. Let me have a quick look back. So that we've seen the 51 and the 110. So maybe one of them has had a drive-through penalty at some point. I remember seeing it in the chat at one point. But Anton Dupin, this is the pass for position. So you can see Jochen Lennertz, and Anton Dupin throws it up the inside at Wes. I think that's turn 2. Yep, and position made nice and easy. Traffic helped him through there, meaning that Jochen won't be able to get straight back on his tail, and a bit more traffic to come through as well. And it just shows that traffic can really work for you, which now means Anton Dupin up to 2nd in class, 23rd overall. Jochen Lennertz there in 3rd in class, and I think this is the first time we've seen Colin Spork in the Edge Esports car. So from 2nd in class, Edge Esports in the pit lane for one of their other driver swaps.
Yep, they can. Of course, when you've been out and about for these cars, full tank of fuel, 90 minutes. So It's a long stint, so at most pit stops you're likely to be doing a driver swap. But as you rightly mentioned earlier, Jack, you have to make effectively a bit of an investment when you do the driver swap to get a fresher driver in, because it does take additional time to swap the driver over. So that is something that the you've got to kind of make that decision, or how is it worth that extra whatever 15 20 seconds or so to get the new driver in, to have them fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, it is an interesting dynamic. And speaking of strategy, Sven Calvert in the chat saying that both Flemish Sim Sports and Dynamic Simulators Red have had drive-through penalties, meaning that this race is now down to strategy. But Anton Dupin, having only made the overtake 2 laps ago, has stretched his lead to 3 seconds. So the Flemish Sim Sports TCR car disappearing into the distance, running slightly wide there through turn 4, a very tricky corner to get right. Looks like quite a slow corner, but you can actually carry a lot more speed through there. Then you can see in the background Jochen Lennert having to try and not necessarily get out of the way, but give suitable room for Peppian Kruiveld in the Sky Limit race team. That is a car that on lap 1 was pointing backwards with Alan Day behind the wheel, and they have done a brilliant job of coming back through the night, 3.5 minutes away from Martin Deckens up the road in their Dynamics Racing Optica machine. And it just shows that even though it all looks like it's gone away from you and been taken away from you in the opening stages of the race, you've got to remember it is an endurance race, and you've got 24 hours to make up that time, very much like your Le Mans effort.
Indeed, yes. There was exactly. You've got all that time to break it back up again, and the thing for what we'll need to watch between that battle between the 102 Audi, the Flemish Sim Sports TCR. That's gonna trip me up all day, isn't it? And Jochen Lennertz of Dynamic Simulators Red. Now, interestingly, they are swapping positions right now on my timing screen, so I think they might be, unless that time screen's a little bit behind time, but they're pretty close on track. But the thing they've got to worry about now is that their incidents are effectively reset. But 25 incident points over 4 hours is actually quite tricky. And of course, Anton Dupin, we know he's got at the very least 4 incident points after that contact a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, we also know that Anton has earned his name, Steady Eddie Anton. He's been behind the wheel of a 4GT, piloting that around in the Simracersworld GT Evo series, powered by Porsche Sport, of course. And we know he can, if he needs to, he can drive very safely, but also remain on a good pace. And that looks like what he's doing now, stretching the gap to 5 seconds ahead of Jochen Lennert. So doing a great job behind the wheel of that TCR. Eden Barbar is now out of the pit lane for GHK E-Racing by T2. Somebody that is in the pit lane though, Peter, is our race leader. There is Fabrice Cornelis and SimTag Racing, the number 2 machine, in the pit lane now. Who do you think he's going to hand over to? Because you've got Thomas Stockmans and Cohen Klopman at the ready.
Well, let's wait and see. He might want to do another stint. You never know. He might be having a ball of it. Looks like he's having a ball of a time. Oh, but they do the driver change. Thomas Stockman's coming on board there. You see the blue and white helmet there, going aboard that Radical. And for just under 4 hours separated between them and an outright victory here in the Virtual Belcar 24-hour race. And yeah, they've been absolutely dominant. Their pace in another universe, really. And even with all the damage that they've got, they're still lapping at such impressive pace. So, but great to see Aaron Baba out there after a pretty lengthy pit stop as well. And Roy Mass in third right now for Stage 1 Racing Belcar. Little pop of flame out the back of the car there. They just sound angry, these cars, don't they?
They do. It honestly is such a unique sound, because when you think V8, you think like proper rumbly thunder, but almost is going along the lines of a Formula 1 car. Is this Radical? Absolutely screams. Sounds like the LMP2s of late. I've got to say, I do like those as well. And we are looking at Roy Mas, and we saw Eden Barbar there. 26 seconds separates them two, but I'm not quite sure how, because Eden Barbar spent from pit in to pit L, from the pit lane entrance to the pit lane exit, 19 minutes and 28 seconds. So a massively long pit stop, way over what you'd normally expect. And he's only 26 seconds behind Roy Mass. And that gap is fluctuating here and there. Very similar lap times, 2 seconds, exactly 2 seconds apart on that last lap, but that could be to do with traffic, and it's really hard to sort of judge who is lapping quicker, if I can get my words out. Because, yeah, like I said, Roy Mass exactly 2 seconds slower than Edend Barbar, but that could literally be because of what we're looking at the moment. He's just got to negotiate a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, well, you've almost got to take the view over an entire stint, really, don't you? But or half an hour or an hour gap to see how it's really playing out. Because you're absolutely right, Jack. It's the kind of back and forth of the traffic is so important. And as you can see there, coming through the final chicane, the Jackie X chicane, I mean, the marbles that are now on the track, and that's the thing that amazes me as well with this iRacing simulator. The fact that you can run this, if you're watching and you're thinking, I fancy a go at this looks a lot of fun, couldn't have recommended it more, and it's a lot more accessible than you might think. I mean, for example, it is a gaming laptop, but I run it off a laptop. It's amazing that something as sophisticated as this, you can have it in your own home, and look at all those tire marbles that are obviously generated by the simulator as they would in the real world. I mean, I think we all, you know, as sim racing fans and in the sim racing community, we almost get a little bit kind of, I don't know, we almost take it a little bit for granted just how special the technology is that you can have in your very own home for relatively little cost, and you can get involved in motorsport. I can imagine taking part in the real world Belcar 24-hour is not a cheap exercise, but in the sim racing world, it's something you can do to fill up a weekend.
Yeah, well and truly, you don't have to. I think that's something that is really winning over a lot of potential customers. Is just the cost. Because if you wanted to take part in this race, you would have to go through all of your racing licenses, and you might need what could be a national A. I'm not sure whether there's a different variant in mainland Europe, but you would start with national B. You've then got to get national A, so you need a certain amount of races, so that costs money. You need all your kit, possibly insurance. You then need to potentially pay for your drive, obviously with help from sponsors, then pay for your entry. So it really is a very expensive exercise, but for what I think is £11 a month, you can get iRacing, even less with the year-long or 2-year-long subscriptions. And then for a car and a track, you're looking at about £20–25, or I'm not quite sure what that is in euros. But for very, very little at all, you can come along and race in very similar races, such as this Round 5 Virtual Belcar eSeries, the 24 Hours of Zolder. And it just shows how close we have got to simulating exactly what the drivers will see, and I think that is why iRacing is very quickly becoming the most favoured simulator around, with it being everything is so laser scanned, so almost surgical precision. It's just great to see that everything can come together, and then a community of people. I think we've got 157 drivers registered for this event, can all just come along, get together and spend a weekend racing.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and of course with the access to the broadcasting as well, it's really good. And can you believe 170,000 members on the iRacing service at the moment? It's amazing. Over 3 billion laps turned on the service, and the great thing is it's improving all the time. Everyone, you know what it's like, Jack. Of course, at the end of every season, every 12-week season here on iRacing, everybody's excited to see what new kit we're going to get. When there's always a new car or a new track, and of course we're waiting patiently for Long Beach to come out in America. That's going to be really cool as well. And well, quite honestly, we got a huge surprise, a very pleasant surprise when we got the Corvette C8R. I have to be honest, I was not expecting that at all. And well, what a brilliant addition that's been. I've had an absolute ball driving that machine around over the last few weeks.
Well, I have heard you are quite the fan of the Corvette, and I've got to say, yeah, I wasn't expecting that to show. You're probably more knowledgeable about it than I am, but the company that develop, whether it's the aerodynamics or develop the car at all, don't they send satellites into space or produce military equipment?
You, Pratt and Miller, yeah. You might remember like the Pratt rockets and jet planes as well. Pratt and Miller, they making a race car is a bit of a, well, it's a bit simple for them compared to what they normally do. Like you say, sending satellites into space, but they've been an amazing partner with Corvette racing over the years since they started in the late 90s with their official program. And we must also mention, Jack, that Ollie Gavin has, after nearly 20 years of Corvette racing and a huge amount of wins at Le Mans, Sebring, Petit Le Mans, Daytona, he has announced that he is going to step down from full-time driving. He may well do the longer races, perhaps, but he's stepping down from his full-time role with Corvette racing. But I must say, congratulations to Ollie Gavin on what has been, well, an absolutely extraordinary career, and actually a man who, yeah, it started in single-seaters and had, you know, was on the fringes of Formula One, but just couldn't quite get the deal together, and actually drove the Formula One pace car for the first couple of years. That it was when they got a proper pace car, and then got the drive with Corvette racing. And yeah, brilliant to see one of our true great Brits doing so well on the international stage, and I hope he enjoys his retirement.
I've got to say, it sounds like, yeah, it's a retirement. He might not be driving for Corvette full time, but it sounds very Fernando Alonso-esque. He stepped down from Formula One, decided, oh no, I'm not happy doing this. Then he's done some IndyCar, done some LMP1 racing, and now returning to Formula One. So it really wouldn't surprise me if Ollie Gavin either returned as a full-time professional driver, possibly as a gentleman driver, but I very much doubt that because they know he's got the experience and he is extremely quick behind the wheel. And every single time I see that, I quietly get fairly scared, because that Porsche entering the pit lane now, I believe it's Thomas Axe. It is for Track Velocity Racing, just going straight on as the pit entry does here at Zolder, and you pretty much don't need to brake until you are already off the track. And I know we've seen a couple of drivers get caught out there, where some of the guys are so set on getting into the pit lane as quick as possible, they don't think, oh, hang on a minute, the guy in front might not be coming into the pit lane as well. And we've seen a couple of drivers get fired into the wall at that point, maybe just spun around, but it looks like everybody's got wise to that. And I think after spending 20 hours and best part of 20 minutes on this Zolder circuit, they're going to know this road inside out, and they're going to pretty much know every single bump, every curb you can and can't use, where to brake, where to apply the throttle, if the tyres are worn, where you can turn in, everything like that.
They'll be seeing, these guys will be dreaming about laps of Zolder for the next couple of days. It'll be ingrained in their brain right now. It's an update on the TCR battle. That gap appears to be really opening up a bit. 14 seconds between Anton Dupin in second place and Jochen Lennartz in the Dynamic Simulators red number 11 car. So a little bit of a gap here, but what has happened? We're getting a replay here of Dries Verheert. Oh, bang! Oh, dear me, that's a big hit there, straight into the wall. And he just lost it on the power there.
I'm not sure. It looked like he was going rather slowly. From my perspective, and having had multiple of them in my time, that looks like a hardware failure. Have a look at the steering wheel. What happens here? Does it just lock up? Yep, there you go. Exactly the same throttle input, same steering input, straight into the wall. That had all the signs of a hardware issue, having fallen foul of them before. And there you go, we'll go back live with him just to see how he's getting on, and he has returned to the pit lane. So a hardware issue for the Vape Shop RDR team.
Oh, that's a nightmare. That's really, really a pity there for Dries Verheert. Tim Graven now in that car, they're just swapping over. Oh dear. I tell you what though, Jack, I have hardware issues all the time. It's but I remember, where was it now? It was, yes, it was the GT3 World Sim Racer Coin Series, where you had a monumental hardware failure.
Yes,
you were charging through the pack, and then, Jack's had a massive shot.
Flat out at P1 without going down the hill. And normally it's a very quick double apex left-hander, and I'm not sure whether I turned my wheel off or it decided to cut out. Something happened, and I lost all steering input, but whatever input trace I already had on just remained. So flat out and revving the absolute life out of third gear, I think it was fourth gear at the time, straight into a barrier. Yeah, it didn't quite work, but I made up for it at Daytona.
In what, Jack?
In the 4GT, of course. What else?
Ah, of course, yes. I thought you were referring to your rallycross victory on Friday, which was, of course, was also at Daytona.
It was. I had to hold up my my legacy at Daytona, having won in the Simracer Coin Series in the Ford GT, and then having beaten Peter in his own rallycross league. You know.
You did. Yep.
Looking forward to doing that next Friday, of course, as well. Having the news announced in the UK, whether you're aware of the global situation or whether you're aware of the national situation or not, it means we have lots of time to practice, Peter. With the recent announcements, but we do have a race going on. Back to the most important bit. Edin Barbar now 14.5 seconds behind Roy Maas, and the Stage 1 Racing Belcar machine, he's got to feel him breathing down his neck, because he's getting closer and closer and closer. The 907 now is within touching distance of Edin Barbar, and look at that, just negotiating the traffic as quickly and as cleanly as possible. And I know obviously experience and setup can play a part in that, but Roy Maas 3 seconds off Edin's pace on the lap prior. That makes you think that there's some sort of underlying issue, but both cars have damage, so I wonder what's going on.
Well, of course, Aaron had a long trip in pit lane, so maybe had the chance to get all the damage sorted out, possibly. Yeah, he's absolutely on it right now. Is Aaron Baba in that number 66 machine? And I tell you what, he's certainly got it. He's got a great racing driver name, Aaron Baba. It's like almost like you know, when you just you don't change up gear in time and you hit the rev limiter, you go Baba.
I've got to say, I hadn't thought of that. I was more thinking along the lines of the comedic TV show Come Fly With Me, and Omar Barbar, one of the characters in there. That's what sprung to mind. I've got to say, I didn't think of Erin Barbar. We're going to have a quick look back at Tim Graven. How is he getting on? Whether they have one of their fast repairs left, I don't know, but they have been in the pit lane for a long while, so I fear they are going to have to sit there for a little while longer. We have Jeroen Vatlet coming into the pit lane for Scuderia Sim Racing, and he was 38 seconds behind Colin Spork. We've got a car off the road. That looks like Matthias Sufi, Peter.
Oh, I think it is. Yes, it is. Good spot. The number 50. Oh, just a little hop and a skip. We've seen a couple of those incidents, and it is a bit of a, shall we say, it's a bit of a 911 Cup car incident, that as well. Just gets the slightest upset on the curb, and it hops, skips, and jumps, and the pendulum effect of the engine in the rear. It's a big 4-litre flat 6 engine mounted right at the back of the car, and when the pendulum starts to swing, it's quite hard to catch. So just a little bit of a pity there for Matthias Sufi, but looks to have got away with it without too much damage. So he's able to carry on in 14th place overall. But with the number 12 car of Graven in the pits, I think that 12 car is going to be in the pits for a long time. I believe, from what I can see in the YouTube chat right now, that they do not have any fast repairs left, so they're sitting in there. They're going to be there for a while.
Yeah, that's such a shame. Bearing in mind the thought behind, obviously, the special livery as well, but just getting to the end of a 24-hour race is well worth an applause. So let's hope that they get back out. Martin Deccan's coming into the pit lane for Dynamics Racing Optica, the number 906 machine. I'm expecting, if they don't do a driver swap, obviously Martin will stay out in the car. However, we haven't seen Kamil Yagizoglu in the car for a long while. Neither have we seen Kobe Klass in the car. Oh, there is a driver swap. It's Dieter Ertz, or is it Dieter Ertz or Dieter Ertz? We had a discussion about this the other day, Peter. I can't remember.
Good question. I would probably err on the side of Dieter, but you know, I'm sure someone will help us out with with that one. Of course, there's quite a lot. Of course, a lot of Belgians in the field. I think we have a few Dutchmen as well, do we?
I believe we do have some Dutchmen. We've only got one American, and I think we have 2 Polish drivers and I think a Norwegian driver as well. But the rest are all...
We have the Norwegian...
Go on.
I presume that Michael Petterson is Norwegian.
Yes.
Yeah, I see a little Norwegian flag as well. Luke Hartog, he will be Dutch. Sebastian Keimel in the Flemish Sim Sports machine. He's got a little Dutch flag beside his car. I spent many happy years in the Netherlands in my previous life as a booze salesman, and yeah, wonderful. And also in Belgium as well. I used to go to the. Now here you go. Here's a good one for you, Jack. I used to go to the whiskey festival in Spa. So in the village of Spa, it's a beautiful little village actually, just outside, obviously just outside the circuit. They had a whiskey festival, which is basically a place where people can go to a room and drink themselves into oblivion, basically. And they held this event in this casino in Spa. So if you talk about all of the vices in one, you had alcohol, gambling, and not too far away, fast cars. As our only American driver, Didier Dexter's, ooh, with a lovely circuit Zolder livery. Just a little bit of an off-track excursion, but yes. Used to love going to the whiskey festival at Spa, Whiskey Live Spa, and also I can confirm that the Havana Club in Spa, good place to go for a party.
Well, if I ever find my way to Spa, I can imagine I will probably end up having a good look around. I know a few close friends went to I think it was Hockenheim for the German Grand Prix. Well, they went there for the weekend and they can only remember the Friday, so it sounds like they had a good time. I want to speak about Didier Dexter's, as if you're watching in the chat as well, Didier Dexter's has been in the car for the entire 24 hours. Well, it says that, but he actually hasn't. That is the actual Circuit Zolder team. They just couldn't get the names correct, and they all registered under one name. So, although it does say Didier Dexter's has been in the car, it will be the rest of the Circuit Zolder team. So, not just doing a driver swap in sim, they are doing an actual driver swap, and they're doing some actual drifting by the looks of it. Yeah, look at that, the 908, very sideways. Oh, he doesn't know where to go there, and I think he's done the best thing. If he doesn't know where to go, he just stays exactly where he is, make it nice and easy for the cars behind to read. I'm trying to put my finger on who that was. I think that was Roy Maas. It was, and was the other one Cedric Wouters? Yep. So there is Cedric Wouters and Roy Maas. Edith Barbar now 7.9 seconds. There's the gap from the GHK E-Racing by T2 to the Stage 1 Racing Belcar. And we have a little more information from the chat. Thank you very much, everybody who's helping us along. It is Dieter Arts, it is pronounced, I believe. Thomas Smet's helping us along with that one. And it's looking like Tom Greven still in the pit lane for Vapor Shop RDR. I'm not sure how long. It says they've been in the pit box for 43 minutes, but that is very much a lie, because I think they only had that incident about 1 or 10 minutes ago, pardon me. But Edith Barbar getting closer and closer and closer to Roy Maas, which does mean this is a fight for the overall podium.
This is big, and Barbar is certainly doing a great job basically trying to reel in the 907 of Maas. And that little incident there with or just avoided incident, I should say, with the TCR car, the Circuit Zolder car along the pit straight, certainly will not have helped the 907 car. So Erin Baba's had a lot of repairs, of course, and back out on circuit and really pushing hard. His lap times, just looking at his last lap time, 126.5. He does a 125.1 there. Now, interestingly, Roy Maas, he's 126.6, so still Erin Baba just chipping away at that lead. It takes a good chunk out there, 1.5 seconds the last time around. So, yeah, they look like they might be coming together on track quite soon.
Yes, but look
good news.
Yeah, look who is back out on track. It is the Vapor Shop RDR team. They have managed to get back out, carving their way through traffic. Still heavy damage on the front end of that car, but most importantly, they are out on the track. They're almost out of the race there. Lots of cars squeezing together. The number 14, not 100% sure why he's flashing. Tried to get by as quickly as possible, managing the damage, managing the oversteer as well, by the looks of it. Sideways coming out of the hairpin. Everybody trying to find a piece of real estate. So the number 12 at the moment in front of, I think that's the number 15 of Rob Tyson, it is. And then you've got the ASK Volante Racing Machine, the number 26 of Michael Pedersen following along. Then there's the number 14 GT4 of Kevin Lemons, with who is that behind? We'll try, and I think that's one of the Dynamics cars chasing him around as well. It's Dieter Arts. And I've got to say, a very, very busy section of track, but then there hasn't really been a quiet section of track. Everywhere we look, every single shot we find, there's at least 2 classes in the same camera roll. And Ian in chat saying, have we got the live timing link? No, go on. I will get that in the chat for you. So if you want to get even closer to the action and have a look what's going on, and you can see literally everything we see at that point. You're seeing the stream and the live feed, and you are also seeing the live timing, so you will be able to get another level of immersion.
Well, while Jack is arranging that for our overlord, Roger Penske routes, we will look at the 906 of Dieter Arts in the 906 Porsche, racing by Dynamics Racing, one of the greatest supporters of Simracersworld competition. We see a huge fleet of their cars in the Simracersworld GT Evo series that myself and Jack will commentate on. As we see Erin Baba making his journey through, and this is a wonderful onboard shot here as we fly over the crest of the hill down towards the Jochen Rindt chicane just out of here. There it is. Back on the power, and Erin looking really smooth. Just showing you what you have to do to keep these cars under control. Up to the Jackie X hairpin we go. The pit entrance there on the right hand side. Clips the apex. 1, 2. Back on the power. Oh, lovely, lovely throttle control there from the number 66, Erin Baba. Down towards turn 1 he goes. Past the pit lane. Oof, getting all the room on the entry there. He's pushing, Jack.
He really is on the edge of adhesion. Like you say, really smooth driving though. Brilliant stuff. We have now Kelvin van der Slick in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine, so he has taken over that. I will quickly refresh the class display, as it does say the older drivers, Stockmans. There we go, all updated, so it now has the correct driver names at the top of your screen, so you can relate colours to little painted strips. If you look on the left hand side of your screen, you can see the timing tower, and the top 5 all have little red banners, which obviously shows they're a radical. And then below there is the Porsche Cup colours, then the GT4 colours, and the TCR colours there. And look at that, Kevin van der Slick. I think he was into the side there of that. Who was that? I'm trying to put my finger on that.
That was the 69.
Yeah, that was Peppian Kruijveld in. I think that was at turn 4 as well. Yeah, it was. So for me, both cars going for the same piece of tarmac, and that seems to be the way to go for this race. Everybody's trying to minimise the time loss in traffic, and sometimes you just end up coming together.
Yeah, indeed, and the cars, they make up their lap time in such different ways. As we see Glenn van Parijs coming out of the pit lane in his Porsche. But yes, I mean, for example, the GT4 and the TCR cars, the difference in lap time, the GT4 fastest lap of 136.7, TCR 139.0, but actually a lot of the GT4's lap time is made up in a straight over the TCR, whereas the TCR through the corners is a really quick car. Actually, you can really carry quite a lot of corner speed in that car, so that is something that can cause a little bit of a problem when it comes to lap traffic, particularly between the TCR and the GT4 runners.
Definitely lots of different dynamics for the drivers to deal with. And I'm glad you said Glenn van Parijs leaving the pit lane in his Porsche, because it is his Porsche. That is the exact livery he runs in real life. He's run it for a sizable amount of time. I think he went to Yas Marina in a slightly different livery with black and red flashes instead of black and yellow. But I've got to say that is a very good looking 911 Cup car. And it's just the amount of times I've said, oh, that livery would look good in real life, it's because that livery is a direct carbon copy of one from real life. Glenn van Parijs driving that car in multiple championships, and it's evidently showing 3rd in class at the moment. 3 minutes behind Michael Pedersen, however, in the ASK Volante racing machine. And it's just the liveries on these cars, no matter what livery, well, 99% of the time, no matter what livery you put on these Porsche Cup cars, they just look absolutely amazing.
They do, yeah. They are lovely bits of kit, and it's quite funny. Of course, we were commentating, myself and our lovely colleague Chaz Draycott were commentating on the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing series, and there was the car that came on screen was Mark Baxter Jones, and for this season he's he's used the classic Valiant Boilers livery, which is that sort of almost mint green color. It's really cool. And Chaz is like, do you know what? That's a really classic livery. That is really realistic. That would look good on a real race car. I was like, yeah, that's because it is. Poor old Chaz. We're throwing him under the bus constantly here, Jack.
Yeah, well, we he knows that we love him. We wouldn't have got used to the SDK software without him. He is commonly referred to as the SDK god. He knows it inside and out. Eden Barbar closed up to within 2 seconds there. Lost a bit of time to traffic, I believe. Just having got past Glenn Van Parijs. 4 seconds is the gap now. He will be able to see him. He might be able to get some onboard shots. Let's see whether we can see him over the chicane. There he is. Roy Maas in front. We've had an issue for Florence Klutz. So what has happened to him? Get a TV camera. Has he bottomed out? Oh, touch the gravel. That's going to spit him in the wall. Good save there.
Oh.
It was on its way. Oh, nearly catching out the Sky Limits Events Racing Team Porsche. Let's have another look back. But I've got to say, a brilliant save. And who is that? That's Van der Slik off the road in front as well.
Yeah, and that's the TCR leader, Van der Slik, in the G-Drive car. And I'm just looking at the comments here. It just gets a little bit onto the gravel and just the tiniest touch on the gravel, and round he goes. You can see the big steering inputs there. Goes to catch it. Right, left, tank slapper. Oh no, round we go. Tires scraping along. They'll be like a 50p piece by the end of this one. Oh, goodness me. Good slow-mo work there, Jack. I like that. That's very good. But yeah, looking at the YouTube chat, Ben Thanes did a triple stint, which in a TCR car is 4.5 hours. That is absolutely heroic there from Ben Thanes.
It really is, and it's evidently showing because Kevin Van der Slik has gone, well, you've done all the hard work, so let me just try and test your patience. He's had a couple of gravelly moments, this being the first one. Is this at turn 1? Yes, this was just before the incident we were just looking at. Sideways into the corner, four-wheel drift over the gravel. Good thing is this TCR, with it being front-wheel drive, it is quite handy on the rough stuff, and continued on. And then another incident. This is back at turn 1 once again, sideways into the corner. I think this was pretty much a carbon copy of what just happened. Yeah, so over the gravel he goes once again, and I think that is it. However, we have had quite the moment because SDK is showing me that Cohen Gressens has had 3 crashes in the space of a couple of seconds. Let's see what's happened, Peter.
Well, it's going to be a big one then, isn't it? Oh, he loses it on the... Uh-oh. He's broadside across the track. That's never good. Oh, get that car moved. Oh, no. Oh, this always makes you nervous, doesn't it? Waiting for a car to come around the corner. And by good fortune, it's the Simtag car in second place. Yeah, that's more blind luck there, that there wasn't more of a bigger incident there for Cohen Gressens, but thankfully not. That's good news. Now, for Kevin Van der Slik in this leading TCR car, they've got a huge lead, and you've got to think that he's giving his teammates an absolute heart attack at this point.
Yeah, you've got to think that, exactly. I'm not sure why it's changed again. It's almost a lucky dip with SDK at the moment, whether I'm just misclicking something. But Kevin Van der Slik, yeah, he's got an 11-minute lead over Anton Dupart, who is now 37 seconds ahead of Jochen Lennertz. But yeah, he's having a few gravelly moments here and there. We've had an incident for George Gruber. That is, of course, the GT4 leader. We'll have a look at that in a second. Can Kevin Van der Slik negotiate turn 1 correctly this time? Yes, he can. Nice and easy. I'm sure Ben
taking it steady there.
Yeah, giving him a few words of encouragement. What has happened to our GT4 leader? That's Glenn Van Parijs behind. Oh, a little bit of a tap going into the corner, and another one carried him round. And almost, I think that was a big incident in front as well. Who was that? Was that the Simtag car that got collected? You'll have to talk us through it. We're going to have to go in slow-mo because I couldn't keep up with it. Let's have a look at the Simtag car. Yes, it was the Simtag TCR that got caught up in that. In front, you can see Glenn Van Parijs having a little bit of an argy-bargy with George Gruber. And then I think George slowly peeled over to the right, and Glenn Van Parijs doesn't have the room to get around the corner, carried him around, both cars on the brake, so trying to avoid making the incident worse. And then here comes the innocent party, Josif Kovacs, and there goes George, and through no fault of his own, tries to avoid the car, goes for the squishy barrier, not the best camera angle here, and then hard into that wall, bouncing over the track. Does he avoid the one on the other side? I think he does, but not what we like to see. However, both cars continue on. There's George Gruber. Where is Glenn Van Parijs? There he is, continuing on. And the SimTag car, good news, still continuing on as well.
Yeah, they make those Audis tough in Ingolstadt at Audi Sport. So, yep, thankfully not too much of an issue now. Here we go. This is the battle for the overall podium. Erin Baba has run down the 907 of Roy Mass. So 20 hours and 40 minutes into this race, Roy Mass is holding off Erin Baba, who is slowly but surely run that gap down, and they are now very close together on track. There you go. That is all the difference after all that racing. Now, this is where Erin Baba's really got to be quite careful. Clearly, he's got a pace advantage. He can't rush this move. He doesn't need to rush this move. He's just got to try and pick his moment carefully and get through cleanly and then start to pull away.
Yeah, it's all about managing what you do, and I think he got it done there. Was that Erin Baba in front? No, but it looks like it might be very, very shortly in towards the hairpin, nose to tail, traffic playing a part as always, and that is something they're going to have to bear in mind as well, because traffic, it can be predictable, sometimes it can't. Side by side, we'll have to get a TV camera for this. Erin Baba has got his nose in front, and there you go, position made later on the brakes, and Roy Mass has to give up the position. Let's have another look back at that one, Peter.
Yeah, that was, in the end, well, Baba just got a great drive out of there, and round the outside, this is, gets really late on the brakes, and Mass doesn't make too much of a protest there. Not worth getting involved in a tangle at this stage of the race. So, yeah, Erin Baba goes through then into third place, and, well, it's he's through, but still got a long way to go. 3 hours and 20 minutes of this motor race left, so he's just got to try keep the car clean, and he'll be on for a podium finish.
He will indeed, but yeah, like you say, he is now in front and he's building that gap 1 second, so almost already out of draft range. Davy Suffeliers takes over the Sky Limit race team car. I don't think we will end up seeing Alan Day back out. He might finish the car because I think there's still time for 3 more drivers to get in, possibly only 2. And somebody I was looking forward to seeing, let me try and find where he was. The number 51, the BMS Motorsport machine. That one there, currently being piloted by Matthias Sufi. Also part of that team is Mirko Bertolotti. If you haven't heard of him, he used to be a Lamborghini factory driver, most recently signed for Audi as their factory driver from 2020 onwards. And this is a man that knows what he's doing. He's won the Blancpain GT Challenge Endurance Series. He's won the Formula 2 Championship, so he's got lots of experience. And unless he's just here to finish the car, I don't think we'll end up seeing him today.
Yeah, Mirko Bertolotti is a serious, one of the very best GT3 drivers in the world. He was racing for WRT Audi at the Rolex 24 at Daytona this year, and like you say, had a lot of success with Lamborghini winning the Rolex 24 as well. So if you look on Mirko Bertolotti's wrist, either his left or his right, depending where he wears his watch, you'll likely see him wearing a Daytona Rolex winner's watch.
Yeah, so he definitely knows what he's doing. That one there, the number 23, Glenn Van Parijs, having contact with that number 31. If I can find it, there we go, there it is. George Gruber, he has been given a stop-go penalty, Glenn Van Parijs, that is, for avoidable contact. We're getting all of this come through live from one of our race stewards, Ronald Moons, and the number 71 has a stop-go penalty for avoidable contact with the 30. Let me try and find the number 71. So there is the Graphite Racing TCR car, and he has had a penalty for avoidable contact with that one there, Stefan Kalbrecht, and I saw there was an incident. So let's see what happened. Here is Stefan Kalbrecht. There is the number 71, the Graphite Racing car. So what has happened here? Going into the chicane, has a little look up the inside. Not going to get that slowed down into the back of the number 30. And I think that was just the Graphite Racing team getting slightly too greedy, trying to get out of the way of traffic at the same time, of course. So very busy job for him. Not really much he could do apart from brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that Klein chicane. It's really, really tight through there, and you can really get a lot of kind of bottleneck effect there, especially when you had all I think you had 3 of the 4 classes in that little skirmish as well. It was one of the radicals got pancaked there too, and just about got through safely. So yeah, it can happen. I'm just looking in the YouTube chat, and Ben Stallman has said, and it is in Dutch. He says, "Come on, Kevin." Something along the lines of, go on with the banana. So I think he's referring to Kevin van der Slick and his driving over a banana turn 1.
That, or whether it's the colour, it is a very striking Scuderia sim racing car, isn't it? Being yellow and black. I think the incident you're referring to, was it this car? No, you are correct. It was Kevin Lemons having a rather sideways moment at turn 1 on multiple occasions, was it?
No, Kevin van der Slick in the G-Drive Audi, how he had the same crash twice on the same corner.
Got you. I thought we were referring to this one there, Kevin Lemons in the number 14. But yeah, Kevin van der Slick having those very sideways moments at turn 1. It looks like he has minimised any loss from that and still continuing on. Here he is, a beautiful looking G-Drive car, and I am a fan of this. And oh, what a time to click on him. Was never getting that slowed down for the chicane. Let's have another look. A bit of a wobble on the way in by the looks of it, Peter.
Yep, let's see. We're getting a word that it means Gan made banan. It means push. It means go. So let's see. Whoa, big lift off oversteer and just let's go of it. I tell you what, Kevin van der Slick, he is this car handed over by Ben Thanes in the lead, and he is certainly pushing really hard. You'd have to maybe think that you should maybe be backing it off just a little bit, because they've got such a big lead. They don't need to be really pushing that hard. They just need to keep the car out the barrier now. And each incident that he has, he's getting away with them now. But one of these incidents is going to end up in the wall if he keeps having them. So he's got to be careful. He could lose G-Drive Racing Eximia this win if he's not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure his teammates are pleading with him, just ease it off a little bit. You've got a 10-minute lead over Antoine Dupin in the Flemish Sim Sports TCR car, so you can afford to back it off, but even a second a lap just to make sure you can get around it without picking up any incident points. And that's something to think about, Peter, because he's been off the road 3 times we've seen him. So that is 3 incident points. It might have collected towards a loss of control, bearing in mind he spent so much time going sideways in that TCR, and he might have picked up a 4X at some point, carving his way through traffic. It might not have shown up on the event viewer, on top of what the team might have already been carrying on that car. So he must be getting dangerously close to picking up a stop-go penalty or a drive-through penalty, I think you get for reaching the 25 limit. But Kevin van der Slick still continuing on, and what I was going to mention before we went sideways into the chicane, that livery really is beautiful, but then G-Drive have done such a good job with all of their liveries, it's kind of hard to not look at it. And while we're on the subject of liveries, have you got a favourite livery out there that we need to have a good look at?
Oh, good question. I wonder. I have to say, I do. Yes, I do like this G-Drive livery, and of course, nice little Tag Heuer badge there on the rear quarter panel there on the box arches. Very typical Audi Quattro, the box arches there. I wonder. We'll need to. I do like the G-Drive one. I have to say what other ones as well? I have to say, I'm a big fan of the Flemish Sim Sports livery as well. But actually, do you know what? No, this one, the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car, looking a little bit past its best at the moment. But I like it. Kind of reminds me of almost like a kind of custom Harley Davidson or Indian motorcycle paint scheme. It's got a bit of pinstriping on there. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I've got to say, I am a massive fan. I think I just love it for the complexity and the precision of the livery. Obviously, it really has been meticulously painted in the photo editing software. They've done a brilliant job with that. Of course, with the vaping Groot little tattoo on there in remembrance of Kevin, makes the livery that much better. Just in front of them now is another livery I am rather fond of, the BMS Motorsport livery. I think that is. I don't know what it is about that livery. It just looks like one of the real life ones once again. However, that livery on Stefan Kalbrecht's TCR, I've got to say, looks even better.
You gotta love it when it's shiny. I like the shiny, and I love it on the back of the wing there. If you look at the rear wing, it says "Why so serious?" I love it as well. So I guess for a TCR car, there's going to be some got a message to the faster traffic coming through. Why so serious? Why the long face? I love that. That's fantastic. I have to say, I do love I notice we've not got any kind of tribute liveries or throwback liveries. All the teams in their own colours. I have to say, I do love a throwback livery. I also love a bit of a kind of novelty livery. My favourite liveries to have on my cars and iRacing are M&M's liveries. I've made myself a few of my own now. I've actually got, funnily enough, I've got one on my TCR where I've got all the different M&M's characters all over the car.
I've got to say, I have ran a fair few M&M's liveries in my time, and I am quite the fan. I think they only, for me personally, I think they only really suit the NASCARs. I haven't really ran them on any of the GTs, but I've got to agree with you. I do like a good throwback livery, Porsches specifically, because they have had so many iconic, beautiful liveries over the years. It is well worth a look at some of the throwback Porsche paints, and Aston Martins as well, obviously with a lot of their Gulf liveried paints and some of their old Aston Martin racing liveried, whether it be the GT1s or anything of the like. There are some very nice liveries out there, and most recently the LMP2, it's been receiving a lot of attention with XF1 liveries, I've noticed.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, there's been some Jordan F1, the Buzzin' Hornets, or Benson and Hedges, if you prefer. Yeah, there's been quite a few as well, and a lot of real world liveries as well. And that's what I love with programs like trading paints, etc. It's brilliant. You can have such a choice of paints to play with and express yourself on the car.
Someone who is expressing his anger is Dieter Arts, throwing it sideways into the wall. You can go forward from there, mate. Grabbed first gear and got going again. We'll have another look at that going out of the hairpin. Typical Porsche oversteer, puts his foot to the floor a little bit too early. And then with it being rear-engined, the weight just carries round. And then from there, you would expect him to grab first gear, and then the cars keep coming. I think that's the Flemish SimSports GT4 and the BMS Motorsport TCR. Gets back going again. And with a bit of a flurry, he's back up to the pace. There is the BMS Motorsport TCR. And he's going through turn 4 onto the straight down towards the heavy braking zone of the hairpin. But at the moment, Peter, the race has really started to open up. I'm looking for the closest cars on the road, and believe it or not, it is still Eden Barber and Roy Mast. 10 seconds between the pair of them now.
Wow, Eden Barber really laying down some hot laps here to pull away in third place. So for Roy Mast, he's just got to try and run the pace that he can, run it cleanly, and you never know, there might be little things to go on ahead. So we'll see. And of course, these radicals, they are pretty twitchy machines. They can bite at any moment. So as we see Michael Pedersen in the 911 Cup, just running on a little bit at the Klein chicane, but no harm, no foul there. Strong team, the Volante Racing team. We saw a fleet of those cars taking part in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup. Particularly one of their drivers, Sam Koiter, who's very, very quick as well in both in a single-seater and in the 911 Cup car. So a good, and also they do have whenever they end up in, if they on the rare occasion that they end up in the barrier or end up spinning off, they have the perfect sponsor, which is WIP, which more sounds like whoops.com so as well. And yes, this is thanks to Annick Van Blair in the chat saying the 334 has a nice livery. It certainly does. I like this. This is very cool.
It also has Simracersworld stickers on it. I believe I'm yet to find. Where's the 906? Where is he? I need to find him quickly. Is he going to get by? I think he is. No, he's already by. I was hoping to get a quick look at the paint on that car. Is there a car on the way that looks like the Flemish SimSports GT4? We'll have to try and find him. There he is. We'll go on nose cam. We might be able to see the SRW stickers. There they are, the two little black boxes underneath the rear wing. They are indeed Simracersworld stickers, much like the real one, as driven by Stephen DeWolf. We're getting a good look here, making his sponsors happy. And look at that, exactly where we wanted it. So a little real world livery meeting the track once again. And I've got to say, I do agree with you, that livery does look really, really good. And Stephen DeWolf, I'm sure, is more than happy with that. But I've got to say, Stephen DeWolf, I don't think he's driving for this team. I thought he was driving for Dynamic Simulators. Let me have a quick look up at my notes. Yeah, he's driving the 110. Currently being piloted by Jesse Hendricks, but the Dynamics Belcar Green, you'd have thought he'd be racing in his own livery, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would think so, but there we go. I like this one too. This Dynamics Belcar Green with the white and red stripes through the middle. It just looks like it's going fast, that car, doesn't it? With all those different the different kind of stripes along the side. So we're nearly about to hit the 21-hour mark here at Zolder. So just a hair over 3 hours to go here in this 24-hour classic, the Virtual Belcar 24 hours, and still the radical of Thomas Stockman's leading by nearly 26 minutes from Cedric Wouters, the Traxxas by J&B Services car, which we actually haven't had on screen much, actually, have we? The second place car. There it is. Yeah, that is a cool car. I like that. J&V Services on the back there as well. It's and that car looks clean as a whistle at this stage.
It does. It looks like they've literally just left the pit lane after a fast repair. It looks very, very clean. When was the last time they came into the pits? Lap 838. They're currently on lap 859. So they have been out for a solid 20 laps now. And I've got to say, yeah, I agree with you. That car looks amazingly clean. Something we have noticed, I think I picked it up with Passer, is if we can get a slower camera angle, well, if they can slow down, which I very much doubt. Look at that full commitment through turn one. You can see the crumpling on the front of that car. Initially, we thought it was maybe just dust or gravel dust or something that had been sprung up on the track, but we actually believe it's fiberglass damage. Purely because of the curbs, because we know it's a very, very low car, and you can see either corner has been squished towards the middle, so maybe whether it's overusing the curbs or just the car is a little too low for the sausage curbs around here at Zolder, but we don't think, well, we know it's not affecting the performance because they're still lapping incredibly quick. I say that, but on the last lap, they were half a second slower than Cedric Wouters.
Yeah, you wonder now if they're maybe just starting to think, okay, time to calm down. We've done 21 hours of qualifying laps. Maybe we should calm down a bit now, perhaps. But they've got such a big gap to play with. Cedric Wouters holding down second place right now. His last lap was his best lap, a 122.6 and 124.8 last time around. So still going along pretty quick. Aaron Baba, he is about 21 minutes behind the second place car of Cedric Wouters. So there's quite a few kind of gaps there in the radical field. In the 911 GT3 class, it's Luke Hartog in the 63 machine, leading very confidently indeed. So the son of Vil Hartog, former winner of the TT at Assen, and you mentioned earlier on, Jack, weekends to go to as a race fan. I can tell you that the TT Assen is an absolute treat. Really cool event to go to, and if you stay in Groningen, the partying afterwards is it's pretty legendary actually.
Well, I've got to say, I have driven the TT circuit on one of my various simulators, the software I've got. But sadly, I'm going to let you down here, and you'll probably want to banish me from the commentary box, but I don't really like superbikes, if I'm honest. I don't really like bikes. I'm more of a four-wheel guy over two wheels.
I don't even know how to respond. It's TT Assen is Grand Prix motorcycles, not superbikes. Superbikes do go there, but that's not. The TT Assen is the longest running race in the Motorcycle Grand Prix Championship.
Well, the more you know, I've got to say, I do like I don't mind watching motorcycles, but somebody that nearly ended up on two wheels there was Joseph Kovacs. Let's have another look back. Peter, what do you think of this one?
Well, let's see. It's the Flemish Simsport GT4 car, goes up the inside. Looks to be there pretty clean. Yep, move is done. Moves across, and then the Audi just that little bit later on the brakes, actually. and then just I don't think he quite expected the Flemish Simsports GT4 to pull up so soon, and Joseph Kovacs, boom, straight into the back, and then sort of gives him another one for good measure on the way through. So that was Robin DeVille aboard that GT4 machine. But both drivers getting away relatively cleanly. But did Robin DeVille tow there?
We will have
or
to
did
have
that just blink?
a look back. For some reason, we've lost pictures. But apparently, there's been another incident for Joseph Kovacs as well. He's not gone into the back of the 334, has he? That's what I fear has happened. Oh, we knew he wasn't going to get that slowed down. Did what he could, chucked it on the grass, and he's now sat on the racing line. Go backwards, please. There we go. Grab reverse and gets back going again. And you say you think Robin DeVille might have towed. Let's have a look to see what happened. So there is the incident. Another little tap. Does he get back going again? Grabs a gear, and yeah, he does continue on, Peter. We've had an off-track for Tom Van Put. What has happened here in the Graphite Racing TCR? Off the road a little bit. Oh, put your foot to the floor and point the wheels where you want to go. Dabbing the brakes, getting it slowed down. And a very well managed moment there. Could have ended much, much worse and fired him into the arm cape, but he continues on.
Yeah, the old classic front wheel drive. When you're having a big moment, sometimes a big stab of throttle can sometimes help the cause. As Luke Hartog brings the 63 911 into pit lane from a commanding lead in the 911 Cup class, so they're looking in a really good spot to take victory here in the Virtual Belcar 24-hour. Car looking relatively clean at this stage. Now let's see if Luke stays on board.
I think we might end up with Budwin Custer getting in the car, but like you say, Loic Hartog still sat in the driving seat. They've clearly been more than happy with his pace to keep him in. So with him still being in the car, it's sort of all the signs pointing towards Luke Hartog remaining behind the wheel. Marvin Heulemans now behind the wheel of the number 13 machine. I think that was Steve Clays behind the wheel prior to this. We had Marvin in the chat not so long ago. I'll just have to have a quick scroll up to find out what he put. If you are a driver and you have just got out of the car and you are here and in the YouTube chat, please do feel free to join the Simracersworld TV Discord channel or the Discord server, and then join the interview waiting room, and we will drag you in for a little mid-race interview to see how you're getting on. Give you a chance obviously to thank sponsors and anything else besides that. So please do feel free to join the interview waiting room and we will bring you in. We still have a race going on, Peter, though, and it's still Eden Barbar pulling away 22 seconds the gap to Roy Mass now.
Yeah, this has been a dominant phase of the race for Aaron Barber. Just reeled in the previously third place car of Roy Mass, and just absolutely torn away at the front. And you can see why Roy Mass didn't put up much of a protest when Aaron Barber came through. He's just been absolutely flying since he's been on board that car, and he's got an I rating of 5,200. So very, very highly ranked driver is Aaron Barber. Roy Mass doing a great job hanging on there in fourth. He's got a high rating of about 1,800. So, there's a car off there on the left. Now, who was that? It's a GT3 car.
That was the G-Drive car. That was Marvin Heulemans by the looks of it. That's Eden Barbar. That's not Marvin Heulemans. We'll give it another go. There we go. So coming out of the pit lane, apparently he went off the track. The car damaged already. Just leaving the pit lane. What happened there? It's like it changed down a couple of gears. Wasn't ready for the cold tyres on the brakes. Car switched backwards. Not what we like to see when he's just started his stint. Gets back going again. Apparently he's been off the track again. So let's hope nothing too serious. Heading up towards turn 4. Everything looks fairly uniform from here. And it's the brakes again. Touches the brakes and contact there with one of the GT4s. That's the number 19 machine. That will be Maxime van den Hove for GTE ABK Racing getting caught out there. Let's hope that Marvin Heulemans gets going. There we go. We'll go back live with him to see how he's getting on. And that is not Marvin Heulemans. That is Marvin Heulemans. There we go. So continuing on, slight bit of damage on that car again already. Let's see whether he can get it slowed down in a straight line for the final chicane, but not the greatest way to open up a stint for the team, is it?
No, definitely not. It looked like when he was coming out of pit lane there, he just saw the traffic coming through from turn 1 and just stood on the brakes a little bit abruptly, and the brakes locked. Of course, the 911 Cup car, as we see Anton Dupin getting some repairs. He's getting some repairs, getting some new tyres, I should say. Yeah, the 911 Cup car does not have an anti-lock braking system. You can retrospectively fit one, funnily enough, with the real world car, but it comes out the factory without it. And that can mean that under braking, it's quite easy to lock the brakes if you're a little bit too abrupt. And I think that's just what happened there. So Roy Maas comes in. He hops out. So who is going to get into this Radical? It's Hans Blanchert who is into that car now. And let's see what he can do. Nice fresh driver in there. Hans, an I rating of just under 1800. So these guys doing a great job to be running so highly in this race.
They really are. They've had the pace throughout. Anton Dupin remaining behind the wheel of the Flemish Sim Sports TCR entry, the number 102, leaving the pit lane now. And away he goes for what will be, how long did he say he could do? 90 minutes. I think this will be his last stint, and then he might have to hand over to one of his teammates to complete the race by the looks of it. But with 3 hours of the race remaining, and with it being a 90-minute stint in these, yeah, he'll do his 90-minute stint, hand over, and then it's just a short hop to the end for one of his teammates.
Yep, they're right on schedule at the moment, and for the Dynamic Simulators red car, they are currently, well, they owe us a pit stop. I'm just looking at where they are right now. They are, it's Jochen Lennartz on board. Now, trying to look at he's done 4 laps at the moment on that stint, so he's got quite a bit to go.
Yeah, it looks like he's done a fair few actually. The last time on my screen anyway, I know sometimes it can unsync, it says he's been out of the pit lane from lap 695. He's now on best part of 735.
Aha, okay.
So I think, yeah, that is 40 laps, oh sorry, 30 laps completed. So he might not have
so he's still got a bit to go.
Yeah, whether...
He's about halfway through the stint. He's about 45 minutes into the stint then, roughly.
Got you. So yeah, he's still got plenty of time behind the wheel. And it does mean that it will come down to strategy with the Flemish Sim Sports guys. You've got to think though that Dynamic Simulators have at least 2 pit stops left to make, whereas you'd think if Flemish Sim Sports have figured this out correctly and they manage their car, they might only just have the one to make. GTE ABK Racing now have done Philip Jens in the car. The number 19 machine leaving the pit lane now. I think we've just got rid of, was that Senna Lansens in the car, or was it Maxime van den Hove? I can't remember.
Not sure, but it's just coming back to the TCR discussion. Yes, that will mean that that Jochen Lennartz and the Dynamic Simulators red car, they need to take another 2 stops, whereas the Flemish Sim Sports TCR only needs to take 1, and that could be critical. Well, it will be likely critical to that battle between those 2 guys. There's only 16 seconds between them at the moment in favour of Lennart, so they just got to keep plodding away and see what they can do. But yeah, a pit stop is going to be the difference between them at this point. Now, what has happened to Luke Hartog coming down towards the Jackie X chicane? Oh, loses it on the way in. Keep it out of the wall. Oh, stylish. Styles it out. Almost like he meant it.
Yeah, so that was our Porsche Cup leader going for a 360 spin. And gets back going again. Still in the lead, far and away. We'll go back up to Loic Hartog. 6 minutes and 17 seconds ahead of Michael Pedersen. And is it just me, or has that gap slowly started to come down? Is Michael Pedersen chipping away at that lead?
He might well be. Yeah, let's have a look. The Michael Pedersen. Yeah, he's looking at the gap, the interval. We'll just get an update on it at the moment. He's still got 4 laps behind, so there's certainly, that's less than 10 minutes. So not over yet. So Luke Hartog, he won't want to have any more of those.
No, he's still got Michael Pedersen breathing down his neck. Well, I say that, but with 3 hours of the race remaining, 6 minutes is more easily lost than found. So at the moment, Loic Hartog really under pressure here. He's got to think on strategy as well. Both of them pitting 7 laps apart. So I think Loic Hartog. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the their top speed, which definitely isn't what we need. Loic Hartog pitting 4 laps ago. Michael Pedersen pitting best part of, what will that be, 30 laps ago, getting on towards 32 laps ago now. So Michael Pedersen getting towards thinking about what he's going to do with his strategy, and this is what the race I think will come down to, Peter, whether it is who will win on strategy. I know traffic has played a part, and we've seen battles out on track. For example, the GHK E-Racing by T2 Radical entry and the Stage 1 Racing Radical as well. We've seen the change of position not so long back with them, but I think it will come down to strategy.
It would appear so, yeah, absolutely. It would appear that that will be the case for those, so that you'll have all the team working away in the background, doing all the calculations, looking to see where they are, how many pit stops they want to have left, if they need to save fuel, if they can afford to just go for it flat out. So, oh god,
wow,
big oversteer moment there. Oh my word, that was close. Michael Pedersen getting a huge oversteer moment on the gas there, nearly hitting the Circuit Zolder Audi on the way through. Now, Anton Dupin, he is back out at the start of another stint, so this will be his second stint in the car, so he's been in for about an hour and a half. He'll have another hour and a half to go, and then he will, I presume, he will hand over the car. Hopefully he won't have to do a third stint, and that'll be him on 4.5 hours. Let's hope not.
Now it's all to come. That looks like Niels de Kuiper off the road. It is indeed the Radian Motorsport by QSR entry over the curbs, Oh, okay, I think that is another hardware issue for one of the drivers. Let's have a quick look on board. Over the curb left, over the curb right, full left block, and there's the hardware issue. Yeah, so another mechanical failure here at the 24 hours of Zolder. Returning to the pit lane, I'd have guessed. Continued on though somehow, so Niels de Kuiper, let's have a look to see how he got out of the gravel. Maybe a quick reset of the wheel. Try, and there we go, back out. So another hardware issue there, Peter.
Yeah, but it's funny how I guess you could put it down to the fact that obviously you're putting a lot more time in behind the wheel, not only in practice but also, you know, during the race here. You're putting a lot of stress through the wheel all for long periods of time, and yeah, obviously a few guys' equipment just letting them down, and of course when the steering goes on any car, virtual or otherwise, there's going to be only one end destination, unfortunately.
Yeah, that definitely looks like what happened there, but what has come of that means that Laurent Klutz is well and truly there. Different class, but battling for a position overall. 1 second separating them. Should be fairly straightforward for the CCTS Esport Endurance Porsche, but we'll see what happens. You can see the Circuit Zolder by Simtag of Didier Dexters getting overtaken there. There is Niels de Kuiper. You can hear a Radical screaming its way through. There is Laurent Klutz getting caught out by traffic. We'll keep an eye on these two, as it is a change, like I said, a change of position overall, not a change of position in class, but Laurens Klutz still quite a way off where they want to be. So off their next targets, which would be Daan Vilgens, is half an hour ahead. So somehow they've got to try and find half an hour to even get within striking distance of a car within the same class. We'll keep an eye on this battle though, raging away for the moment. But by the looks of it, that little mistake in a very sideways moment for Laurens Klutz. We've seen two cars go very, very sideways through that right-hander pretty much 2 laps ago. So what do you think? What do you think's wrong with that corner? Do you think it's just when tyres start to fade, that is the corner that catches people out?
The only thing I can maybe put it down to, if there's any, you know, obviously the 911 Cup cars, they're pretty lively on the gas in any case, but I wonder if the track temperature's starting to climb up at the moment. At the moment, what are we looking at for track temperature? We see 30. Yeah, that's high. Yeah, 37 degrees centigrade track temperature here today. So that is climbing up. So the track will start to get quite slick. So for those watching who are perhaps a little bit newer to motorsport, when the track temperature gets excessively high, like it is right now, 37 degrees centigrade, the track can get quite greasy and quite slippy. For the tires don't quite work at their optimum, and that can make the grip quite difficult for drivers. Also, you'll see drivers chasing a lap time more. They'll go, why aren't I lapping as quick? And often track temperature can be the culprit for that. So that's perhaps one thing that's happening here. To give you an idea, I was I was commentating at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago, and we had the Bamry track temperature of 5.
Oh, you go careful.
Yeah.
5 degrees. That sounds rather chilly.
Was.
And then it's at that point you think, yeah, the cooler the track, the more grip. But then there's a point where it gets so cold that you cannot get the heat into the tyres to make the most of the cool track. So I can imagine it was rather slippy out.
It was, yeah. I mean, obviously it was ever so slightly damp, but it did heat up during the day, and we did actually break into the 7s by the end of the day.
Oh, that's
well, I know.
Exotic temperatures there at Knockhill, evidently. We did see that overtake there. Nice textbook stuff from Lawrence Klutz around the outside of Niels de Kuiper on the straight. And we always knew that was going to be the case. Tim Grieven still out for Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport, doing a great job. And you've got to think, after that massive incident, and for them still to be going after that hardware issue and having chucked a new driver in and continuing on, it really is good to see a second slower, maybe a second and a half slower than Davy Suffaliers behind. Under a minute now, the gap between the Sky Limit race team and Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport. So in the next half an hour or so, Peter, I'm looking forward to seeing how that battle commences.
Indeed, yeah. We'll see how the number 69 car of Davy Suffaliers can handle that one, chasing down the Vapor Shop number 12 car. Of course, the number 69 car, David Suffaliers, running the number of the late great Nicky Hayden, who, funnily enough, also won at the TT Assen for Honda, beating his countryman Colin Edwards, and of course, who won the World Championship, the MotoGP World Championship in 2006, and sadly we lost Nicky a couple of years ago in a cycling accident of all things. But yep, whenever I see the number 69 on the side of the car, I always think of the late great Nicky Hayden.
I've got to say, I did think I recognised the name of Davy Suffaliers, and for some reason I do. He has raced in the, I think it's the Fun Cup at Spa. It's just a modified Volkswagen Beetle in endurance racing, and he has raced here at Zolder in real life in a BMW 3 Series as well. So for some reason I recognise the name Davy Suffaliers. I don't know why that is. That was in my archive, but he does have real life experience here at Circuit Zolder. So he definitely knows his way around, and he's showing it off here, lapping quicker than the cars ahead. His last lap was a 1 minute 32.59. However, Tim Grieven has responded with a 1 minute 32.96. So he has brought that margin down. Somebody who looks like they're struggling now, Dieter Arts, they're in the 133s at the moment. One of the only drivers to still be there. Not major amounts of damage on that Dynamics Racing Optica car. What do you think it is? Do you think it could just be track temperature? You can see it's getting hotter. Big lock up there.
Yeah, and that track temperature getting higher and higher is really going to hurt the 911 GT3 runners the most, because it's so slick when you're getting on the power. It's a pretty tail happy car anyway. So when the track starts to get slick and lose grip, that's the last thing you need in these cars. So yeah, and also, the drivers they're bound to be worn out by now. We're getting into, we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. So they've got a whole IMSA race to go to the end of this race. But they're all going to be bound to be tired as well. So those little mistakes are bound to creep in over time.
Well, they will indeed. We're currently looking at Loic Hartog and the Bincol and the Bingol by Simtag EMG for a reason. And welcome to the commentary box, Colin Cassani. I'm going to hand you over to Peter Mackay for a few little questions. But Peter, take it away.
Colin, welcome to the Simracersworld commentary box. Tell us about your day so far.
Colin, I don't think he's here.
Colin, do you have a copy, Colin? Colin, welcome to the Simracersworld commentary box. Tell us about your day so far.
Not yet. Evidently nothing there. Hopefully we'll be able to bring him back in at another point. I think we will end up getting another driver in the commentary box very shortly. We've had an incident for Jean-Paul Samin. Tell us what you see, Peter.
So let's have a look then. Jean-Paul Samin in the Audi TCR car, heading up towards the Jackie X here, chicane, sorry. And it's quite a strange one there. That the car just seemed to turn in on itself. I wonder if that was maybe another. I hate to say use the word hardware failure again, but it did look a little bit like that, but just a little bit of a spin there. But no harm done, thankfully. So let's have a look on board. This will give us the clue if that is what happened. So hard on the brakes. They do have ABS, these cars, so no problem with lock-up or what have you. I just lost it on the way in, maybe just a little bit of brain fade there, but no harm done indeed.
Yeah, so continuing on, we do have another driver, last time I looked, waiting for an interview. So Peter, I will let you take this one, but this is Peppian Krijveld from Sky Limit Race Team.
Peppian, welcome to the Simracersworld commentary box. Tell us about the day so far.
Yeah, thank you. It's been quite a tough day for us. It's been at the start, the Allen spinned the car. But we managed to recover from that. At the night stints, we had some bad luck with Mike. He spun again on the exit of Gilles Villeneuve. But I think we are in a good position to get a better result than we were thinking of when we spun the car at the first lap.
And of course, at the moment, you're out the car. Have you got it? Is your day done, or do you have any more stints left to do?
Yeah, my day is done. I've done 6 hours in the car in total, but it's been exhausting. It's my first endurance race, so it's been quite an experience for me.
And most importantly of all, have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed the experience of going round and round and round Zolder for what seems like forever?
Yeah, the double stints really felt like forever in the car, but it was really fun. I love Zolder because of the twisty nature of the circuit. The GT3 Cup car is also a really fun car. It's oversteery, but not too much. You can play with it.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a handful, isn't it? Now, while we have you here, Pippin, who would you like to shout out to live on the Virtual Belcar 24-hour broadcast?
I want to shout out my teammates. Without them, it hasn't been possible. They have all done a very great job at it. I think that was it.
Well, thank you so much for coming to join us in the commentary box, and good luck to the team for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That was Peppian Krijveld being questioned by Peter Mackay, and it sounds like he's enjoying it. I can't believe this is his first endurance race with the performance him and his team have been putting in. You wouldn't be able to tell, would you?
No, definitely not. It's it is quite a different discipline, endurance racing. It requires a different mindset, and do a brilliant debut there. As we look at Matteo Sufi on camera right now in the 51 car, in that beautiful grey and green BMS Motorsport car, running the number 51. So we see our overall leader is in pit lane. Thomas Stockman's in the Simtag Racing Radical, coming in for his stop. So all going to plan for them, just clicking through the stints. Thomas Stockman gets out. Fabrice Cornelis gets back in again. So just a single stint there for Stockman's.
Yeah, very quick one. Nonetheless, like you say, Fabrice back in the car, taking tyres. Like you say, they do have the luxury of taking tyres every single stop. And I think that is what they are doing till the end of the race, with it being quite a long stint in these radicals. I think Fabrice Cornelis might either double stint till the end or double stint and hand over to Cohen Klopman to bring the car to the line. We will find out, though. I'm sure they know exactly what is going on with their strategy. We've got Tim Clations in the pit lane. There he is in the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot. I think they are still, or they were our GT4 leaders, but now they are Edge Esports. Colin Spork has inherited the lead, but for how long? Because Talk Freak Racing, well, it says that, but they've just swapped around once again. So now Tim Clayson's back in the lead of the GT4 class. I thought they had quite the gap, and it's clear the SDK software just getting slightly confused with the strategies, but that car still sat there. You can see a car in the background. That looks like the CCTS Esports Endurance Team. It is Philip Vliegen now in the car, leaving the pit lane. We saw them come into the pit lane, take tyres, swap drivers and leave again. And now Tim Claysons is leaving the pit lane, having spent 6 minutes in his pit box. I don't remember seeing an issue, actually. There we go. Let's see what happened here.
So this is our drama then for our GT4 leader, Tim Claysons. Now... Oh no. Please don't tell me. Has he run out of fuel? It looked like the car choked there. He comes through. I think he runs out of fuel.
And he just
oh my word.
Toes back to the pit lane, I think.
That's a bizarre. So it's almost as if he missed. He's low on fuel, misses the pit entrance, and then conks out. But why would he spend 6 minutes in the pit lane? That doesn't, well, unless it's the tow and then all of the various fueling up and tires, etc. But oh, drama for the number 31, the leader in GT4.
Yeah, not what we were expecting at all. Hans Blankert has had a slight off-track excursion. This is in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar. Has he over-rotated the car on the way in? No, he can't even get it turned in. Good job at keeping that pointed in a straight line, though. A big kick of oversteer once he returns to the road, but somehow in that radical he managed to keep it pointing the right way. Tim Jacobs in the chat saying they are currently in a good spot for third in the overall championship. So now it is going to be exciting, and it really is. We're going to have to keep an eye on yourselves just to see what you are going to do as the race wears on. Tim, if you are about and you are in the Simracersworld TV Discord, feel free to hop in for a quick interview, and then we will get you up and running. Colin Kasani messaging me saying, I have no idea why you couldn't hear me. So sorry, Colin, if you managed to get it fixed, whether you can join a Discord chat with one of your fellow drivers or something like that to see whether it's working. We might be able to drag you back in. We will give it another shot by all means. But Tim Clayson's now 28 seconds in front of Colin Spork, and Kevin Lemons on the same lap as them as well. So now the top three in GT4 all on the same lap, Peter.
Yeah, that little incident is, well, that's the sort of things that can happen in endurance races, these little surprises that can be sprung upon the field, and Tim Clayson's, that's not what he needed. And now, yeah, just about 30-second gap between, actually 28-second gap between Tim Clayson's and the second place car of Colin Spork for Edge Esports. So that's the difference of, you know, a pit stop or not. So it's going to be very tight to the end here in GT4. So it's going to be a means of, there's not going to be any time for relaxing through the traffic. You've got to be really, really decisive and push on. It's 2.5 hours to go. And yeah, it's game on in the GT4 class.
It really is, and game on in the GT3 class by the sounds of it, because that Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine looking for third in the championship. And while we can, Tim Jacobs, welcome to the commentary box. How are you finding it out there? It looks like conditions are getting slightly more maybe scary, with the track obviously getting hotter. What does it feel like out there?
Well, I did my last stint during nighttime, but the track temp is steadily increasing. It's at the whopping 38 degrees Celsius, so it's getting quite slippery out there. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've had our share of bad luck because you apparently misunderstood what I said in the chat. We were in a comfortable position for third overall, but yesterday we had 2 hardware failures from Yves Vangenegten where he couldn't shift, so we had to, our whole pit stop strategy was ruined like 3 hours into the race where we had to swap drivers all of a sudden. And we steamed our way through the night. We tried to play the strategic game, not looking at lap times, just getting the car around safe and looking at the overall championship. So we went up to 4th position, which was super comfortable for us. But now we're 6th in class, so it should be very close. If we finish like this, we should still retain the 3rd overall. But yeah, the car is damaged. No more fast repairs left because yeah, Dries Rohart had a hardware failure as well. Steering wheel just browned out and he just went straight into the wall. So I just woke up and the first thing I see on my cell phone is, this isn't good, and I'm like, uh-oh. So good morning for me.
Well, I've got to say, you have had your fair share of unlucky moments throughout the race, and you went into this round, you keep on mentioning the championship, you went into the 24 Hours of Zolder, the final round, tied on 47 points with G-Drive Racing Exemia, the number 13, and those guys have had a rough day of it as well, but they are only 2 positions behind. Are you thinking about them at all? Are they a worry?
Not at the moment. It depends on what happens with the car, I guess. Because with the 6-hour and 12-hour mark points, we did gain a little bit of extra lead over them. I think there's a 4, 5, or 6 point difference between them now at the moment. And yeah, they did have their fair share of bad luck as well. I just hope we can finish just before them, and let's see what happens for the points. But yeah, you never know. I guess that's racing.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Well, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. I think your rival has actually just had a slight spin. The number 15 has ended up pointing backwards. But before we let you go, as is tradition here in the SRW TV commentary box, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
No, just everyone following the race. I think it's great to see there's so much support for the series and the broadcast as well. It was fun to see at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning that the chat was still alive in the broadcast. So I think it's good to see that the season was a fan favorite in a way. So let's hope there's a second season and try to be a part of that as well.
Great stuff, and yeah, let's hope for a second season. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and we'll let you get off because your teammates just come into the pit lane.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, guys. Have a...
Oh. Accidentally kicked Tim Jacobs out. I think he was just going to say have a good day. Jean-Paul Samin has had an incident. The car on your right. Let's see what happened here. Up towards the chicane. No, it's to Cooper sending it up there. A bit of a tap and then a heavy one. Nose to nose there, and then does he graze the wall? No, I think he gets away with that one, but the stewards will be having a look at that to see what has gone on. Quite an odd incident there, Peter, but like you said, the race is still very much going into the unknown. We've only got 3.5 hours of the 24 left, or 2.5, pardon me, of the 24 left, but that's still a hell of a lot of time for anything to happen.
Huge amount, yeah, absolutely huge, and this is where it's really getting pretty nervy for a lot of the teams in contention, and this is when, yeah, if you've got time in hand, this is maybe one where you get you start to circulate your drivers at every stint if you've got the time in hand to do it. But now in GT4, definitely the teams don't have that luxury really to kind of give away time for driver changes unless they absolutely have to. So yeah, GT4 it's all happening there, and also you know, in TCR as well, we've got Anton Dupin he's had a great stint behind the wheel of that car, got up to 2nd spot and got a good lead over Bram van Uytven in the Dynamic Simulator Red car. And Kevin van der Slick, he's the leader in TCR. He's settled down, shall we say, and been able to stop having so many incidents and now into a much better groove and leading very, very nicely in that car. Now, Jack, it looks like we have Colin Carasani back to have another go.
We do.
Hopefully, we can hear him this time.
We do. Right, Peter, I'll leave this one to you. I think we do have him.
Good
I
afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, Colin. Welcome to the Simracersworld commentary box. Thanks for coming back to join us. How's the race been today for you?
Yeah, amazing. Obviously, it's way different from what I'm used to in real life. In real life, I drive a front-wheel drive car and 30-minute sprint racing. So you can imagine that with the Porsche Cup, it's totally the opposite. So it has been really hard. Also, with helping my teammates with the fuel and driving early in the morning. But I've enjoyed it, and I think we as a team have had a very good race so far.
Certainly looks like it. And most important question is, how many cups of coffee have you had so far?
I think I'm on 4 right now.
That's not bad. That's not bad by well, when I used to go over to the Netherlands, there was often guys who would be in double figures during a day. So 4, that's pretty impressive so far. So what's the plan for the rest of the race? We've got about 2.5 hours left. Who are we going to see in the car over that time?
I think that as we did like the whole race, we'll do another double stint, and Tommy will finish it. And he'll bring the car home, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. All being well, and of course, it's been 24 hours here at Zolder. It's been an amazing experience for everyone involved. What have been your feelings from your round-the-clock race here at Zolder?
Yeah, well, I'm exhausted. It's so different and it's so hard with all the traffic and. Well, even without the traffic, to handle the cup car alone on this track is so hard. They have to manage all these things. I'm literally exhausted, but it's so fun.
Well, it's certainly been fun to watch. Colin, thanks so much for coming to join us. And before we let you go, who would you like to shout out to live on the Virtual Belcar 24-hour broadcast?
Well, of course, that's easy. To Volanti Racing, I'm really, really sorry for joining EMG this one time. I'll pay you back. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a driver market going on for next year. I love it. I love it. You should. I'll be your agent, Colin. I'll get you. I'll get you at least 2 or 3 crates of beer for your trouble.
Sure. You handle that up.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Colin, all the very best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat in a couple of hours' time.
Thank you. Bye.
That was Colin Carasani there, driver of the number 63, currently being piloted by Loic Hartog, current Carrera Cup or Porsche Cup, sorry, class leader. And we have had a few little updates, specifically from Ronald Moons. The number 334 has a stop-go penalty, so let's just find that. There is Niels de Kuiper in the Radeon Motorsport by QSR, and that was for the incident with the 209, this car here. We saw that incident a few laps ago. Let's just cast your mind back. So here is the incident. You can see the Decipit Racing Team car there, and in comes Niels de Kuiper up the inside once and then twice. Didn't manage to get the car straightened up in time, so he's been given a stop-go penalty for that. As Niels de Kuiper, expect him to come into the pit lane in the coming laps. And I've got to say, it's actually, I think he's already been into the pit lane. He pitted on lap number 749, he's on lap 750, so he has already served that. But it's nice to see that even though the incident happened, 2 laps ago, the stewards and race control are straight onto it.
Yeah, it's that was a bit of a Stevie Nicks from Fleetwood Mac accident there. Maybe once, maybe twice. Before your time, Jack. Before your time.
Remind me never to go to a karaoke bar with you, Peter. I'm not sure whether I'd be able to survive. Yeah, but we're now seeing.
I'll tell you what, Jack. I'm gonna. If you'll let me, I'll take you to the TT at Assen next year, and I'll prove to you that bikes are fantastic, and bike racing is fantastic. And also, we'll go to, there's an excellent karaoke bar in Groningen, and we'll go there and we'll have some beers and we'll have a sing song.
Oh God, I can only imagine the state that. I wonder how long it'll take before we get kicked out from the karaoke bar. With you up on stage, of course. We still have Tim Claessens in the lead of the GT4 class for Talk Freak Racing by Carrick. Kevin Lemons on the same lap as the leader, and then Laurent Kiersmakers 14 seconds behind, not far away at all, so very, very close. And then Robin DeVille for Flemish Sim Sports GT4, a name that is obviously all but familiar here at Simracersworld TV. We have heard of Robin before and him at the Flemish Sim Sports team, but it seems like second in the GT4 class is up for grabs once again. We've seen third up for grabs, and it's very quickly flipped on its head, and second is getting closer and closer and closer for Laurent Kiersmakers and Edge Esports.
Indeed, yeah, we see this is Laurent Kiersmakers we're looking at now, the number 25 car coming through turn 1, and it's game on in GT4. We've got Claessens, Lemons and Kiersmakers. There you go. Try and say that 3 times backwards. In the Sky Limit Events number 25 machine here. So it's very close. They're all in the lead lap in class. And looking at the times, Kevin Lemons only 14 seconds behind Tim Claessens in the Carrot racing car. So it's pretty close.
It really is getting closer and closer as the race wears on. Cedric Wouters in the pit lane for Traxxas by J&V Services. It seems like Cedric is staying in the car. The number 5 does have Matthias Maas, Jorn van den Akker and Damien Allo sat waiting, so expect at least one of those drivers to get in the closing stages of the race. The closest cars out on circuit, I actually think, is for the GT4 second place, 13.9 seconds, constantly fluctuating either side of that 14-second bracket. Kevin Lemons, the lead car of the two. I think, yeah, they are the closest cars on circuit, and I think that just shows how widespread this field has got over the length of 21 hours and 40 minutes.
It's almost amazing, actually, that you do have cars that close after such a long amount of time. There's so much that can happen. We've been in today and tonight and then back in today again. And as a few of the drivers mentioned, it's interesting that with that really high track temperature, it's starting to get quite slick. And that is the last thing you need, really, is a slick track to be worrying about when really your energy levels and concentration levels are maybe not at their optimum. So whatever the whatever your tips are for the endurance racing, coffee, energy drinks, any, Jack, you have any particular techniques to get through the long stints?
Not really, if I'm honest. I've only had one cup of coffee. I had one at the start of my first stint, at the very start of the race, and I had one halfway through this stint, as well as a bacon butty. So thanks to my mum for making that while I was streaming. But not really. I think just the racing being so on edge and so up for grabs still, it just ends up keeping me awake. You can't really get bored of it, and now it's back into the daylight hours, more of a sociable time for us here in the UK. We're more or less there or thereabouts to being awake anyway. Still, this battle is, well, I say raging on. It's starting to fall away again, and it's just fluctuating as always. Robin DeVille 50 seconds away from the man we're looking at the moment, Laurent Kiersmakers, and Kevin Lemons 14 seconds up the road. Although he was Kevin Lemons coming into the pit lane now for Skidrow Sim Racing.
This is what it's going to come down to then. You know, we've got 2 hours and about 2.25 hours to go here at Zolder, and that means that there'll be one more stop to go. Now, 2.25 hours, that is not, you're not going to need 2 full stints. So this will be interesting to see what, this is where the strategy does come in. The Scuderia Sim Racing, do they short fill now and then take a full stop later on? Or do they take a full stop now? Oh dear, well that shakes it up. A drive-through.
Yeah, so the number 14 with a drive-through penalty. Nothing immediately jumping out at me. So
incident points.
Yes, yeah, that will be the one. Incident points, of course. Yeah, 25 you will get a drive-through penalty. There is Davy Suffaliers. We clicked on him not too long ago, and he's been lapping quickly. 1 minute 32.66. However, Tim Grieven in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport number 12 entry has been getting closer and closer and closer. 22 seconds apart now. However, that last lap was a 1 minute 35.88. So that begs the question: was that a mistake or was that traffic? And speaking of mistakes, the last incident we had was with Niels de Cooper all that time ago. So we've got a fairly clean spell, which is always great to see.
You can tell a lot of cars maybe just we're in a safe spot, just cruising it home to the finish as best that they can. But that's a huge one. We mentioned it. It's going to be it was a factor in the TCR field. It might still be that incident point limit, 25 incident points, is just the odd little off track here and there. There may be a little rub of contact. They can just tot up slowly but surely. And is that going to play a factor? That's certainly really hurts the 014 car. They've lost second place now to the 25 car with Kersmakers on board. So for these guys, for Scuderia Sim Racing, that yellow and black machine, they've got to think about strategy, because the GT4 cars, as we said, about a 90-minute stint in those cars. So you can really, well, we're looking at the 22.5-hour mark is the kind of critical point for them. That's at the point where you could come into pit lane and not have to come back in again, in theory.
Absolutely, it is all going to come down to where people can mould their strategy down to a T. And like you mentioned, I mean, we've been talking about the iRacing official events, and obviously we try and take them seriously, but maybe not to the extent that some of the drivers are here today. And I think that is also where strategy plays a part. And I know endurance racing tends to go off strategy and consistency, but today more than any, it really has shown that if you can mould your strategy around almost another team and get the one-up, it really does work. For example, we've seen the Scuderia Sim Racing car have an unplanned pit stop, and that has massively thrown them out of whack, because they've lost the position to Lorenz Kersmakers, and they are gaining back now within 10 seconds of that Edge Esports car. But that is what, how long did they spend in the pit lane? 35 seconds that they really didn't want to lose, as you can now see Davies Suffaliers.
69 car on pit road. Davies Suffaliers for Sky Limit Race Team. And we've got it now. Is that a TCR with a... I just saw a puff of smoke there. Is that TCR Jack? Is that blowing its engine?
I think it might have done. We'll go on board with the car. I see what you mean. I saw the puffs of smoke. Only for a short while though. Not sure what has happened there. And Alan Day, 3-time Whelen NASCAR Euro Series champion, is getting back in the Sky Limit race team. And how long did you say a stint time was here in the 911 Cup cars?
Ooh, about an hour, roughly.
So, with fuel saving,
yeah,
there's
new
a
tyres
chance
going on
to the end.
He's flashing his lights at us. Hi, Alan. Yeah, would you say, Jack, he's ready to be? He's going to be wheeling this car hard around Zolder.
Yes, I like your little drop of wheeling in there as well. I've got to say. But yeah, with fuel saving,
getting some new wheelings on the car.
if he can save enough fuel, he only needs to save about 10 minutes, but that's much harder than you think, while also staying on pace. There's a chance he could get to the end, but that is all to come though. 2 hours of racing to go. In about 10 minutes time, we will have our final 5-minute break, just so we can go get our final refreshments, and then we'll be with you right till the check the flag, and then we will we should have either some very happy race teams or maybe some disappointed race teams in the interview booth, but that is all to come. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, Peter.
Indeed, yeah. And what does Mama Werrell have in the kitchen ready for you when you go for your break?
Not a clue, if I'm honest.
It's all a surprise.
Yeah, whatever I can raid the cupboards for, I think we're going to have lunch once all is said and done here. But just run downstairs, raid a cupboard, and come back upstairs.
Indeed, and you're of course the. Will you be watching the Formula One later on?
You can almost guarantee I will be. I'm glad it's not a British touring car weekend because I hate to miss British touring cars, and thankfully I think we've
Me
still got
too.
2 weeks until the finale at Brands Hatch. So we are just filling the gap with some quality motorsport here on Simracersworld TV. And look at this, a very busy section of road. Lots and lots of cars mixing it in there. Alan Day, a bit of a shaky moment going into the hairpin, and I've seen that more than once. The Audi RS3 TCRs, sometimes they get a better run coming out of the corners. Whether they can just put the power down easier, maybe slightly smoother than the 911 Cup cars, I don't know. But 9 times out of 10, if a Porsche Cup car and a TCR go into a corner side by side, the TCR tends to get the jump coming out the corner.
Certainly the TCR, you can just absolutely stand on the brakes and the car will just pull up, and also you're carrying a lot. You can really ride the curbs, and the TCR is all about carrying the corner speed. It's not got a great amount of straight line speed, so you've got to really ride the curbs, use a lot of speed, and you'll see here just the 69 of Alan Day having to just wait his turn, and then whoosh, through he goes, opens up that superior power. That slippy Porsche goes by. So we'll see how what Alan Day can do. They've clearly put in their hot shoe for the remainder of this race, and yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it, Jack? I think the only thing that might help for them to make it to the end with just one more stop is if they come in, they could do a driver change possibly. That might use up some time, but also taking tyres as well as filling up with fuel. That extra, sounds a bit silly, but that extra time in pit lane, do one big stop rather than 2 small ones.
That could be the way to go. All will be revealed though, as we know strategy will be the deciding factor of this race. Olivier Peters has had a slight off-track moment. This is in the Audi RS3, gets a bit of a wiggle on. Is he going to get that slowed down? Desperation tries to avoid the 906 Dynamics Porsche. Does a good job though, straight lines to chicane, but you could see he knew exactly what was happening and tried to place the car in such a way where he wouldn't make contact. Clever driving from Olivier.
Yeah, that was when I'm sure he's got the driest teeth in Belgium right now, because he would have been going, coming into that chicane there, but managed to avoid the problem as the second place, number 5 Radical, goes by, and still looking clean as a whistle, that car, the Traxxas by J&V Services. Now, am I right in saying that Traxxas make remote control cars?
You are. I've got to say, I did my research on some of the sponsors, because a lot of these guys, obviously we've heard of G-Drive and Flemish Sim Sports, to name a couple, and there were some of them I wasn't massively familiar with, like the GHKE Racing. Never really heard of the name, and then powered by T2 Racing, so I didn't know who they were as well. So I've done little bits of research here and there, and I think the one I had to research was Torque Freak Racing by Carrot. But yeah, you are correct. Traxxas do make remote control cars.
Well, funnily enough, we mentioned, of course, a former winner of the Zolder 24 Hours, the Audi A4 Quattro in 1999. I had an Audi A4 Quattro remote control car when I was younger. I loved it. I did have my eyes set on the Volvo S40 Super Tourer of Rickard Rydell, but they didn't have any in the shop, so it had to be an Audi Super Tourer. But I was delighted with it nonetheless, and it terrorised my poor mother as I used to wheel it around the around the house, smashing off the skirting board, as you do with the remote control car.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've had my fair share of RC cars, and a lot of them ended up on their roof or behind pieces of furniture, or under pieces of furniture, or in bits spread across the floor. Hence why I'm a commentator and not a driver, because I struggle to keep anything in a straight line, let alone something like this Radical SR8 being piloted around here on the edge of Adhesion by Cedric Wouters. And I've got to say, it's just, I could sit here and watch this for the final 2 hours. It's just brilliant, weaving it in between the lines and seeing a car in such perfect condition. The spits of flames, the screams going into the corner, the blips on the downshifts, the red rotors. as he jumps on the brakes. It's just an absolute pleasure to watch. And for the first time, Peter, I think he's had an entire lap without meeting any traffic. Oh, and there you go. As soon as I say that, look what's in front.
You might just about get to the end without it, but yeah, that car is really nice and neat and tidy. And I love the little Belgian flags on the end plates of the wing as well. That's very cool as well. But yeah, of course, open top. I mean, I know that the Radical isn't really a prototype racing car, but it's certainly as close as you'll get to one that you can buy out of a shop, basically, effectively. But yeah, of course, open top prototypes, we don't really see them anymore due to safety concerns. Really cool looking cars, but certainly if you look at, like, well, for example, the Dallara P2 car, which we've now got here on iRacing, and really any modern closed top prototype, the safety cell in these things, it's extraordinary the amount of protection that the driver has, and it's of course the speed that they're going now, really important to have that safety protection cell around the driver.
Absolutely, safety has to be the #1 priority in motorsport, especially when you're doing speeds in this car. What we will be able to do is bring it up so you can see on the bottom right hand side of your screen the speed that Cedric Wouters is going, 220 kilometers an hour, almost touching 230 kilometers an hour into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Very, very heavy braking zone. We'll leave that on until he gets around the hairpin, heading in towards the final corner, and you will see exactly why Cedric Wouters needs to have that safety protection cell. I've just noticed I'm skipping a couple of frames. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Not 100% sure why my Wi-Fi has gone to pot. It should be back to normal now. Realised something was running in the background that shouldn't be. There we go, back up to 220 kilometers an hour. But at that speed, if something were to go wrong, it would be monumental. But you've got to trust in the car, and like you say, the safety cell and just anything related to these cars is so strong. The safety in motorsport has come along absolutely brilliantly, and I've got to say, for something that looks rather fragile, that would keep you safe.
Indeed, yeah, of course. We've seen a couple of instances this year where racing cars have just put up with such huge impacts and kept the driver safe. I mean, well, as we mentioned the British Touring Car Championship, Jack, the crash that, 2 weeks in a row, we had an enormous accident for Rory Butcher in the Ford Focus ST, and that car, you know, really did the job of keeping Rory safe in what was a really scary accident, certainly the biggest accident I've ever seen in a touring car. And then a week later at Croft, we saw Bobby Thompson in the Audi S3 have another massive end-over-end incident going through one of the the turnip fields at Croft, and it was both drivers getting away relatively unscathed, particularly in Rory's accident, completely unscathed. So it just shows you, I mean, particularly the touring cars, they are built like tanks now.
Yeah, they are. You can see them. Sometimes you think they're fragile because once touring car drivers become touring car drivers, they get their elbows out. You've got wing mirrors missing, which by all means, if you finish a touring car race with both your wing mirrors, you haven't done touring cars properly. But when you've got bumpers hanging off, the headlights falling down into the bodywork, you think, oh, they're so fragile, that's just after a couple of little knocks. But the body panels themselves, sometimes they fall away, but the main shell of the car with the roll cage and the metallic, the aluminium and the sometimes steel sections of the car are so strong. It's all been fused together, so the weakest points of the car are made just to fall away, keeping the driver safe. So all the forces are just sort of thrown into the body parts which are made to brake, so to speak, and that is what you call a crumple zone. All to just take up the forces and protect the driver. And one of these cars, the 911, the 718 GT4s, I've got to say I have never seen a single one crash, and I think that just pays due to how good Porsche race cars are as well. Obviously, they were on the package at Croft as well for British touring cars, and I didn't really see any big crashes at all, purely because I've heard they're challenging to drive but extremely rewarding, much like the Porsche Cup car. And I don't know what it is about Porsche, but they truly know how to make a race car.
Well, of course, Porsche have got such a long history in motor racing. It's pretty much been ingrained in the company from day one, more or less. I mean, a lot of the Porsche cars have always been around, racing and built with racing in mind. And still to this day, they have a huge customer racing division and a big band of factory drivers as well. But this little Cayman GT4 in the real world, it's it's an amazing proposition to go motor racing. As you mentioned, we have the Sprint Cup Challenge here in the United Kingdom, but also in other countries around the world as well. And it's designed to be a kind of stepping stone. If you want to go to the Carrera Cup, you can do the GT4 first and then move up to the Carrera Cup after that. But the crazy thing is that because this car shares so much of its componentry with the road machine, it's effectively the road machine with a little bit of weight stripped out of it. There's not a great deal of difference. And you can, believe it or not, you can actually get this car serviced at your local Porsche dealer. Even though it's a purebred racing car that you could take to Daytona, you could take it to Sebring, you could take it wherever really you wanted where there's GT4 competition, and then take it to your local down. I could take it to the Porsche Centre in Perth and have it prepared for the next round.
It is brilliant stuff from Porsche. They definitely know what they're doing. But then that begs the question: is it a road car made for the racetrack, or is it a race car made for the road? I think it's just a bit of both. We've got Dieter Arts in chat saying, "I would like to thank all the organisers of the event as well as you guys. It has been an amazing journey so far. Really proud of everyone, and I couldn't agree with you more. Massive thank you to the organisers, everyone that has taken part, and anybody that has had anything to do with this Virtual Belcar, not just round 5 but the entire season. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've only joined you for round 4 and 5, but from what I've seen, I can imagine rounds 1 through 3 have been absolutely brilliant. And Peter, I think we deserve a break.
So yeah, I'm going to go and raid the cupboards as well and see if I have a little bit of a snack. Now I think a little bit of onboard action with our leader just on board that Radical. I think that's certainly going to wake everybody up on a Sunday morning. This is bask in the glory of our runaway leader in the Radical class.
Great stuff. Right, we'll see you back here in about 5 minutes' time. In the meantime, enjoy some onboard action with our leader Fabrice Cornelis and Simtag Racing. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Virtual Belcar eSeries 24 hours of Zolder. We hope you enjoyed some onboard action with Fabrice Cornelis, our SimTag Racing race leader, doing a brilliant job up at the front of affairs. And you can see just how smooth it was being. He even said welcome in the YouTube chat while he's behind the wheel. Come on, Fabrice. How are you doing it? That is definitely brave stuff to just sit there messaging away in the YouTube chat while you're sat there ragging that radical around the beautiful Zolder circuit. We've had a couple of incidents while we've been away, like last time. Jazz Harvey has been off the track for a short amount of time. Let's see what happened in the chicane. Is he going to get it slowed down? Carries on going to the left and just about manages to keep it out the wall. No major dramas for him. O'Neill Mousset has had two. This is the first one in the BMS Motorsport Porsche. Oh, wow, what happened there? Let's have another look at that. We will slow it down for you. There is a sausage curb, evidently, that he has managed to collect. You can see it on the exit of the curb there. And then as soon as he touches it, bang, throws the car up into the air. That would take the sump out if it was front engine. Thankfully it's rear engine, so no major damage to the front, and I think it proceeds to rotate. Yeah, but look at the damage on the front left hand side of that Porsche. Goes the right way, gets it out of the way of any of the oncoming traffic, puts his foot to the floor, rotates the car back again, and I think that's what the crash was. Yes, it was indeed. So no more incidents for him. And then Jean-Paul Samian has had an incident as well. Can't quite make it around turn one. Put your foot to the floor, mate. Keeps it in towards the left and straight in towards the Armco barriers. No major damage, at least. I think it might have just been a slight knock. Yep, everything's still looking square and set on the front of that Audi RS3 LMS. Peter, are you back with us? So Peter, not quite making it back just as yet, clearly enjoying making his cups of coffee. He's probably made one, necked it, and gone to have another look at that O'Neill Moth in that beautiful liveried BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car. I absolutely love that. If you are watching in chat, 155 of you, welcome to the Simracersworld TV YouTube channel, and welcome to round 5 of the Virtual Belcar eSeries, the 24 hours of Zolder. If you have a favourite livery, or you just want to support your favourite team, driver, anything like that, please do let us know in chat. And if you are one of the drivers, you can join the Simracersworld TV Discord, and then in there join the interview waiting room, the little voice chat, and we will drag you in for an interview and you'll be live here on Simracersworld TV. But other than that, please do let us know what you think of the race so far, your favourite livery, your favourite driver, somebody you want to support, or somebody you want to thank, anything like that, please do mention it in the chat. We do love to hear what is going on your end. Stephen Maris in the pit lane for Team MRS, the number 35 machine, still with that SimTag car puffing smoke out of the front end. So I can only presume Joseph Kovacs has had an engine failure. If you are listening, mate, or one of his SimTag teammates are listening along, whether it's Attila Sipos or Janos Sinor, let us know what has happened to your car. We hate to see it. Marvin Hulamamans has gone off the road. Let's see what has happened to Marvin. Once again, another 911 Cup car emerging from the side of the tents. Does he hit that curb? He goes well over the curb on the grass, keeps it pointing the right way through turn 4, gets it slowed down. Good stuff. And yeah, I thought he was good at multitasking. I've seen him do it before, but he's just sat there ragging this radical around so quickly on the edge of adhesion, and manages to do that. Brilliant stuff from Fabrice. Always had a great sense of humour has Fabrice. The closest cars we've got out on the road for you, where are they? Everybody, I think, is separated by a minute. I tell a lie. Jeroen Vadlet is 41 seconds ahead of Senna Hulsmans in the Flemish Sim Sports GT4 entry. But if you are listening along in chat, like I said, do feel free to let us know what you think of the racing so far. Favourite livery, favourite driver, show some support just to say thank you, or if you just want to ask us a question. I doubt it, but if you want to ask us a question, please do let us know in the chat. I think Marvin Huliamamants has got away with that one fairly lightly. Dries Mujdi in the car now for Dynamics Racing Optica. Beautiful liveried piece of kit, that one. Pim Bao in the G-Drive Racing Exemia number 15. He's another familiar name to Simracersworld TV. Glenn Van Parijs still in his beautifully liveried Pro Assist Sim Racing car, the carbon copy of his real life livery. Loic Hartog still leading the way in that class. Brilliant stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to give you a quick rundown of the order. Top 5 in each class. So Fabrice Cornelis has still got nobody in front of him. 25 minutes, best part of 26 minutes in front of Cedric Wouters for SimTag Racing. There is Cedric Wouters for Traxxas and JB Services in second overall, second in class of course. Edith Baba there for GHK eRacing by T2 Racing in third. Hans Blankert there in fourth for stage 1, and Judy Crispin in fifth for class racing team. Loic Hartog in the lead of the Carrera Cup class, has been for a long while for Bingol by SimTag EMG. A brilliant race so far. Michael Pedersen there in second in class, seventh overall for ASK Plante Racing. Glenn Van Parijs in third, Pimbao in fourth, and Dries Mujdi there in fifth position, 10th overall. Keep an eye out for Alan Day though, currently 7th in that class, 12th overall, chasing down Tim Grieven, 1 minute and 16 ahead and lapping consistently quicker, so keep an eye out for him. The leader of the GT4 class has been for a long while, since the 18-hour mark, if I remember correctly. Tim Claessens in the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot, number 31 entry, leading that class, 15th overall. Laurent Kirschmakers there in second, Jeroen Vatlet in third, Senna Hulsmans in fourth, and Stephen Maurice there in fifth position in class, 19th overall. And then we get back to the very loud leader of the TCR. There was a Porsche and a Radical both trying to get past him there. That was a very loud noise through my headset. Kevin van der Silk and G-Drive Racing Eximia, he's just been driving his stint as cleanly as possible. Struggled to get in the rhythm after being handed the car from Ben Thanes, but nonetheless still 10 minutes ahead of Anton Dupin there, second in class for Flemish Sim Sports TCR, the beautiful liveried piece of kit. That one, Bram van Uitven there in third in class for Dynamic Simulators Red, and you can see on the left hand side of your screen that we will end up getting to a GT4 where fourth place would be in class. It's Philip Vliegen there for CCTS Esports Endurance, 8th in class, 25th overall. There is Niels de Kuyper for Radeon Motorsport by QSR, 4th in class, 26th overall. And then the last runner we're going to look at, 5th in class, is Nick Pouliot for Dynamics Belcar Green. Peter, are you back with us?
Just as I have a big gulp of tea there as well. I've got some Bob Marley toast on the go with jam in.
Jesus Christ.
What did you have on your break? What did you have?
I literally just made a cup of coffee and I finished a packet of crisps, but we're back with it, and I think we've just seen Fabrice Cornelis have a drive-through penalty.
Ooh, interesting. Now, is it my imagination, or does that car look a little bit cleaner than it did?
Oh, he's not going to get that slowed down.
Got a bit of a whoa
through. Yeah, straight through the chicane. Marvin Hulema-Mans once again going off the road. This is into the first chicane. Is he going to get it slowed down? Nope, straight over the way he goes. That will be a slowdown and a 1x. But you mentioned Fabrice Cornelis. Is that car looking cleaner? For me, Peter, it's looking pretty much the same. Still got that damage on the right-hand side of the side pod, and then still got that damage on the rear left, and the front is still absolutely peppered with little bits of damage here and there. So for me, Peter, it looks the same. I'm not sure what you're seeing on your end. Is it any different?
Maybe the wing. Was the wing not slightly bent, but on the back of it seems a little bit straighter. But anyway, it's I'm sure it's just my imagination, and no, yeah, it could be. It could be. But anyway, it doesn't seem to be hampering them at all. They've got such a big lead to play with. And we see we've also Annick Van Blair in the chat, who is saying this is the Annick's favourite livery, the 334 machine. Must be the Simracersworld stickers on the back of it as well.
Yeah.
Annick also says also supporting Kobe Clays, who drives the 906 Porsche. Now, we don't have that would be cool if we had a 906 in the field. Oh my word, the 906 Porsche.
Oh, that would be brilliant.
I've just had a moment. Oh, they are special bits of kit, the 906. One of the most beautiful racing cars ever built. But maybe a little bit out of date by now.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'd be quite keeping up with the modern technology of this stuff. I mean, the 906, brilliant piece of kit. I wouldn't say this is going to be a very unpopular opinion, and once again, I think Peter is going to want to kick me, not necessarily out the commentary box, but kick me in the teeth. I don't think it's that good looking of a car. I prefer the Lola T70. For me, that is, when you say proper race car, that unrestricted, absolute hell of a car. I absolutely love that. And sadly, obviously, I didn't get to see it in period. But Peter, I'm sure you're old enough to have seen it all those thousands of years ago. But yeah, I did ask in the chat if anybody would like to mention their favourite livery, their favourite driver, just to show some support. And evidently, Anik showing us what he supports. Hans saying he did what from the car? I missed it. Right, yeah. So Fabrice Cornelis, while we were away, Peter, we were riding on board, and he was absolutely driving the wheels off the thing. If you scroll up in chat at 4 minutes past 12, he said welcome in chat while he's still out driving faster than anybody else. So very, very good at multitasking is Fabrice. Yeah, very, very quick stuff from
Also, Jack,
from him.
if I might interject, you're absolutely wrong that the Lola T70 is a better looking car than a Porsche 906.
But
you're just wrong. You're as wrong as you are about motorbikes.
No, right. We've reached a point. Can we agree to disagree?
I guess we'll have to, given we've got an hour and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether anybody would like to listen to us argue for the next 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Also, in the spirit of camaraderie, when we go to the karaoke bar in Groningen, after you've been, by that point, I guarantee you, Jack, that night you're going to be like, we're going to be there in the karaoke bar, and you're going to be like, you were right, Peter, you were right. Motorbike racing's amazing. I don't know why I was so wrong for so long.
Well, to be honest, I have. This is a sort of guilty pleasure of mine. Occasionally, if there isn't any motorsport on, I do actually switch it over to watch motorbikes. And I have been to see, not specifically to see the bikes, but I have been at a race meeting on Boxing Day of all things to watch my father race Citroen C1. You know, an absolute monster of a machine, absolute track weapon. A Citroen C1, and there were bikes there then. I've got to say, I was deciding between brave and stupid, and I think it's a bit of both, because it was a very wet day at Mallory Park, which by all means isn't exactly a slow circuit in a car, because it's very on edge, very long turn one, and on the bikes they had to introduce the chicane just to slow them down. But it was, yeah, very interesting to see what they could do. Look at this is very close stuff here. Alan Day trying to get out of the way of the number 66 machine of Erend Barbar and GHKE Racing by T2. Alan Day knows what he's doing behind the wheel though. Placed the car where he wanted it and managed to get Erend Barbar by without too many difficulties. Hans Blanket in the pit lane for stage 1 Racing Belcar, the number 906. He's been in the car for a while now. I was expecting to see him get out and hand over the car to Justin Nair, but looking at the time left, he might still have a pit lane left. Drops down to the gear, drops down to the floor. What have you seen?
Our master has come into the interview waiting room.
Oh no.
Ian Roger Penske routes. Oh no, I think we're in trouble, Jack.
Shall we just, yeah, we haven't seen him, have we?
We could just ignore him, couldn't we? We could just be like, no, I didn't see it. Sorry, Ian. No, well, we're rumbled now. I guess we better get him in for a chat.
Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. Ian Rees.
Sorry, Ian.
Welcome to the commentary box.
Good afternoon, guys. How's things going?
Brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic. It looks great. It looks great on stream. I've watched probably pushing on for 5 hours of today. As you know, I've been away. Came back this morning. But it's been fantastic. I just wanted to jump in because sadly I can't be at the end. Got a bit of a family celebration going on today. So I just want to say thanks really to Andy Yannon and Ronald Moons for trusting us at Simracersworld TV to put this show on. Not just today, but the entire season. It's been a fantastic spectacle and pushing the limits of viewers and minutes watched. I think we're increasingly rising to 150,000 watched minutes just for this event alone, which is absolutely incredible. But I just want to thank those guys and obviously everybody that's been in the booth over the last 24 hours. You've done a fantastic job, and yeah, I hope we get to broadcast this for season 2 next year because it's a great event and some of the racing has been phenomenal.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Peter, any words?
Well, and for only 149,000 of those 150,000 minutes have been about motorbike racing and Belgian beer.
And that's exactly how it should be. Yeah, as you guys know, I do spend a little bit of time in Belgium. Sadly, not this year, but next year, hoping to get back again to Zolder And I'm hoping to meet the guys that organise this, kind of for real rather than just over Discord. But it's been a fantastic season. We've got some worthy champions. I know the race is not over yet, but Simtag in the Radical, number 1 on track today, and I think they've won the championship as well. Their driving has been faultless, but we've got some worthy teams out there, and it's been a fantastic series. But I just want to say thanks again to everybody, and enjoy the last couple of hours, and just give it your all.
And finally, Ian, when we do go to Zolder next year, do you think you'll maybe get to the heady heights of 3 Lefties before falling asleep?
I very, very much doubt it, Peter. But thanks again, guys. Just, it's been an awesome broadcast, and the 2 guys that really need the big shouts are Ronald Moons. I know he puts in a lot of effort to get this series off the ground, does a lot of work behind the scenes, and he's done a fantastic job. And obviously Andy Annans, he's the one that contacted me for broadcasting the entire series, and thank you very much, Andy, and I hope to see you next year and running for season 2 for you.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, Peter. Peter? No, Peter's been in for a while. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box.
Anytime.
Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, Ian. We'll get that right, and hopefully we'll be back for season 2, and hopefully you can enjoy the next 1 hour and a half. But like you say, you've got family commitments elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely. But thanks again, guys. Obviously, final word. Yourself, Peter, Hassa, Ed, and Chaz. Absolutely fantastic broadcast over the last 22 hours. And let's just one big final push for the end, and hope the racing, kind of pushes through and gives us some exciting stuff in the last couple of hours. But thanks again, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care. And everyone out there, stay safe.
Cheers, Ian. That was Ian Roots, our respective boss here at Simracersworld TV, and like you say, he's more or less Roger Penske Roots, because he owns a broadcasting service, he owns a race team. Anything else? Have I missed out? What else have I missed out?
The series, the leagues as well.
Leagues,
he owns the league, the team, and the broadcast. Yeah, so he is the Roger Penske of British/Belgian sim racing, really. And look at that, what class there from Ian Roots to come in there and say a few nice words, and that's why they call him the captain.
Yeah, he is an absolute angel of a man. He's like he didn't have to do that by any means, but it's just the fact he's come in, said thank you to everybody, even though he said he's obviously got family commitments. It just shows his sacrifice for sim racing and Simracersworld TV.
And we didn't get a row either.
No, we didn't. But it does sound like you've more or less got you've got Ian on your side now, because he's more than happy for us to talk about motorcycle racing. So it sort of goes against what I was hoping for. But oh well, we're going to have to put up with an extra 1.5 hours of motorcycle racing and Belgian beer. But that is all to come. We were looking at Alan Day throughout all of that, and I don't think he put a single foot wrong.
No, he allowed us to talk rubbish for about 5 minutes there, because we didn't have to. He's just not put, like you said, didn't put a foot wrong, so there was nothing to certainly comment on just how impressive he's been, indeed. Now, last point for a while on motorcycle racing, and I understand how you might have thought this is all a bit mental. Mallory Park on Boxing Day is probably not the ideal conditions for motorcycle racing, whereas up in Assen in the middle of June in the sunshine, hopefully with a big pint of Heineken in your hand, then I think it'll all start to make sense, young Jack.
Other beers are available. I've
of course. Yeah.
I've got to say, I think if you've had a drink and you're watching motorsport, it just tends to be blobs driving around in circles. So I'm sure I won't be able to tell the difference after a while. But yeah, I've got to say, motorcycle racing, it's been something I've not necessarily wanted to get into, but it's something I've wanted to watch more, because I've seen Alberto Nasca on YouTube a hell of a lot. I've watched him. He does a bit of both. He's raced cars and raced bikes, and he does a hell of a lot of motorsport. And oh, that's a car backwards in the road. That looks like Olivier Peters, the tail end of his composer car. It is indeed. So here he comes in towards the chicane. Does he get help here? No. Yes, he does. He turns in like the car isn't there. I'm trying to figure out who that was. What we will do is we will ride on board. Peter, what do you think happened there? Maybe just unsighted?
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. The cup car was flying by there. That's the vapor racing. He's giving us good. Yeah, I think he. You know what? He tried to give a bit of room, and then he thought, I'm going to have to turn for the corner eventually. And then there was just a car there. Just a racing deal there. Just it can happen. No malice. No real problem either way. And no harm done. But yeah, just a little bit of poor fortune there. But no harm, no foul. Not too much damage as well, it would appear as well. And the Tom Van Poot in the graphic racing TCR carrying on.
Yeah, great stuff to see. And all the cars, even after the little bumps, living up to their touring car name, getting their elbows out here and there. Tim Clayson's has had a bit of an off-track moment. Let's see what has happened here. This is coming out of turns 2 and heading up towards turns 3. Can't get it turned in time. I know the car can wash out quite easily. He did make room for the Radical on its way through, but continued on without too much of an issue. And Pim Bao once again has been off the road. Let's hope it's not at the chicane once again. It is. It's at the final chicane this time, though. What happens is he's going to get it slowed down. Big lock up on the way in, and can't get it turned in for the corner. Runs across the gravel, picks up a 1x and a bit of a slowdown, but nonetheless continues on. And sadly, Steady Eddie Anton hasn't really been very steady, Peter. He's gone off.
Oh no, so this is from second place in TCR. He'd been building up a good lead. Oh, thankfully it's just a small one. Just a small one. And actually, you know what? You could tell he's just at the point where he's thinking, I can throw this in and have a big crash, or I can go straight on and just have a little, recoup and recover. And Anton Depan there had the presence of mind not to try and take that corner. Just missed his braking point. And he carries on without any problem, indeed.
Yeah, and we also have seen that there has been not necessarily a change for the leader, but a change for the lead driver at Bengal by Simtag EMG. So the car is now in the hands of Tommy Rao after being piloted. I think it was by Luke Hartog, wasn't it?
Yep. Luke Hartog, who did a mega stint.
Yeah, he did. He's built that gap up to the car behind to 6 minutes now. Oscar Wilkins for ASK Volante Racing. So they have had a driver swap as well at the number 26 garage. I think it was Michael Pedersen piloting that car a few laps ago. There has been a change of driver also for third overall. So obviously third in the Radicals. Brent Verheyen now behind the wheel of that JHK e-racing machine. So Erind Barbar deciding that this is the last time he's going to get in the car, and with 1 hour and 30 remaining, you've got to think Brent Verheyen will be the driver to bring it till the checkered flag.
Yep, it looks like it will be, and we're at that magic point, Jack, where the TCR and the GT4 runners from any point from now could potentially be their last pit stop. They can do an hour and a half on a tank of fuel. So any GT4 or TCR runners who you see coming into the pit lane right now, that should be them to the end of the race.
Yeah, it's all to play for here. Look at this. Through turns 2 and 3, up towards turn 4, you could see the traffic trying to figure out what the number 66 was doing. Brent Verheyen back out on the road and hitting the track. Thomas Smets in the chat saying, I thought you loved beer, Peter. I didn't think Heineken falls under that category. So he's clearly criticising your beer choices there.
It's no, I completely understand the sentiment there, but unfortunately they have a complete exclusivity on the beer taps at Assen. So I didn't want to, get your hopes up too much, Jack. I wanted to be accurate with my promises. I didn't want you to think I'm lying to you. So yes, don't worry. We'll you'll have to make do with Heineken at the track, but after that we can explore the pubs of Groningen and we can explore the delights of Dutch and Belgian beer. However,
have you just seen that as well?
I have, yes. Anik Van Blair, who's kept us company throughout this broadcast very well. Thank you, Anik. He says, let beer be Belgian and let the Netherlands stick to cheese. I love that. There is, as you can imagine, Jack, there is a little bit of friendly needle between the Belgians and the Dutch. as there is a little bit of friendly rivalry between our respective sides of the border as well.
Absolutely, and I just want to say thank you to everybody in chat who has kept us company throughout. We really wouldn't have been able to do it without you. It's so nice to have an interactive chat throughout the stream. Anna in chat saying beautiful race and many thanks for broadcasting, guys. No problem at all. It's been an absolute pleasure. So Anik's saying I'm stuck to the screen here and still in my PJs. So clearly happy that, that the stream is carrying on. We will try to keep it as interesting as possible as the race wears on, Anik. Let's look for the closest cars on track, and I think it's everything but edge of your seat stuff, because Senna Hulsmans 34 seconds behind Jeroen Vatlet, and those two are the closest cars on the road.
They are, yep. So Jeroen Vatlet in the 014 machine. And this, I tell you what, that Flemish Simsport livery, you could put that on a transit van and it would look good. It is fantastic, isn't it? Lovely. And that shiny, I tell you what, Chaz Draycott would be having a bit of a moment right now with the, is that now, forgive me, Jack, is that what a spec map is that makes that paint look shiny? It is, right,
yeah,
okay.
So you can paint the car, but the spec map sort of chooses what kind of paint it is, whether it's matte, whether it's chrome, satin, anything like that.
I see. Thank you. That's very, very good. Now, something's just occurred to me, Jack. We mentioned Friday night Rallycross roll-up, which, of course, an accompanying beer is very important for full participation in the Friday night Rallycross roll-up. So if anybody would like to come and join us, do let us know. And we're delighted to have you. And, of course, it'd be good to have some actual beer experts come to join us for the Rallycross roll-up. We've got a comedian, we've got our own comedian in Edward May.
That joke is never going to live its way down. I think we're being joined. I think that's Hans Blankert in chat shouting spec map. So clearly a massive fan of Senna Hulsmans livery. We've had an incident for Glenn Van Parijs. What has happened to Glenn? Third in class at the moment, heading up towards the chicane. Is he going to get it slowed down? Is he going to be helped into a spin? Oh, over-rotating the car a little bit on the exit. Oh no, there was a tap from the GT4 leader, Tim Claessens, going into the tail end of Glenn Van Parijs. So what has happened to Tim's brakes? Clearly not quite expecting Glenn to park it there, already inside the car, and then an extra little hit to push him round, and continues on. 1 minute 57 back from Tim Claessens is Laurent Kirschmacher's, so he has the time, if race control deem it necessary, to give him a stop-go penalty or a drive-through indeed. Then we'll have to keep an eye out for that, but not what Tim Claessens needs, because he's built up that gap as the race has aged on. But if that little mistake there costs him, what, about a minute in stop-go penalty, he's only going to have 1 minute to play around with, and going into the final hours of the race, or hour and a half of the race, that's not what you want. You want to build up that gap as much as possible and give yourself as much leeway, just in case the worst happens.
Yeah, that's not good news at all. And of course, at the very least, that will be 4 incident points for contact, and they only get 25 before they have to serve a drive-through penalty. I don't know how many they are on at this point, but yeah, that is just these little things that just make everybody's anxiety level just rise and rise and rise. And you know, this is where we're getting into the shaky stage of the race. 22 hours and 36 minutes in, but still got a lot of motor racing to go. And for the GT4 leader, the number 31 of Claessens, well, they are certainly being the carrot is being dangled a little bit closer to the number 25 of Kirschmacher's at the moment. So this is the battle to watch, really, isn't it, in the GT4 class?
Yeah, it is indeed. I've got a funny little analogy for you here. So, you know, the Nürburgring, it's famed for its quite unpredictable weather, where half of the track can be in beautiful sunshine, the other half of the track can be in almost downfall. And you can see here, you've got a very busy section of the circuit. So you've got 2 TCRs, you can hear a Porsche screaming away in the background, and then the 2 GT4s. We look at Jeroen Vatlet. Where's everybody gone?
I know.
There's nobody there.
It's only a minute and 20 seconds round. Where is it? Is he farted?
I don't know, but nobody clearly likes him. Look, down the straight, there's not even anybody down the street. Where has everybody gone? Hey, this must be bliss for him. There we go. Cars in the background. But what happened there? Jeroen Vatlet left on his own for an entire lap.
That's crazy. Yeah, so that must mean the other half of the circuit is like the Champs-Élysées at the moment.
Let's have a look. Halfway around the lap, there is Brent Verhey. There's everybody. Everybody's screaming through. Yeah, everybody's screaming through. Rush hour at Zolder. And you can see a lot of TCRs, a lot of GT4s, one Radical mixing it in there. A Radical in the background as well, but lots of drivers coming into the pit lane. Our leader, Fabrice Cornelis, in the Sim Tag Racing #2 machine there. Just in front is Glenn Van Parijs in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. Pit lane klaxon goes off to let everybody know. There is Tim Jacobs now behind the wheel of the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine after being handed the car from Tim Grieven. We'll keep an eye on Glenn Van Parijs and Fabrice Cornelis. Glenn has stopped in his pit box. There is Fabrice. Who is he going to hand the car over to? So, what has happened here? So Matthias de Tige gets now behind the wheel of the Pro Assist Sim Racing car, and I think Fabrice is inside one of the TCRs, but he is still remaining inside his Radical as well. I think that's Didier Dexter's deciding, to park inside Fabrice Cornelis. And I think we've had an incident for Maxime van den Hove as well, Peter. Oh,
a big one. Yeah, the number 19 Porsche. That's the... Whoa, is that coming out of the pit lane?
I think he is on his way out of the pit lane.
Oh dear, that's not a good start to that stint. So around he comes then, out of pit lane, and is he gonna... Oh, he looks at coming out of pit lane. Oh dear. Well, that's going to make you popular with your teammates.
Yeah, so not the best start to a stint. Stephen de Wolf has gone off the road as well, and he hasn't come back on. So where has he gone? 4 seconds off the road, in towards the hairpin. Is he going to get it slowed down? Onto the grass, one-way train to running wide. There you go. Puts his foot to the floor, so the front swings back round, and there you go, back out.
Stephen is on the grass.
How long have you been waiting for that one?
Oh, 4.5 hours.
Yeah, how long have you been commentating? I think that really is the question, isn't it? Alan Day now promoting himself up into 6th in class, 11th overall, purely because Tim Jacobs is now in the pit lane. So is Tim Clations, number 31, 1st in class. And let me check just to see whether we have any updates. We do indeed. The number 31, the car we're looking at the moment, has a stop-go penalty for avoidable contact with the number 23 machine. So he's in for his pit stop, so he will be able to get to the end, but it will be longer than expected because he has that stop-go penalty to serve, which begs the question. Laurent Kerschmakers, he has been getting quicker and quicker and quicker within a minute of the leader now. Within 2 minutes of the leader now. Come the end of the race, after strategy has played out, I'm guessing that gap will have massively dissipated, but he needs to be careful. We've got cars off the road there. That looked like Philip Vliegen and Tom Van Put off the road. Here is the first car. It goes straight on. Going, gone. And then it looked like Tom Van Put followed him on. Here it is, Tom Van Put up towards the chicane. Does he touch the grass? Oh, no, I think he got collected by the BMS Motorsport machine. And there you go. Over the grass he goes. So the little mistakes starting to catch people out, Peter.
Yeah, so I think now normally for stop-go penalties, normally you have to serve them separately from a pit stop. So I suspect that once the 31 car has got this full service out the way, he's taking tyres, he'll be filling up with fuel. I suspect that he might have to come back round and have another stop-go, possibly, unless he's just got a time penalty while in the pits. Unless, please do tell me otherwise if that's the case.
I think he has managed to serve it during the same time, because on average you're looking at about 40-second pit stops for the GT4s. For Tim, on that last pit stop, it was 1 minute 26.
That's interesting. Do you think you maybe given 30-second wait, possibly? Because he did take tyres.
He did indeed. We'll have to get Ronald Moons to confirm with that. Yeah, Ronald, come on, get on it. We need to know. Annick van Blair saying, my husband, both watching on a laptop, says you say nothing about me. So here's for the record to keep my marriage going. Fred Van den Broek is supporting Radeon by QSR. So what we'll do, we'll get them up on screen when I can find them. You'll probably be able to spot them before I will, Peter. Oh, they're in the pit lane.
There you go. It's coming in for a pit stop. Perfect. So we've got a good chance to have a good look at it.
We will indeed. And this car has been receiving a lot of attention today. Lots of people saying it's their favourite livery. And obviously Stephen de Wolf This is his real-life livery, sponsored by Simracersworld, of course. So now it's Jarno Loret taking the reins for the 334, bringing that car to the end of the race. So evidently they are happy to come into the pit lane now. Who has just left the pit lane? I think it was Ivo van den Linden for CCTS Esports Endurance, the GT4 that has been mixed up within the TCRs. We now have Robbie Janssens in the fast racing team. Radical, I think he has just been handed the car over, I think it was by Jirik Crispin, I believe. I know we've seen Yannick Lemons out. I don't think, while I've been on comms, we've seen Dennis Locks out on the track, but fast racing team looking to go towards the end of the race. Now I think the Radicals, Peter, won't they still have to have a little splash and dash come the end of the race?
Possibly, yeah. I don't think they go much. I don't think they go any longer than that. So, yeah, they're just a little splash to go for them. Now, getting a couple of, I'm just getting confirmation just now from our race steward Ronald Moons to see what the score is with the 31 car. Yes, he's confirmed. Yes, time was added to the pit stop. Normal stop is around 1:15 and his was 2 minutes. So he's taken his 30-second penalty. So the number 31 car, all invoices are paid and he's back out in the lead. But as you mentioned earlier, Jack, that gap in GT4 is now a lot closer and a lot less comfortable. In fact,
it's 2 seconds.
It's 2 seconds. I was about to say my timing screen for once is telling me the truth. And yes, then you look at the flashing lights of the second place car of Kersmakers with an hour and 15 minutes to go. It's going to be a dogfight for GT4.
It is indeed, but something I think we need to bear in mind. The last time Laurent Kersmakers went into the pit lane was lap 777. Tim Claeson's pitted 2 laps ago. So, Jeroen Vatlet's still yet to, or Laurent Kersmakers, if I can put my teeth in, is still yet to pit. However, this little bit of battling might just be enough to unsettle Tim Claeson's, maybe force him into a mistake, but that gap is on its way back out purely because the number 25 is trapped in traffic. There goes the number 906, the Dynamics Racing Red 911 Cup car, and everybody is back out to their usual job, coming into the pit lane, driver swap, and then back out. Closest cars on circuit are the cars we're looking at the moment.
Yeah, it's coming down to this GT4 battle. Let's keep an eye on this because for this 31 car, the Carrot Racing, they had a good lead and it is just, for one reason or another, it's just slowly eroded. A little penalty there as well for an avoidable contact. And now they've got the attention of the number 25 machine, Edge Esports, with Laurent Kersmakers on board that car. Now, both of these drivers have been on board for quite a while, so but of course for Tim Claeson's, he's good to the end of the race. He's taken his pit stop. He doesn't need to come in again. Now, is that the case for the 25 car? How long have they been out?
The 25, they have been out now, pushing on towards 30 laps. So no, they will not be able to get to the end of the race. Anton Dupin joining us in chat saying Keanu in the car till the finish. We should have P2 in the bag. You say that, Anton, but anything can happen. But Keanu Bourguignon now in the Flemish Sim Sports TCR entry, and we know Keanu is familiar with this sort of machinery. We've seen him in a lot of the SRW TV events in the past. I think Chaz calls him Keanu Reeves Beef Bourguignon, so thank God Chaz isn't in for Keanu's final stint, but he should be able to get to the end. Ivo van der Linden in the pit lane for CCTS Esports with damage. What has happened to Ivo? I think I found it. No, I haven't.
Just thinking we could call Chaz and Dave caught.
That's what I called him during the British Boring Car Championships. He had David Addison in the commentary box, touches the grass hard into the wall. We've seen that from him before. All 4 wheels off the road. He's been off the road more than once as well. So that will be the second time. And that's a big old hit into the wall. The last thing they needed, they were just making time up through the TCR class. And I think that looks like a brand new car. So well done to those guys. They've saved one of their fast repairs for the very last minute and back out with a fresh piece of kit.
Yeah, that's good that they've had that one up their sleeves, because that would have been a long repair for those guys back out onto the track. And with a, like you say, a very factory fresh 902 machine, even without the grime, the 24-hour grime on the front of the car, it's all been washed off all of a sudden. We've got in the chat Fast Racing Team saying, Fast Racing, the dream team. Well, I hope they're not getting too hungry by now. Hopefully they'll be able to get something to eat soon.
Yeah, they have been out for a while. Let's see, when was the last time they pitted? Lap 913. So they are going to the end, by the looks of it, Peter. 2 laps ago, they left the pit lane. So they should be heading straight to the end. The car in front, Hans Blankert, last pitted on lap 901. That was 20 laps ago. Will they be able to get to the end?
I'm not sure. It's going to be very, very close. We'll see. Was that last gag so bad, Jack, that you didn't even realise I was telling one?
Yes, probably.
I said it fast. I said, I hope they're not getting too hungry.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I think that should be reserved for the Joker lap on the.
Yep, I'm definitely.
Yeah, you're going to use that one for the.
I've already got one written down. I've actually got 2 written down. I've got for next week.
God, here we go. If you are just joining us, yes, Peter does run a little rallycross sort of fun run league sort of thing. You just rock up and drive around as fast as you can, really. But if you don't know rallycross, you have to take something called a Joker lap. Some tracks it shortens the track length. Some tracks it lengthens it, but you only have to take it once. It is mandatory, and because it's called a Joker lap, we decided, well, you know what? Let's just we've got to say a bad joke. And the other week at Daytona, which I won, there was some some well and truly worthy ones of the Joker lap, wasn't there?
Yeah, I have to say, Edward May. We need to get him. We need to get him on the stage, because that was a cracker. And it's as always with any joke, it's the delivery that's even more important. And you just heard him just pottering his way through the Joker lap, and he's like, "What does a drummer call his 2 twin daughters? Oh, we don't know, Ed. And a 1 and a 2."
Jeez. It's even worse the second time you listen to it, isn't it? We've had another incident for Ivo van der Linden. I think you've broken him with your joke as well. Is he going to get it slowed down straight into the path of another car? Thankfully, gets avoided and continues on. The number 902, 8th in class, 25th overall. He's making an absolute meal of this last stint, isn't he?
I like it, Jack. You nearly slipped that one by me. Very good. Very good. Oh dear. Well, I hope he doesn't bottom out the sump and starve the engine of oil.
Jesus, this is going to go on forever, isn't it? We're not even within an hour of the end of the race. So everybody, if you are still watching on and you haven't decided to leave,
you can hear the groan.
Yeah, then welcome back. Annick van Blair, awesome. I took the effort on Chaz pronouncing your family name. Told him I should be pronouncing it like the I in eyes, but he still says Clays. Oh, is it Clyes? Is it Clyes? Is it Clyes?
I'm not entirely sure. I take it we're talking about Mr. Clays.
One of the Clay. We've got so many Clays out, and we've got so many Claysons and Hulsmans and Kersmakers. There's so many names that we've had to try and get. So I'm just as confused as you are, Peter. There's lots of different names you've got to try and keep track of.
Yeah, there's a couple of important words you need to know when you go to either the Netherlands or in Belgium as well. You can say "Dank u wel," thank you very much. Or do you know how to order? You can order a sparkling water as "Spaarrood, alstublieft."
How do you say "Can I have a beer"? Because that's the most important bit, surely.
Een biertje, alstublieft. The alstublieft is very important. That's please.
Why do you not get served if you don't say please?
Well, manners cost nothing, Jack.
Very true, very true. Steve, is it Clays or Clyes now? They're saying first pronunciation was correct, but I can't remember what I said first.
Which was the first one?
I can't remember. Yeah, Clyes. Is it Clays or Clyes? You'll have to clear that up.
I think it's Clyes. I think it's Clyes because there's a Y in there, I think.
Does make sense. So all these months I've been commentating on Steve, I've been saying your name wrong. Sorry, mate. Every AE is actually E, as in eyes. Oh, so it's Clyes and Claysons? Claysons? I'm getting confused now. There's so many names I've got to try and keep up with. We do have a race going on though, Peter. Jochen Lennertz now in the pit lane for Dynamic Simulators.
65 minutes to go. Come on.
Yes, let's get back to the race. We're sat there apparently I sound like a German trying to speak Dutch. Well, we have got to the point in the race where everybody is miles away from everybody else, so we've got to reach out. There's very little else we can do, and I'm afraid I'm being tripped into a false sense of security here.
Now, I'm not sure if Anik is referring to you or I, Jack. Who knows? But anyway, we're trying our best.
It's probably from when you were asking for beer, when you were trying to order beer. That's probably what Anik is referring to.
Possibly.
It's nice to see Anik in chat though. If everybody is still here and you haven't got bored and you haven't left us, if you are a driver and you have been driving in the 24 hours of Zolder and you are watching along, please do feel free to join the Simracersworld TV Discord and then join the interview waiting room, the little voice chat, and then we will drag you in to the broadcast booth, and we can get you in for a quick interview to say your thank yous, or you want to shout out or let us know what's going on within the team. So obviously with just over an hour of the race to go, it would be nice to hear what is going on. Anik even agreeing with us, saying, right, back to the track now. Let's forget about pronunciations and accents and all the rest of it. Let's get back to the action. And
I feel like we've been told off.
Yeah, Alan Day now in the pit lane for Sky Limit Racing Team. Is he staying in the car? I do believe so. Will he be able to go to the end with 5 minutes worth of fuel saving? Well, I say will he, because Davey Suffalese has now got in the car.
Well, I wonder. Maybe if they just they could put some new tyres on here, burn up a little bit more time. I think it's going to be very close. I mean, that's a lot of fuel to save. I wonder they're going to have to short shift about halfway up the rev range and just coast the car home. But car goes up for some tyres as well. So, do you know what? It almost could come down to where the leader picks them up with the white flag.
It could indeed. We've seen it happen before, much like at Le Mans, like you mentioned. You can get caught out so easily with that extra lap, and it's not like it's a mentally long lap here at Zolder, and like at Le Mans. We've had an incident for Tim Jacobs. That will be the Vapor Shop RDR machine. As you see, Davey Suffalese dropped to the floor. What has happened here? Surrounded by traffic in towards turn 2, into the back. Into the back of the number 25 machine. That was Tommy Rao, I believe, in the wall, or he got collected by somebody else. The 911 Cup class leader. Does he get collected there? Sideways, and a slight little tap. Manages to keep it pointing the right way. Wow, that's close stuff. That's not what you want as a class leader going into the final hour. Somehow they both carry on there.
Unbelievably close there for the 63. That was that could have been disastrous for them. But what I want to know is that was the 25, the second place car, the car challenging for the lead in GT4. They got hit up the back by the number 12 911. So we can see if we can get a shot of the back of the 25 car to see how it's doing, because that was a pretty big impact. And we know that car does have to come into pit lane. Oh no, it's in good nick. That's good news, because that was a pretty big hit. But of course, remember, this 25 car does have to come to pit lane once more before the end of the race. The 31 does not, but any mistake at all from the 31 and the 25 will be right there.
Absolutely, very little time between the pair of them, 11 seconds like you say, but he still has to pull into the pits for his final pit stop. We have Cedric Wouters in the pits for Traxxas by JV Services, still staying in the middle of the pit lane. And the car from this angle almost looks like it's crabbing. Is he going for a drive-through penalty? By the looks of that, Peter, no, he's not. Chucks it in very last minute into pit box number 39. Gets out of the car, so Cedric Wouters out, Jorn van den Akker in, and Jorn is being put in charge of getting that car across the line. Not long left of the race, revving the car, getting ready to get it going. Got to get the fresh tyres on first, and I bet as soon as that car drops, look at the rear wheels, or don't when the camera decides to change. Keep an eye on the rear wheels, because I bet he'll put his foot to the floor and absolutely storm away from that pit box.
Yeah, let's see. Of course, that car now, the number 5, starting to get that kind of dust or fiberglass kind of wear on the front of it. Just a road rash, shall we say, that of dealing with 24 hours of Zolder. Just coming up to 1 hour to go. We're now just about in the last hour, and quite a serene getaway there from the pit lane, Jack.
Yeah, I was expecting lots of tyre smoke, lots of noise bouncing off the rev limiter, but nothing came like that. I'm just looking down at my timing screen. Tim Clayson's in the lead of the GT4 class by a gap of 11 seconds back to Laurent Kerschmacher's for Edge Esports. 50 seconds behind him is Jeroen Vatlet for Scuderia Sim Racing, and then only 25 seconds back from him is Senna Hulsmans for Flemish Sim Sports GT4. So the top 4 of the GT4 class all on the same lap and all within 1.5 minutes of each other. Indeed,
yeah, it's very close, very close indeed. In the rest of for the rest of this race, and Tim Clayson's, this is going to be nervy now for them, for Torque Fleet Racing by Carrot, because they've had a couple of mistakes. They do have the advantage. They've done their pit stops. They know they don't have to come in again, but this is not what they need.
Oh. Here is Jochen Lannet for Dynamic Simulators Red, going for a bit of a bounce and a bit of a slide. Looks like he gets the moment collected up. I'm going to try and find the incident earlier. I'm not sure whether you were here for this. Was it O'Neill Muth that had the incident when we get there? Yes, it was. Look at this. Tell me what you make of this, Peter.
So we're looking at O'Neill Muth in the number 11 Dynamics Audi through Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Doesn't look like much problem.
No, I think it's sent you to the wrong replay. We'll try that again.
What?
Are you looking at a Porsche?
No, I'm looking at an Audi.
Oh, okay. So we are looking at O'Neill Muth in the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car. You might have to look back at the stream to see this one, Peter. But he's going over the curb at turn 2, jumps all 4 wheels off the ground after hitting one of the sausage curbs, then sideways in the road. For some reason, it's rather annoying that it's not showing you that. We'll try this one more time. Any luck?
No. Bear with me. If you could carry me yet again, Jack, and I will have a little look. I think there's a technical issue on my end here.
No problem at all. So you can see now O'Neill Muth is carrying on. Nonetheless, sadly in 9th in class, 28 minutes, best part of half an hour behind Marvin Heuler-Mamans in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. Closest cars on the road as of now, I think, is still this pairing here, Tim Clayson's and Laurent Kerschmacher's. 11 seconds, well now 12 seconds separating those two. Jeroen Vatlet for Scuderia Sim Racing there in 3rd, and Senna Hulsmans in 4th, chasing all 3 of them down. But just after 23 hours of racing now, just ticked past the 23-hour mark, 1 hour of the race to go for 4 cars for the lead of GT4. It's rather scary to see that all 4 cars, the top 4 in GT4, all on the same lap. After so much has happened during this race, there's been incidents, there's been off-tracks, they've been battling through the night, there's been lots of traffic. For them to be within 1.5 minutes of each other, it just shows how close this field really is.
It certainly does, yes. And I think I'm now looking at Tim Clayson's in the Porsche, the 31. Is that correct?
Yes. Let's try this again.
Good
One
news.
more go.
Good news.
Any luck? What are you looking at here?
Yay, a cup car with a 51 on the side of it. That's always good to see. O'Neill Muth coming through. Oh. And I'm getting a little bit of jerking on the replay there, but anyway, it's here
we go. We'll play it at full speed. Not sure whether you saw that one, Peter.
No, I think maybe go back to live pictures, Jack. There's something not quite right with the replay for some reason. I don't know why, but that's more like it.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Sorry about that, everybody.
Apologies, viewers.
Yeah, we were just trying to have a look at that very odd incident for O'Neill Muth. Not something we've seen. The first time we've seen that throughout the entire stream. We've seen cars get all four wheels off the ground with incidents, but we've never seen somebody run wide just like that. We've currently got Hans Blankert in the pits for stage 1 racing, just entered the pit lane now on his way to the pit box. That car looks like it has maybe picked up a bit of damage. We'll have a look down. Hans Blankert has been off the road.
Ooh, so let's have a look at this then. I'm afraid it's, I do apologise, Jack. You're going to have to call the replays, I'm afraid, my friend. There's
No
something not...
problem.
I've never seen it do this before.
No problem at all. It did this with me and Hassa, so not on your own. Basically, Hans Blankert going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, locked a brake and had to go straight over, and he's decided that that is time to pull into the pit lane. We'll go back live, so hopefully you do get pictures. What a time to go live, backwards. As soon as... Oh, there's another car there. Is that the number 25? Oh, and again. What has happened here? I might have to
it is working. No, that's good. Oh, the 25 car gets ploughed by the Radical. Oh, and that's massive for the GT4. The second place car in contention for the win. And then gets a nut. Oh my God, the Radical spins in front of him again for the 25 Porsche Cayman. That's a disaster, Jack.
It is indeed. So let's have another look. And then spins when he puts his foot to the floor. Desperation trying to get going. So I think the stewards are going to have an extensive look at that. Let's hope nothing else happened there. Gets back going again, grabs a gear. And there we go. Not what we like to see. Massive for the overall race standings as well, of course. There is Laurent Kirschmacher's second in the GT4 class, like you mentioned, Peter. Now 26 seconds behind Tim Clayson's in the lead, and only 38 seconds up the road from Jeroen Vadlet.
Yeah, so this could cost them second place, because remember that they've got to come to pit lane. They've still due a pit stop, so before the end of the race. So this is, oh, what a shame for the 25 Edge Esports car. There you go, goes into pit lane now. It's going to take that pit stop. Might have to take a little bit of repair, possibly. Ah, that is such a shame. You know, these are things that can happen a lot in multi-class racing, but it just gets, as it gets closer and closer to the end of the race, that pain just ratchets up more. You've got to feel for those guys.
Yeah, not what we like to see. I think Anik is requesting your assistance in the chat, asking a question that I believe only a Scot will be able to answer. But Hans Blankert in the pit lane now, and Colin Spork getting behind the wheel of the Edge Esports 718.
My word, that's an interesting question. I've just looked at it now. Okay, while Colin Spork is taking his pit stop, he's up on the jacks, taking tyres. So, Anik van Blair has asked, I have a question. Do Scots wear underwear under their skirts? First of all, it's called a kilt. Second of all, I don't like wearing one because they're incredibly uncomfortable, and that probably answers the other part of your question. They're uncomfortable. The fabric that they're made from is abrasive, shall we say. So it is very much a personal choice whether to wear an undergarment underneath, and I certainly opt for undergarment, but I know plenty of people who do not wear undergarment with their kilt. So I know that doesn't really clear up the myth, but not everybody does. But they say true Scots don't wear anything under the kilt. To be honest, I value my privates a little bit more than that. Also, the other one is, do pilots wear a pamper while driving, like a nappy while they're in the car? You do hear of drivers having to relieve themselves in the seat and then their co-driver get in. But yes, I believe some of them do actually wear a nappy in the or a diaper, if you like, in the car. So there you go, Anik. Thank you. That's me now fired from Simracersworld for answering that question.
I can't remember what I was watching. It's some sort of driving documentary, and thankfully he wasn't a one of the drivers, or one of 4 drivers. So he was the only driver that had to sit in his seat, but he did have to relieve himself during the race, and he didn't have a nappy on or anything like that. And his mechanics afterwards started asking questions like, "God, you sweated so much during that race," fully unaware that he had relieved himself. But at that point, I've heard a lot of people just can't. A lot of drivers, for example, Nico Hulkenberg, Daniel Ricciardo, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, all the proper Formula 1 driver, as opposed to fake Formula 1 drivers. Well done, Jack. But they were saying it's almost impossible. You can try and try and try, but your brain just doesn't let you. You're too busy focusing. There's so much going on around you. It's so difficult. But in terms of sim racing, I don't know, because there aren't like G-forces going through your body, so I can imagine it's much easier if you have to relieve yourself. I'm not saying that I've ever been in that situation, but if we do end up with a driver coming into the interview room, we will have to ask him how is it difficult to do. Specifically, we'll have to ask Ben Thanes. Is it difficult to do 4 hours in the car without having a little trip to the toilet?
I know. I'm just I can save us here. The stop and go penalty for the number 907 car for avoidable contact with the 25. So the 911 Cup car, that's the Vapor car. Has had an issue, well, has been told to come in for a stop and go because of that contact, and could have cost that number 25 car second place.
It could indeed. So you say the 907 has a stop and go penalty. I will have a look through to see if anything has popped up in regards to that car. That is Kevin De Winter in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar. So that was did he get... Yeah, so he got given the stop-go penalty after making contact with Jeroen Vatlet. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Colin Spork who's in the car at the moment. Who was it? Let me have a look up at my notes to see the other driver. It was Laurent Kerschmakers, so the previous driver of this car. So I'm sure a bit of peace of mind will be placed upon them, knowing that Kevin De Winter will be receiving that penalty for the incident. It was quite an odd one, but as the race wears on, it seems to me that the incidents are getting few and far between. There's not as many, but when we do have one, it's quite a unique incident. For example, what has happened to Marvin Heulemans? He's turned across the front of somebody, I believe. Yeah, that for me, that looked like Marvin just turned across the front of the Audi, the 334. Peter, what do you think?
Yep, that's exactly what it had. Yeah, it's amazing when you slow the footage down. It makes it so much clearer, doesn't it? He's coming through, just gets a hop over the curb. We're riding on board with the Audi, and that gap just slows, and then whoosh, off it goes. And it's these chicanes are so difficult in multi-class racing when the cars just the closing speeds are so different, and well, it's we saw the effect of it there. I wonder what the stewards will say about that.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. And that's a good shot, isn't it? You've got a beautiful Flemish Sport car being followed by the number 13 G-Drive Racing Machine, and then you've got the number 51 of O'Neill Muth in the beautiful BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar entry. Tell you what, there are some names which may as well just be a paragraph today. For example, we've got the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing, and then you've got the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar entry. So there's definitely some mouthfuls for team names out there. Speaking of team names, the one that you picked up on earlier, Traxxas by JV Services, now over 26 minutes behind Fabrice Cornelis. So Johan van den Akker, he's got a bit of a job to do if he wants to get the win.
Absolutely, yeah, it is a bit of a tough ask, but second place, it would be a very, very strong finish indeed for those guys. Johan van den Akker, he's only 1800 IR rating, whereas Fabrice Cornelis 7600. So there's doing an amazing job to be running so high up the field and running very, 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 very consistently, which is the key to this form of racing. Now, I feel like it's been too long since I mentioned motorcycle racing, Jack. You mentioned that it is relevant, though. Do bear with me. And there is one. For me, the greatest race on earth is the Suzuka 8 Hour. It's a race, as they suggest, 8 hours at Suzuka with motorcycles, and it's held in the middle of the Japanese summer, where it's incredibly hot and humid. And some of the team names they're basically translated from Japanese into English, but translated literally. Some of the team names are you feel sorry for the commentators, because some of them are not only long as they are complicated, and also a lot of them don't really make any sense either.
We'll have to have a look at that. in the future. I've got to say, I have seen a few team names translated literally directly from their opposing language, and it's not necessarily funny, but it is a mouthful when you try to get it out. Our TCR leader in the pit lane, Kevin van der Silk, for G-Drive Racing Exemia number 17. Is he going to pull over at any point? For me, that looks like he's just gone straight through. Apparently, he spent 27 seconds in the pit box. I don't remember seeing him come into the pit lane. Let's have a quick look just to see what happened. So this is him heading into the pit lane. Oh, he wants us to have another look at it. So here we go. He's on his way through. Does he pull over? He does. So there you go. Our suspicions made right. And there you go. Up on the air jacks to get some fresh tyres. And Kevin van der Silk back out for what will be the final stint. 45 minutes of the race remaining. Stephen de Wolf has had an incident as well as O'Neill Muth. Tell us what you see, Peter.
Okay, what's happened to Stephen de Wolf here in the Audi? There's a number 40 car right behind him. He goes over the grass. Oh, goes to throw a bit of a block there.
I think that
going
was
down towards the Jackie X chicane. Was that all that she wrote?
Yeah.
Let's see.
It just looked like it said he'd gone off the road, but that was that. Here's the next one, Peter.
Oh, this looks a little bit more calamitous. Yeah, big lock up there from O'Neill Muth in the 51 car, and that's very easy to do in one of these 911 Cup cars. They've got quite a strange weight balance, of course, with the engine being at the back, and you need to run quite a strange brake bias, I should say. So yeah, and also no ABS, so it can be quite easy to pinch a brake or pinch a tire on the way into the corner, and that was a good example of that. So interestingly, in the GT4 field, looking at the times, they're very, very close. In fact, last time around, all of the cars were separate. All the top three were separated by 0.3 of a second. That's it. So really, really close there. But also, Colin Spork in the Edge Esports machine, he has dropped back from second to third, and the Jeroen Vatlet in the Scuderia Sim Racing car has moved up to second.
Yeah, and he's in danger of losing another position here because Senna Hulsmans there on the way into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane within 6 seconds of Colin Spork. So getting ever closer there. 0.3 just taken out of him in the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. So you've got to think, I know they've been into the pit lane, but is that Edge Esports car carrying damage? He has made way for traffic though, and he has overtaken another 718 GT4. So Colin Spork losing time here. Now within 5 seconds is Senna Hulsmans, so well and truly there or thereabouts, gaining little by little. You could see on the way through was Davy Suffalias. And I've got to say, that livery, I really, really like it. It almost looks like something you would have seen on the older generation 911 Cup cars, but the newer generation suits it as well.
Indeed, yeah, the Cup cars, they have a big oversteer moment there for Davy Suffalias in the 69 car. It just shows you that in the slick track conditions. Now, how are we looking track temperature wise, Jack, at the moment? Gee whiz, it's getting pretty balmy here in Belgium. 39 degrees track temperature, so it's gone up even more. So that's bound to be making it very, very slippery for these guys at this stage.
Yeah, the track getting ever hotter. There is Colin Spork trying to get past Didier Dexter. And there you go, through the second chicane, over the hill and down towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. The gap is only getting smaller, 3.7 seconds now, Peter. So you've got to think the final spot on the podium in the GT4 category after that incident between himself and the number 907, it's really put it up for grabs, hasn't it?
It definitely has, yeah, and that's you've got to really feel for the guys in the 25 team, because they were looking strong, and then to get ploughed by a Cup car in such a late stage of the race it really, really hurts. So let's see though, it's far from over, long from over at this point. We've got 43 minutes of the race to go. This is where you keeping that concentration is at its most difficult. And whoa, there goes Senna Hulsmans in the Flemish esports or sim sports, GT4 team. So they're come into the pit lane. So that has allowed Edge Esports just that little bit of comfort. Now remember, they're fueled up now. They're ready to go to the end of the race. So that should give them a little bit of breathing space. And now they can look ahead to the 014 car.
You say that, yes, they are indeed. And they might even pick up another position because Scudero Sim Racing haven't yet pitted to get to the end of the race. The last time they pitted was lap 785, and at the moment Jeroen Vatlet is on lap 837, so that car has been out on track for almost 50 laps now, just over, so he's really pushing this stint till the very end. We'll bring the lap up for you at the top of the timing tower because you can see what lap the leader is on. That man there, Fabrice Cornelis, on lap 977 now, so really shifting. And look at that, sideways through the chicane. Shall we treat everybody to a quick onboard lap, Peter?
Why not? Good idea. So here we go then, up towards turn 1. The Erst left-hander using a bit of curb on the inside, up onto the exit there with our leader into turn 2, the canal corner, up through using all of the exit room there, hard on the gas, up towards the Lucien Bianchi corner. We've got a GT4 car just up ahead, little ease off the throttle, down towards the Klein chicane, which was installed in 1972 in advance of F1, coming here in 1973, hard on the brakes, clip the apex, not too much, oh, big hop there, up over the crest we go, under the bridge, down towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, named after the late great Gilles Villeneuve, who sadly lost his life at the circuit in 1982. Through we go then, over towards the Terleman, and then through the forest, down towards Boulderberg. Really quick down here, hard on the brakes, back down to first gear, tuck it in, come on, turn, and then over through the Jochen Rindt chicane, really you just straight line it, and then up to Jackie X Bend, named after the great 6-time Le Mans winner, Jackie X. Through he goes, and there you go, as easy as that, there's a lap of Zolder circuit.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Peter. And Fabrice Cornelis finishing another lap, ticking lap number 978 in the books, on to 979. Brent Verheyen is now in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing machine. Is he pulling over to hand over the car? He is indeed. So will he get out of the car if he disappears? No, he's staying in the car. Is this the splash and dash that the team needed to get to the end? They won't need to do a full fuel tank, of course, only 40 minutes of the race remaining, but it's safer to fuel for 45 just in case the leader manages to stretch it out another lap. For some reason the camera decides to change just as we're about to see him tear away. It's a good little camera angle this, because you can see who's coming down the straight, and you can also see how close they get to that wall, Peter. Look, almost over the line. Wingmer is clipping the wall, basically. That's his commitment going into turn 1, isn't it?
Yeah, this stage of the race, it certainly is. But I guess by this point, the drivers have had so much track time that you just go into this kind of, your muscle memory almost takes over, and that's almost a dangerous point as well, because you can go into bad habits too. But you know, it's you know exactly which corner we are. Okay, this is where I brake, this is where I turn in, this is where I get back on the gas. And if you've been running that close to the wall for the last, well, just checking for our leader, for 979 laps. Now here's a point, Jack. 21. Can the Radical do 21 laps? I think it's going to be very close. I think we might see 1,000 laps from our leader, Fabrice Cornelis. It's going to be close. My maths aren't good enough to calculate on the hop, but I think it's going to be close for 1,000 laps.
Yeah, he's averaging 1 minute 23s. So it's going to be very close, with 20 laps the gap to 1,000. I'm trying to do a bit on the fly. Yeah, you are correct. It will be incredibly close, but it's down to Fabrice. Does he want to just peel it off a little bit, and is he happy to lose time? Because everybody in the Radical class is a long way back. Jorn van den Akker 26 minutes behind. Brent Verheyen 51 minutes behind, Kevin De Winter 56 minutes behind, and Robbie Jansen's 57 minutes behind, and that has brought up a little battle that I hadn't noticed. Robbie Jansen's only, or less than a minute now, 57 seconds back from Kevin De Winter. Those two getting ever closer. Jeroen Vatlet in the middle of a battle. Colin Spork 22 seconds up the road. Senna Hulsman's 33 seconds back. And I think they are the closest cars on the circuit at the moment.
Yep, it would appear so. So somebody get the get the message through to the SimTag Racing Team number 2. They are on the possibility of 1,000 laps. I think you got to think that the pace that they've shown, and they've not let off the gas at all the way through this since we've taken over the broadcast, Jack. I think, wouldn't that be cool to say you've done 1,000 laps in 24 hours?
It would. It really, really would. 1,000 laps. And funnily enough, just after here at Simracersworld, we have hit 1,000 subscribers as well. That would be absolutely brilliant. I think we're now at 1,050. So thank you very much, everybody who has subscribed over all 4 parts of the stream today here at Zolder for the Virtual Belcar eSeries Round 5. 24 hours of Zolder. Of course, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, please don't forget to leave a like. Let's get that push up towards 50 likes. Just on part 4, and if you're not already, don't forget to subscribe and click the bell icon to keep up with our most recent streams. O'Neill Muth in the pit lane now for BMS, well, leaving the pit lane now for BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar. And I was just thinking then, Peter, all of these guys, they might be battling away in this race, but with this being obviously a lot of the SRW community involved as well, come a couple of weeks' time when they're racing each other, maybe not as fiercely, they could be helping each other along. Just because they're rivals in this race doesn't mean for the near future they have to stay battling each other away.
Yeah, it's an interesting point indeed, as we see. Now, oh no, this might kill our 1,000 laps. We see Fabrice Cornelis coming into pit lane. This could be the difference of making the 1,000th lap or not. Oh, tyres going on. Oh, this is agonising, Jack.
Yeah, tyres going on there, which does mean they might be going a little bit quicker. And the rear goes up as well. I was thinking just the front tyres. We know Fabrice is quick. As long as he gets those fresh tyres bedded in, he will be away and into the distance. Come on, Fabrice. Get shifting. You know how to do it. You've been lapping in the 23s, and I'm sure if he focuses and gets going, he might just get to that 1,000 lap marker, which does mean if he completes 1,000 laps, that him himself or that car will have done 4,000 kilometers just in this race. And I might have to do a bit more working out with that, but if I pick a point and or pick a lap and work my way back from there, I might be able to figure out how many kilometers have been completed over the entire length of the race.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have quite an excess charge when he hands the Radical back to the lease company for excess mileage, isn't he? He's got that. Well, at the moment we're on lap 982, so 18 laps to get to that magical 1,000, and we are 35 minutes to go. So actually, I think he should get it, because in fact, should get it quite comfortably, actually, Jack, now that I've been able to round the maths up, because he could be doing an average speed of 2 minutes a lap and he could get it.
He could indeed, if he keeps to his strategy. For some reason we're looking at Peter Lemkins on scenic camera. That's not what we wanted at all. It decided once again to pick a random camera and a random driver. This is our GT4 leader, Tim Claessens, and after what has been a very up and down race for him, he's only got one car on his lap, and that is the car just up the road of Colin Spork. 1 minute and 32 seconds up the road from Colin Spork is Tim Claessens, so just a couple of corners separating the pair of them. Jeroen Vatlet still gaining on Colin Spork, 21 seconds the gap now, clearly infuriated with the Radical that's just passed. We've had an incident for Tommy Rau. Let's see what has happened here. This is our Porsche Cup leader going into the chicane. Oh, a bit of a wobble there. He won't get that slowed down. And neither does the car in front. Does he get collected there? Sideways onto the curb. Let's hope that hasn't done any suspension damage, Peter. But that is not what you want this late on in the race.
Oh my goodness me, I bet they are in the pit box there of the Simtag team, the number 63, bin goal by Simtag team. God, they must have been twitching like a rabbit's nose there, because that could have been big. Riding on board with Tom Van Poot, there he goes. Hard on the brakes. And just loses the braking point, really. And did he hit the blue and red, the blue and black car there, the Volante car?
I think he might have just avoided it. I didn't see any contact on initial inspection, but it looks like Tommy Rao is continuing on. I say that, but apparently he went off the road again. No, that's just the same incident. Didier Dexter's has been off the road. Well, we say Didier Dexter's, but it is the Circuit Zolder team, so it could be anybody sideways through turn 4 onto the gravel. Does he keep it out the wall? Just about. Great stuff by the Circuit Zolder team. And continuing on without too much of an issue. But to see mistakes like that from a class leader this late on in the race, it means anybody can have them.
Exactly, yeah. They've got a comfortable lead, but yeah, you don't want to be having to tow to pit lane or anything like that. I mean, just the tow alone could cost you 2 laps before you even have to start repairing any damage. So that was although a mistake, managed to gather it up and avoid any bigger contact and any bigger problems with damage. So for Tommy Rao, that would have been a nervous one on board that car. At the moment, they've got a pretty comfortable lead of 4 laps or so. So they don't want to be having many more of those, though, to be honest. That must have got the team a little bit twitchy in the pit box.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see from the pit wall. Oscar Wilkins bringing the ASK Volante racing machine into the pit lane. We've had another incident for O'Neill Muth. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Is Oscar Wilkins going to stay behind the wheel of the number 26? It does look like he is. Let's have a look at this incident from O'Neill Muth. What has happened here, Peter? I'm hoping...
So let's have a look. Yep, I can see it. O'Neill Muth coming down into the Klein chicane here. Oh, loses it on the brake again and whacks into the wall. It's been a difficult stint for the number 51 of O'Neill Muth. Just unsighted here, almost just leaves it a little bit too late and thinking, oh no, I'm not going to slow up, and gets caught between a rock and a hard place there, and well, ended up in the hard place.
Yeah, not what we like to see. I think, like you say, he was expecting the Flemish Sim Sports car to let him through, and then realised it wasn't going to happen, jumped on the brakes, and then he was already on the limit of the tyres and the brakes, and realised the gap was closing, jumped on the brakes even harder, and I think he just locked the rears. And for me, it's a very tricky car to drive personally, because I prefer a car that locks the fronts before the rears, because if you lock the fronts, it's easier to recover from the understeer than it is from locking the rears and getting oversteer. But O'Neill Muth continuing on with that damage, though, not really doing the livery justice anymore. But I still can't believe that Tommy Rao managed to get away with that, because hitting that sausage curb sideways, flinging the car into the air, you'd have thought that would have done some sort of suspension damage, crumpled the components on the rear left wheel. But it's continuing on, tracking pretty straight, and no major damage for him. But I've got to agree with you there, Peter. If you're on the pit wall and you see that, you're going to be gritting your teeth, closing your eyes, crossing your fingers, toes, and anything else, just hoping that Tommy Rao can get this car till the end of the race. Only 30 minutes left now.
Yeah, this is just the final phase now. Just a handful of laps to go, and then they will have this Virtual Belcar 911 Cup class victory. A few real-world racers in this team. Of course, we've got Luke Hartog in there as well, and of course we had of course Colin Karasani in as well, who came in to chat to us as well. So they'll be pretty chuffed with this run so far.
Yeah, let's hope that the car can keep running to the end of the race. If you are in chat and you are a driver from this race, you've taken part, or even if you're just part of the Belcar or Zolder team, please do feel free to join the Simracersworld TV Discord and hop in the interview waiting room. We will bring you in for a quick interview on air. We won't do many more. I think this will be the last load we do if you do join us, because we want to make sure we are absolutely on it for the final 30 minutes of the race. This battle has been getting closer. Jeroen Vatlet 20 seconds behind Colin Spork now, but 30 seconds behind him is Senna Hulsmans. So he's in a closing gap, really, isn't he?
He is indeed. Yep, so there's still the chance of that second place spot for the 014 car at the moment, holding down third in class. So they have their podium spot in hand, but can he get up to second? Runner-up sounds so much better than third, doesn't it? It's when it's so close, they'll be wanting to chase it down as hard as they can.
Yeah, it's what they need to do. They need to make sure that this gap keeps on coming down. It's floating around the 20-second mark. We've had an incident for Oscar Wilkins. What has happened here for Oscar? This is the ASK Volante machine. Does he touch the grass and rotate the car? Oh, it goes left and then jumps on the brakes, keeps it out the wall just about. Oscar Wilkins, second in class, of course. That's 2 mistakes we've seen from the Porsche Cup class. 1 from the leader and 1 from second place. Rob Tyson, or Matthias de Tige for Process Sim Racing must be thinking, oh god, it's my turn next. Oh no, we have not. We have had Jeroen Vatlet have an incident from second in the class.
Oh no, there's a bit of commentator's curse there, coming through the Klein chicane, over the curbs. Oh, rallycross jump style. Whoa, now, keeps it out the barrier, but that was a big launch over the curb. I wonder if there'll be any damage underneath the car.
Yeah, you got to think, what damage will that have done? Let's ride on board, just have a listen. I bet there's a horrible noise from the underside of the car. Oh, jumps down, and then it doesn't look as violent from the inside, but from the outside, that looks very, very scary. Thankfully, like you say, he kept it out the wall. Tim Jacobs has been off the road in the Vapor Shop RDR machine. This is in towards turn 2. Does he over-rotate the car? It's going. Does what most of the experienced Porsche drivers do, just jump on the brakes, get the front straightened out, meaning that it didn't spear across the road, rejoins as safely as possible, and gets back going again. No major drama for Tim Jacobs. That car, the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine, has been through the wars today. We've seen it in the war, we've seen it have hardware lockups, we've seen it have little spins here and there and incidents with other cars. Somehow it's still going, having spent a sizable amount of the race in the pit lane, but it's just great to see the team's commitment, and they're still going to finish well, 7th in class after 24 hours of racing on an unlit circuit with major differences in speed from top to bottom of the multi-class grid. It's great to see.
Oh, it's fantastic, absolutely. I mean, this car, unfortunately, for this entry, their chances of a top 5 went up in smoke with that hardware issue earlier on.
Yeah, it was just poor luck. I think it was going to happen to the best of us. I know at the Sebring 12 hour for me, running for Firstly Forward, I had a hardware lockup in the BMW M8, speared us into a wall, concrete wall. No, sadly no tyre barrier to soften the blow, blew the engine, and there you go, race over. So we know it can happen to absolutely anyone, and it's almost something that you've got to relate to real life. It just adds an extra level of realism, because that is what would be a mechanical failure, whether it be an engine part blow up, or like we saw with the winning Porsche at Spa, the gearbox just absolutely disintegrating. It sounded like a Spitfire as it came across the line, or I should say a Messerschmitt as it's German, but that really just shows as well that even though a Porsche is built to race on the ragged edge, if something goes wrong, you can still race it quickly, and you can still win one of the biggest and most prestigious motorsport events in the world.
Yeah, I think it was, to be honest, even the Porsche engineers felt it was a bit of a miracle that car managed to get to the end with virtually no oil left in the sump as well. I mean, it absolutely unbelievable, and the gearbox effectively, yeah, like you said, disintegrated. It's amazing. I'm disappointed now. That's the second gag you've missed, Jack.
You've you told a joke?
I did. It said their chances of a top 5 went up in smoke for the Vapor Shop.
Oh God! For God's sake! we've got 25 minutes left. Can we have a 25 minute? No, of course. Well, that's a stupid question. Of course we can't. We've got Peter Mackay in the commentary box, everybody. Of course we can't have a gag free 25 minutes. That was another big jump from Jeroen Vatlet, the Scuderia Sim Racing machine, over the chicane, over the sausage curbs, throwing him skywards. And you can see Davy Suffaliers following on in the number 69 Sky Limit Race Team machine, and that livery really is growing on me every time I look at it. I really do fall in love with it, and I think for what they have been through at the start of the race. Obviously, Alan Day starting the car, having that incident towards the start, and just to keep churning away, getting those laps in, and now 6th in class, 11th overall. And they've been in a world of their own, really. They've had very little cars around them, and they've worked with the tools they've got, and they've properly come back up through the order. It's great stuff.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job. It's all about the spirit of endurance, isn't it? You're never out of it, and there's always, no matter what happens, you can always have a goal to work towards throughout the race, and sometimes that goal can be a moving target. Of course, when you start the race, that goal is win, but it can obviously adjust over time as well, and these guys done a good job. They're in 6th place in class right now with the 906 dynamic racing car up ahead in the top 5. So, and well, I tell you what, you've got to take your hat off as well to the 31 car of Tim Claeson's, who they look like their GT4 lead was kind of, well, it was evaporating in front of their very eyes, and really held it together very well, and you know, now got Colin Spork behind, about just over a minute and a half behind. So when it looked like it was getting a little bit dicey, he's just really got his head down and actually now put a lap on Colin Spork. So in cruise control now for the last 20 minutes for Tim Claeson's.
Yep, he is indeed. He just knows exactly what he needs to do. You can see on the right hand side of your screen the up-to-date weather data from the position of the current car. You can see the wind changing speed, changing direction, and the ambient air temperature 18 degrees, track temperature 39 degrees, getting hotter as we are just on the run up towards 3 o'clock in sim time. And something we're on the run up to as well, Peter, is the 1000th lap. We're only 8 laps away for Fabrice Cornelis.
It's a big one, isn't it? Yeah, it's a big milestone. This will be really cool to see. I think, yeah, they will be. Yeah, they will be the only car to hit that mark. I wonder if they thought about that before the race.
Yeah, it's not something you really think about. And I was speaking to Ed May just before his stint with Chaz Draycott when we left you after the first 6 hours, saying that we normally think about battles separated by tenths of a second or seconds, really. And to see this separated by minutes and sometimes even hours within the same class, it really is a very topsy-turvy race. And Simtag Racing, yeah, going into this race, you'd think, oh yeah, we'll get a few hundred laps under our belt, but no way would I ever believe that if you told me before the race, yeah, the leaders are going to get over 1,000 laps. Well, if everything stays as is, we've still got 8 laps to get there. Something could go wrong, touch wood. But yeah, I wouldn't have believed you at all. But Simtag Racing, the entire team, Thomas Stockmans, Cohen Klopperman and Fabrice Cornelis, they've all just put in absolutely mega stints through the night as well. And I've got to say, I think they still have a fast repair left, because that car has been carrying that damage since I can remember, and I haven't seen them in a large incident at any point. So Simtag Racing, they have driven the perfect race.
They have, yep. They've done an awesome job, and not only have they, you know, they're still lapping at really hot pace. They're 124.3 last time around, and with a bit of clean air, they're often lapping in the 122s. So absolutely amazing. And you just look at the confidence in this car. It's I mean, the Radical's not a slow car in anybody's hands, but with these guys, they have just been imperious, and they're all very highly ranked drivers at the moment. Fabrice Cornelis at the moment, he's 7,600 I rating. That's very, very high. That's almost World Championship level. So it's not a surprise that they're able to do that lap speed, but still very impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, no, I do want to hop in the Radical after this commentary. I'm sort of missing driving around in circles. I know I'm hopeless at it, but I'm just starting to get jealous that these guys have been driving for hours on end and doing a brilliant job. I want to see how I'd square up to the lead Radicals. But I've got to say, Fabrice Cornelis, what a drive. Lap 994, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes of the race remaining. If you are in chat, please let us know what you think of the race, and anybody you'd like to support, anybody you'd like to shout out, favourite livery, anything like that, even a question for us or somebody related to SRW, we'll do our best to pass the messages on. So please do let us know in the YouTube chat. We will keep an eye on it as always. But Peter, I know come the end of the stream we tend to ask how you could sum up that race, but I don't think it will be possible with this one because so much has happened. We'd be here for weeks just explaining what we think of the race.
Indeed, yeah, there's been plenty of storylines up and down the field, and but I think you can't. I mean, obviously the most dominant car has been, as it's been, the outright leader, but in terms of dominance, in terms of their class, 20, no, not far off. Yeah, they're about 20 laps or so ahead of their nearest competitor, which is massive amount of time. You just don't really see that in modern day motorsport anymore. Just over 27 minutes of a gap back to the second place car. I can't remember the last time. I genuinely cannot remember the last time I saw a gap as big as that even in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it really is a big old gap, and we've got two key drivers in the pit lane. TCR leader Kevin van der Silk for G-Drive Racing Exemia, number 17 in the pit lane, and I think he might have gone past his pit box because I'm pretty convinced his pit box is way back there. Has he got a drive-through penalty, Peter? He's peeling off towards the right. No, drive-through penalty for TCR leader. That must be to do with off-tracks clearly getting too many. 25 is the limit. They clearly got 25, being given a drive-through penalty, but they are 10.5 minutes ahead of Keanu Bourguignon in the Flemish Simsports TCR, who has just got a lap back on them because of that. Matthias de Tige pulling the Pro Assist Sim Racing car into the pit lane. Very quick stop from him, just a splash and dash to get back out on the road. But for the moment, closest cars still is in the GT4 class. Jeroen Vatlet dropping back now 26 seconds up the road is Colin Spork. Senna Hulsmans has brought the gap down from 23 seconds to 16. So the Flemish Simsports GT4 getting closer and closer and closer to a podium finish as well. There goes our leader screaming by Fabrice Cornelis for Simtag Racing, heading on to lap number 996, Peter.
Yep, we're going to get the 1,000 lap mark, it looks like. And sound the klaxon, pour yourself a cold Belgian beer and celebrate. That is quite a landmark as well. I hope our SDK timing software can go up that high.
Yeah, I'm looking over on the left-hand side, and you can, our amazing SDK software, you can see exactly where the car is on track. So Fabrice Cornelis, at this point in time, it says he's on lap 199, but we can guess because it says lap 999.40, so we know he's about halfway around a lap. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to get that sort of accuracy when it has to put 4 figures against Fabrice's name. And it's definitely the first ever race I have commentated on, been a part of, probably even seen on iRacing that has reached the 1,000 lap mark. I am looking forward to reaching that milestone. It can all go wrong though. We're saying this now like it's confirmed. I very much doubt it, but Fabrice Cornelis, he knows more than anybody that it can go wrong in the final few stages. Coming back from Daytona, obviously blowing the engine in the final few minutes. We spoke to Fabrice midstream, and he says it's got very little to do with more or less engine management. The only way you would blow an engine around here is just by changing down too quickly. The only reason why they blew up at Daytona was because he was spending so long right up in the rev range around the big Daytona Oval. Hasso joins us in the chat. Hello, mate. It's been a long time. Best part of 18 hours since we last spoke. Obviously commentating on the first 6 hours, and I heard you did a brilliant job in part 3, and you've just joined at the right point, hasn't he, Peter? Because only 14 minutes of the race remaining, and Simtag Racing's Fabrice Cornelis is about to hit the 1,000 lap mark, the 1,000 lap milestone.
We do indeed, and while we have that, we have Quinn van Hooydonk, who is with us, and Jack, I believe you're going to have a chat.
So, Quinn van Hooydonk, oh, there you go. Hi, sorry about that, Quinn. I accidentally joined the interview room with you. So,
okay.
Welcome to the commentary box. What's the car like out there?
It's tough out there with the Porsche Cup. It's a very fast car and a slippery track.
Yeah, we've seen lots of drivers struggling to keep the car in a straight line. You've had a few little moments here and there on the road, and whether that's something to do with other cars or just something to do with the varying track conditions. How's traffic sort of affected your race?
Yeah, I pushed a lot, and I saw the traffic coming a lot, and I struggled with passing the other cars.
Yeah, we've seen that the traffic can massively affect your race. And speaking of your race, it's coming to a close now, just over 10 minutes of the race remaining. Going into the race, thinking about obviously 24 hours of running in a very, very, very tricky car on a circuit that isn't lit. What were your expectations? Were you just hoping to finish, or what was the end goal really?
Yeah, we hoped at a good place, but the crash in the second hour with the Porsche came in, and then we forgot to put on the fast repair, and we lost a half an hour, I think. So yeah, the main goal from then was finishing the race.
Well, I've got to say, O'Neill Booth is doing a brilliant job, and he's only 10 minutes away from getting it across the checkered flag. Before we let you go, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
The whole team, they're incredible. We drove because of the accident. We drove until the checkered flag. So thank you to the whole team.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you for joining me and Peter in the commentary box, and best of luck for the rest of the race, and we hope to speak to you very soon.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
That was Quinn van Hooijdonk there for BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar, and I've got to say, he clearly made his intentions known, Peter, didn't he? Like, he wanted to finish well, but that incident, he just had to quickly change his expectations and just finishing the race. And I've got to say, even going into this race with the end goal of finishing is well and truly worthy. Just finishing the race at all is definitely an achievement.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a big achievement. And speaking of achievement, we're looking at Fabrice Cornelis, who's on lap 999 of this race, and when he goes over the line, he will be entering on to lap 1000 here at Zolder. And what an achievement for these guys. I mean, they could literally park it up now and they would be the winners anyway. And they are in another world. He's back and forward. They know. They'll see it on their Delta. 1,000 laps here with 11 minutes to go. They've done it. Fabrice Cornelis weaves back and forward. There you go, lap 1000, and it works on the timing screen.
It does. So he's just gone on to lap 1000. So in theory, 999 laps completed. If you count the warm-up lap, he has done 1000. But this is his 1000th lap. Crosses the line in 1 minute or so. He will have completed 1000 full laps of the Zolder circuit, and that is an incredible achievement. And I've got to say, still with 10 minutes of the race to go, it's still all to play for, namely because Senna Hulsmans now 13 seconds behind Jeroen Vatlet, so the final spot on the GT4 podium still up for grabs.
Yeah, Jeroen Vatlet, he's, well, he'll be 13 seconds, 10 minutes of racing. Ooh, think you can do it, Jack?
It will take luck and skill. I think we know Jeroen Vatlet has got the pace, or the outright pace, over Colin Spork over Senna Hulsmans. Pardon me. No, I've got it the wrong way around. We know Senna Hulsmans has got the pace over Jeroen Vatlet, but it will take a bit of traffic to help him along. Somebody that hasn't needed any help, though, Peter, is this man here, on his way to complete his 1000th lap.
So there you go. With 9 minutes to spare, 1,000 laps are completed onto lap 1001.
It doesn't work on the SDK timing screen. If you have a look over, Peter, to the actual timing tower on the SDK software.
Gone back to zero again.
Yeah, it just says 0. So on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to see lap 1001 now in the book. However, Fabrice Cornelis on our timing screen, it says he's done 0:00.3. So right back to the start for him, and like you said, Peter, he will be the only driver or the only team to reach that milestone. Pim Bao in the chat saying that was a long race. I drove almost 500 laps. So I've got to say, Pim, that is an absolutely brilliant achievement. If you are about for a quick chat, we might be able to squeeze you in before the race ends. We like to speak to a lot of the Porsche drivers, obviously, because it's a very tricky car to drive. So if you want to hop in the interview waiting room, we'll grab you in. If not, no worries. Well done on your stint. We'll have to have a look back, though, to this battle, Peter. Senna Hulsmans now 11 seconds behind Jeroen Vatlet, and that gap is only getting smaller. It will take a lot to get the position, but you never know.
Yep, it will indeed require bit of pushing. We're now coming up to 7 minutes to go of this 24-hour race. A whole day on the track here at Zolder. A long day we've had. I still love that gag from Anton Dupin. I love it. Really, really good. I tell you, for Pim Bao, 500 laps, but he's being in the Porsche class. He must have done. I'd love to know how many hours he's done behind the wheel. I mean, a Porsche. That's boggling the mind. That's a long time.
Yeah, it really is. And I think, looking at the entry list, it's only himself and Rob Tyson. And that car we're looking at the moment, the number 15, has done 899, make that 900 laps that car has completed. So that means Pim Bao has driven that car for over half the race. So you're looking at 13 hours worth of driving. And that is a lot of driving indeed. And while we're on the topic of achievements, what do you think's special about that number 23 machine?
It's a Porsche.
Well, obviously that is very relevant, and obviously every Porsche is.
It's running Michael Jordan's basketball number.
Is it? I don't watch basketball.
23. Michael Jordan, 23.
Can't say I've noticed. But there is something else special.
Go on.
There is.
It's got a Belgian flag on the roof.
No, it's not that. Any ideas anymore? Anybody in chat have any ideas?
It's got black stripes and yellow bits on it.
No.
It's got a Simracersworld logo on the rear wing.
Does it?
It does. I know. No, I've got it, Jack. I've got it.
That's not it.
It doesn't have a Chaz Draycott media sticker.
No,
it doesn't have one of those.
That is special. But shall I just put you out your misery?
Please.
It still has, after 23 hours and 55 minutes of racing, both of its iRacing fast repairs. It hasn't used a single one. Throughout this entire race, it has still got both of its iRacing fast repairs that it started with.
And there's not a mark on it. That is amazing. And it's got all... Wow. And it's got, of course, because they haven't used the fast repairs, it's got all the grime. It's got the 24-hour grime on the front of the car. And tell you what, you wouldn't want to be in charge of washing a car after 24 hours. God. Of course, a lot of cars, when they win big races like that, you get the car gets put in a museum and they don't have to wash it. But of course, if the car is going on to the next race, it does need to be washed. And God, that would imagine getting that all off after a summer's day 24-hour race.
You just change the body panels. You go, right, yeah, I'm not cleaning that. You just put a new front bumper on. But thankfully, this is the last round. I'm a teenager, I'm allowed. This is the last round of the season, so I wouldn't be surprised if Matthias de Tige, Glenn van Parijs, and who else has he got in his team? Matthias de Tige, of course, Glenn van Parijs, Gregory Franks, and Ruben van Buell. I wouldn't be surprised if they take many a photo of this car. Look who's tucked underneath the rear wing. That is the ASK Volante racing machine. Nips up the inside. That is the car in second. So the car in third, dropping back another lap from Oscar Williams. And now, Peter, 4 minutes left of the race to go. Senna Hulsmans way out of striking distance, 10 seconds away from Jeroen Vatlet, but 4 minutes left of 24 hours of racing, and every single lap of the 1004 completed, led by that car there.
A lights to flag 24-hour victory. That's the gentleman's set, and from pole position as well.
Yep.
That is, as they say, the gentleman's set indeed. Pole, fastest lap, race win.
Yeah, well and truly, they have done an absolutely amazing job at Sim Tag Racing. Fabrice Cornelis, Cohen Klopman and Thomas Stockmans have done a brilliant job, so bringing the car home should be no issue at all. The last time they were out was in June, believe it or not, June the 28th for the 6 hours of Daytona, in which they won that one by a healthy margin as well. And look at this, the final few laps of the race, and they're lapping a full second quicker than the Traxxas by JB Services team, piloted by Jorn van der Akker. That's just crazy, crazy quick from Fabrice Cornelis. We know he is well and truly on it. 2 seconds off his fastest lap, which makes me wonder, what was he doing on his fastest lap? It must have been absolutely on the edge, probably when the track was nice and cool in the evening or the night. But wow, that is a brilliant, brilliant job. And I'm saying, Peter, 2 more laps.
Yep, looks like it. And actually interesting, if you look at the would you believe that on the top speed, on the speed trap times, this car is the second slowest in class. So that would indicate to me that they have run a very, very high, as high a downforce setup as you possibly can for this Zolder circuit, which of course is that is exactly what you need. So I wonder if there's much in that, but it's not by much. But there, as we see, Maxim van der Hoef having a bit of a spin there. Into the wall he goes. That's a disaster at this point of the race. And Stephen de Wolf in the Audi. Be careful, Stephen. He's on the marbles. Oh.
I think he hit the tail end of that number 66.
I think he did. And that's the crazy part, is how many times have we seen these little incidents? And the leading car, the number 2 machine of Fabrice Cornelis, he's just been able to, that whole team, they've just been able to avoid all those incidents, more or less.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's all about just managing the car, managing the tyres, managing your strategy, but also making sure you don't get caught up in any of the incidents. We said at the start, me and Hasser, it could be, well, it will be a race of attrition. Getting through the night is, on getting off the line and keeping it clean for the first couple of hours is the first hurdle. Getting through the night is the second, and then from dusk till noon is the next one. And they have done a brilliant job. Less than a minute left of this race here, Peter. And if he wanted to, he could just plob it in first, put the pit limiter on and drive to the line from here and get it done. But that's not Fabrice's way. That's not the way Simtag would want to win. They want to extract every ounce of performance out of that Radical, every single lap that they can get, weaving his way through traffic on the penultimate lap of the race. And Peter, talk us through this final lap.
Well, let's right on board then. Here's with a masterclass with Fabrice Cornelis. The final lap of we go into lap 1007 here, up to 230 kilometers an hour, turning into turn 1 as a GT4. Oh, it doesn't give him an awful lot of space at this stage of the race. Through he goes, through Lucien Bianchi bend, back on the power. There's a GT3 Cup car up ahead here, dispatches with that with no problem at all. Through, down towards the Klein chicane. Very tricky corner here. He'll go late on the brakes. Very late there, just at the end of the red and white markings. Over the curbs, hops over he goes, radical rallycross style, under the bridge, round towards Gilles Villeneuve chicane for the final time. Down the gearbox, misses the sausage curbs, uses the camber, hop, skip, jump, and down up the hill towards Boulderberg. The tight right-hand chicane. We're all the way down from 5th gear to 1st gear here. They go 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Tucks it in, back on the power, as smooth as that. Smooth as silk there from Fabrice Cornelis. He weaves back and forward. Is he going to go past the 69 Porsche? Of course he is. Round the Jackie X chicane then. Fabrice Cornelis is the winner for Simtag Racing here for Radical. 1008 laps. He's your winner of the Virtual Belcar 24 hours. What a drive. And your second place man, Jorn van der Akker, a great drive for these guys for Traxxas by J&B Services. They complete 24 hours of hard racing on the podium.
They do indeed. I'm looking for class winners on their way through. your GT4 class winners, everybody. Talk Freak Racing by Carrot. This brings home the championship win as well. Tim Clayson's in the number 31 crosses the line now to take the class win, take 15th overall, and of course their championship. Where is Kevin van der Silk? He is working his way through the final chicane. So G-Drive Racing Exemia, the number 17 machine, driving his way towards the line. Ben Thanes did all the hard work alongside his teammates. Kevin van der Silk gets the opportunity to cross across the line with his teammate, of course. There you go. Kevin van der Silk wins the TCR class, and surely Tommy Rao is on his way round the right-hander through the little chicane and charging towards the final chicane. Matthias de Tige behind him, flashing his lights in the light. And the bin goal by Simtag EMG machine through the final corner, and your Porsche Cup class winners, 6th overall, Tommy Rao crosses the line to finish first in class, the number 63. There you go, and I think we've only got one more car to cross the line, and that is Martin Kerfs driving his way towards the line now in his Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Wow, what a race. What a race. Why does it have to end? Fabrice Cornelis delighted with that, and why wouldn't he be? He's done so much for the team alongside Thomas Stockmans and Cohen Klopman. What a race.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and great to see here lots of donuts here, Dunkin' Donuts here from all of the field, even one of the GT4 cars. It gives the overall winner a little bit of a kiss on the side there. That number 2 car, they don't need to keep it in condition anymore. Fabrice Cornelis is the winner there. And, oh, is that a reverse donut there from one of the Audis? I like that. That's very cool.
I think it is.
It is. Look at that.
Where's his boot gone?
Brilliant.
And brilliant stuff from everybody. You
Oh,
can see
bang.
everybody's
Oh,
delighted. Everybody's delighted. Look at the track covered in
the
rubber.
Vapor Shop car. Look at this.
Vapor shop car vaping
It's
by
the
the
last
looks
day
of
of
it.
school.
Oh, brilliant stuff from everybody. And Peter, I'm going to leave you to rattle through the radical results from that race.
Well, here you go then. The winner then by almost scarcely believable margin of 19 laps. Simtag Racing are your winners of the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. Tracksys by J&V Services, a very commendable result in second, with the Gluck E-Racing by TZ Racing team they are in third. Stage 1 Racing Belcar were fourth. Fast Racing team in fifth, and SimRC Club Sport were sixth. Jack, how did they finish in the Cup class?
So the Cup class finished as follows. Tommy Rao and bin goal by Simtag EMG crossed the line to finish first, 4 laps ahead of the ASK Volante team. And then to round out your Porsche Cup podium, the Pro Assist Sim Racing team. Brilliant stuff from the podium. G-Drive Racing Exemia sadly missing out on the podium by 4 laps. G-Drive Racing Exemia, like I say, they have had one hell of a race. Dynamics Racing Optica finish in 5th. Sky Limit Race Team finished 6th. Great comeback drive from themselves. Vapor Shop RDR, we've got to remember they had 2 major incidents and still finished extremely well in 7th. G-Drive Racing Exemia, number 13, struggled for luck, but still finished 8th. And BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar crossed the line in 9th. And Peter, I'll leave you to rattle through the TCRs.
Let's look at the TCR finishers then. G-Drive Racing Exemia winning by 6 laps from Flemish Sim Sports, with Dynamic Simulators in third. Radeon Motorsport, the number 334, a very popular car with the fans, in 4th place, just missing out on the podium. In 5th place was Dynamics Belcar Green, followed by BMS Motorsport, Graphite Racing, Deposit Racing Team, the Composer Racing, Simtag Racing, and finally Circuit Zolder. And finally, let's check out the GT4s.
So the GT4 class, probably one of the most fiercely battled classes among the grid. Talk Freak Racing by Carrot win the race and win the championship. The number 31 wins the Season 1 of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. Rounding it off here at round 5, the 24 Hours of Zolder. Edge Esports finish a lap down on the leaders In second, Scuderia Sim Racing, also a lap down, round out your GT4 podium. Flemish Sim Sports, also a lap down, finish in fourth. Team MRS finish fifth. Track Velocity Racing sixth. GTE ABK Racing in seventh. CCTS Esports Endurance, the number 902, finished in 8th, and sadly retiring early on was the TES Racing GT4 by Sickers BE. And I don't really know what we're supposed to do now. It's been so long since we've had to be in this situation. I'm sure we have got podiums or interviews for us, Peter. Let's have a look. Yes, we do. Look at that. We've got Boudwin Kuster, Cohen Klopman, Colin Cassani, Fabrice Cornelis, and Thomas S. I'm assuming that's Thomas Stockman. Shall we bring in all 3 of our lead drivers?
Good plan.
So we'll bring in Cohen Klopman, Fabrice Cornelis, and I'm assuming that is Thomas Stockman's. Welcome to the commentary box, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm not quite sure what to make of that. You completed 1,000 laps, 1,007 to be exact. Going into this race, were you expecting that?
To be honest, not 1,000. We expected, we would have hoped to have a big lead at the end of the race, but it was only like, I think 3 hours ago, right, when Koen told us can actually get to 1,000 laps, and it was quite a goal to achieve. So then we just took a step forward and just kept pushing, and then we got to it at the end.
Well, a question for you all. You can answer one by one or just all merge it into one. What would you say the most challenging part of that 24-hour was for you?
Could go.
For me, it was the traffic, actually. Just to, like, every driver behaves differently in each car. So you definitely have to look which driver is driving the car at that moment to, like, adapt your move.
And Fabrice?
Yeah, pretty much the same. Traffic, like every driver is different. Every driver takes different lines. So yeah, you really need to remember names and remember which driver does what, and that's like the key to be quick in traffic, I think. But also, of course, getting exhausted. It's a 24-hour race, so it was quite challenging. I got like 2 hours of sleep, so yeah, it's part of the game.
Well, you did a brilliant job. Thomas, traffic for you?
Yeah, traffic as well, especially Zolder. It's you have this many long braking zones, so different classes mix up in the braking zones. It's a lot of searching possibilities with overtaking and being patient. Yeah, that's about it.
Brilliant stuff. Peter, any more questions for the race winners and the Virtual Belcar eSeries champions?
Well, my question is, what's next, gents? That's such a big achievement. What's next on your target list?
Oh, I'm quite busy with the international events at the moment, but I hope Belcar keeps doing this, and they're planning a winter series right now. So hopefully that all gets announced soon, and then we can also race with the same group, all the Belgium guys. It's a lot of fun.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and a massive well done to every single one of you and everybody that has been involved with SimTag Racing. Before we let you go, as is tradition here on Simracersworld TV, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out before we let you go?
Sponsors?
Just all the series sponsors, but especially SimTag, because this 24 hours was powered by SimTag. But also, of course, Koen and Thomas, they did an incredible job the whole season long. I cannot be more proud of them. We almost won every race except of Le Mans. And also you guys for broadcasting the whole season. I can't really watch the whole 24 hours back, but I will watch some parts back of it for sure.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much, guys. Once again, a massive well done from myself, from Peter, and from everybody that has been involved, and we hope to see you very soon.
See you, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
So that was our eventual race winners and Season 1 champions, Peter. Shall we bring in Boudwin Kuster and Colin Cassani, and I'll keep an eye out to see if anybody else decides to hop in from that team.
I think that's a good idea. Let's have a chat with our 911 Cup winners. Guys, 911 Cup winners in the Virtual Belcar 24-hour. How are you feeling right now?
Amazing, actually. I mean, how would you feel if you would win not only this race but also the championship?
Quite literally, I can only imagine. I've
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it was a competition for drinking the local beer in Zolder or eating French fries, then it's a different story.
Well, I would lose, unfortunately, then.
Now, there was a little, I hate to mention it, but there was a little bit of just a nervy moment in the last hour or so there. How did that feel for you guys sitting on the pit wall?
Well, for us not driving, it was a bit frustrating because we didn't have control of the situation, and a teammate was driving and there was not much we could do. Unfortunately, those things happen in racing, and we just moved on, and luckily no extreme situations happened.
Well, thankfully not. And I understand that most of you, if not all of you, do a bit of quite a bit of racing in the real world. Is any races coming up that we can watch you guys in action?
Yeah, for me, next weekend also in Zolder with the Ford Fiesta Sprint Cup on a Sunday. So it's quite different from from this race, but at least it's the same track.
Yeah, you'll note that no need for any familiarization of the circuit anyway. You'll be driving the circuit in your sleep for the rest of the week. Now, guys, before we let you go and enjoy your win this afternoon, or go and get some sleep or whatever you wish to do, who would you like to thank after your big win today?
I would like to thank everyone who was involved. At first, the guys behind the scenes, Ronald and Andy, for organizing such a big event. But also my teammates. This weekend we got Luke with us, Porsche Carrera Cup driver, which became champion this weekend. So also congratulations to him. I want to thank Colin for teaming up with us this weekend. I want to thank our sponsors, Simtech, Bingo, and especially my teammate Tommy. He did an amazing job. I want to mention that he just bought a simulator this year in April. He didn't have any experience whatsoever. He just started doing what he liked, and yeah, I really respect him, and I want to thank him a lot, and everyone behind the scenes. Of course, I will forget people right now, but I mean everyone, and also you guys for the streaming. I really liked it. I hope something like this will continue in the winter or next season, and I hope to be back with my team.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to welcoming you back, and congratulations, guys. Pass on our congratulations to Luke and Tommy, and go and enjoy that win.
Thanks a lot. See you guys.
Thank you.
So that was Budin Kuster and Colin Kersani, eventual 911 Cup class winners of the 24 Hours of Zolder, and of course the 911 Cup class champions. And it's only fair that we bring in the drivers from the winning GT4 team. So this is Tim Clayson's, I believe, and do we have David Barraclough to bring in as well? We do. Is there anybody else that we're missing? I don't think so. Welcome to the commentary box, Tim and David. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks. It was a difficult race.
Well, we spoke to David part way through the race, and he says the aim would be for a podium, and then going into it, it would be lovely to win the championship, and well, that's what you did. Congratulations.
It actually worked out perfectly in the end. No small thanks to all the drivers involved. So Tim, George, and Ben, and I chipped in a little bit here and there as well. And obviously thanks to Bram for doing all the hard work through the rest of the season to bring us to where we are. So yeah, it's worked out really nicely for us. So we're really pleased.
Well, there was a few moments during that race, like you say, where it was quite nervy and you were going into the unknown, not knowing where you would finish. But if you'd been told going into this race that you were going to come out of it race winners, or if you had been told 1 hour into the race after a few little incidents that you were going to be race winners, championship winners, and finish, I think, what was 29 minutes in front of, 2 minutes, sorry, not 29 minutes, I'm looking at the gap from the leader, from 2 minutes ahead of Edge Esports. What would you have thought?
Well, we went into this race quite careful with our expectations because, yeah, just the way this track works, it was gonna be a very complicated and defensive race. So we just went into the race with the mindset, yeah, we'll see what happens and we'll see what will come to us. And just every driver tried to keep it clean, try to do their best to not damage the car. But yeah, sometimes it's just unavoidable. I think the group of drivers and cars we had today were pretty much perfect. There wasn't too little, too much cars. The entire field showed a lot of class in the way they behaved themselves or acted. So it was yeah, so a little bit surprised with the outcome in the end. But we were optimistic that if we kept our nose clean and kept driving, not towards lap times, but just towards the end of the race, towards the 24 hours, that we would end up somewhere positive, and in the end it did, luckily.
Well, it was amazing to watch, and once again a massive well done, great effort throughout the season from the entire team. And before we let you go, as is tradition here, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out while you're still live on the Virtual Belcar eSeries 24 Hours of Zolder stream?
And I'm gonna hand over the mic to David then.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess the main first one to thank is the main sponsor for the entry. So that would be Carrot Powertrain Solutions. They came on board specifically for this season and helped us out through the entire season. And we're absolutely indebted to them. Couldn't do it without them. So yeah, go check them out. They do some really nice stuff for any kind of car. So yeah, check them out. Also, I'd like to thank our other sponsors. So our kind of headline sponsors for the team, which are TeamSpeak, and also Infinity Decals. And finally, yeah, just big. I've already shouted out to all the drivers involved with the effort throughout the season. I'd like to shout out to the team as well, because we're one big kind of happy family, and there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes and little things that everyone does for each other. So yeah, big shout out to the team and a big thank you. Let's go forwards together and have some more great results in the future. Oh, and finally, how could I forget? Big thank you to you guys for the broadcast. Great job, and the series organisers for putting on such a wonderful series. Belcar has really proven to be one of the best kind of club mixes of cars, I would say. There are a few series out there on iRacing that do, GT4, Porsche Cup car, TCR, and this is definitely one of the best ones. So yeah, big shout out to the series organisers and yourselves for the broadcast.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for the kind words, and we hope to speak to you very soon.
Yep, we'll definitely be coming back again for more fun in Belcar in the future.
Great stuff. Well, we'll see you then. Well done.
All right, have a good afternoon, guys. And thanks for the...
I think Tim left midway through that, but Peter, I'm going to hand it over to you to speak to our TCR winners. I'll drag them in now. I can't find them. I thought they're
down in 2, I think.
Yeah, it looks like they are. So we need Ben Thanes, Bram van Putten, Kevin van der Silk. And so we have Kevin van der Silk. Do we have anybody else? I can't find Bram van Putten, and I can't find Ben Thanes. I thought he was waiting for us, but Peter, there is Kevin.
There we are. Kevin van der Silk, welcome to the Simracersworld commentary box, and congratulations on winning your class in the Virtual Belcar 24-hour.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or whatever time it is now.
Good, yeah, God knows. Time for a beer is what.
Time for some sleep, I guess, and time for a good massage. No, the other teammates, one is Bram is sick. He went to bed at 4 or 3 a.m. in the morning. I woke up pretty sick, and Ben has too chilled and walking around, so they both passed in the morning. So I had to do a triple stint till the finish. So unfortunately they're not here, but they drove their ass off.
They certainly did. And Kevin, you took over the car for the final stint, and the car in a big lead. And normally, you know, most people just say, "Okay, I'll just plod along. I'll just go slow, take it easy." But not you. You're like, "No, I'm going flat out," and took a couple of laps to get into the groove, didn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to improve myself because I was not happy with my own pace at the end. So I was trying a bit with the ARB in the back and try to see if the car gets really faster. Yeah, and then the other side, yeah, we had 7 or 6 laps ahead of everyone, so I was trying to enjoy myself at the very end.
Well, it certainly looked like you were doing a good job. And later on in the race, the track temperature started to increase quite a lot. Did it get quite slippy in the final stages?
Well, when you got new tires, the track was pretty good, but it was a little slower, of course. But the tires we have 53 laps on the set of tires, and after 25 laps, the car was like unstable when we're braking and a lot of understeer. So yeah, that was the only issue for the hot weather, but at night there was no problem at all. You can just do a double stint on one tire.
Wow, that's quite a long way on one tire. Well, Kevin, congratulations on an amazing victory in this TCR class in the Virtual Belcar 24-hour. On behalf of the G-Drive team, who would you like to thank on the broadcast?
Of course, you guys for broadcasting it, and well, I was watching the stream as well for all the outside things I didn't see on the track, and of course my teammates Bram van Putten and Ben Thijs for letting me join and put the faith in me at the end. Of course, my other teammates in the Porsche, Pimbouw and Rob Thijssen, they drove I think like 500 laps each or 400 something. So they kept me awake in the night, and of course everyone that's involved in Belcar who put this great event on the map.
Well, it was certainly a pleasure to watch. Kevin, thanks so much for coming to join us, and go and enjoy that win.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So that was Kevin van der Silk, TCR winner, and it's a shame that it's all over. I don't really like the downtime now because after 24 hours, I think we've streamed for 25. All that excitement, all that racing, all that hard work, blood, sweat and tears from everybody involved. It's horrible that it's come to an end, but having it immortalised and re-uploaded into YouTube, I'm going to be watching this back forever. Indeed, Jack. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this one home. A long 24-hour broadcast with a different stint. So it's just like us, but it's just like we're in the car. It's just we only sit behind the microphone. It's the only difference. We've had a great plan coordinated by Chaz and Hassa and Ed as well. I'm sure Ed is keeping us going with the jokes anyway, that's for sure. So, yep, an absolute pleasure to be involved. And also, I mean, you got to take your hat off to the guys from SimTag Racing. Over 1,000 laps and a dominant performance, and a thoroughly deserving winner of the Belcar 24-hour.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, and it's a shame that it's over. Like I said, a brilliant race, brilliant day worth of racing and entertainment and interviews and comments from drivers, comments in chat as well. It's been brilliant to interact with everybody in chat, but thank you very much everybody for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure from myself, Hasso Aimer, Ed May, Chaz Draker, and of course the man sitting next to me at the moment, Peter Mackay, and everybody behind the scenes at Simracersworld TV, Virtual Belcar eSeries, Belcar, all of the sponsors that have come on board as well, and everybody working behind the scenes at Belcar and at Zolder itself. Thank you very much for watching along. Thank you everybody for taking part, and we'll see you very soon. Bye bye.